Hello there. Hmm. Warum ist das so blau? Ich verstehe es nicht. What the fuck is happening? Auto. Ja, cool. Incandescent. Das ist ein bisschen doll, vielleicht. Das ist auch ein bisschen doll. Auch ein bisschen doll. Auch ein bisschen toll. Shade. Okay, cool. Wollen wir ins Auto? I don't get it. Ja, ja. So ist es eben. So, jetzt sind hier so viele Leute, die questen, dass ich selbst nicht mehr weiß, was ich hauen soll. Wie kann denn in Stranglethorn... Ah, da siehst du. Es nicht genug Tiger geben. Achso, wir wollten ja noch.
Forced to unleash his guardian powers, Medivh's spell instantly slew every troll in the area, their screams echoing throughout the Stranglethorn Vale. Shocked at their friend's display of power, Lane and Lothar, accompanied by Medivh, hastily returned to Stormwind. Despite achieving their goal, both men harboured doubts about their longtime companion's well-being. While no surviving Gurubashi jungle trolls could testify about the events in central Stranglethorn, their forces quickly identified the culprits. Enraged by the bold attack, the Gurubashi, led by the warlord Joknon's son, Zannon, united for all-out war against the humans. Mobilizing, they marched towards Stormwind City. Stormwind, accustomed to dealing with minor raiding parties, found its southern defences crumbling under the overwhelming troll numbers. Civilians unable to escape suffered gruesome fates as the Gurubashi advanced. King Barathon, understanding the gravity of the situation, recalled major forces to the city gates. Prince Lane and his companions informed the king of the events in Stranglethorn. Though upset, King Barathon, recognizing the dire circumstances, refrained from punishing the trio. The Gurubashi army arrived outside of Stormwind in terrifying numbers, led by Zannon, who harnessed dark magics to create mutated soldiers. These creatures scaled the city walls effortlessly, wreaking havoc. As the trolls clashed with Stormwind soldiers, the death toll soared. Realizing the dire situation, King Barathon mounted a desperate attack into the heart of the enemy lions, but fell in battle. Lane Rin, now king, grieved his father's death, but refused to succumb to despair. Despite Stormwind's defences on the verge of collapse, Lane pleaded with Medivh to unleash his full powers, and the mage agreed. From atop the battlements, Medivh harnessed his abilities, laying waste to the Gurubashi forces with fire, frost, and arcane magic. The trolls met torturous deaths, while almost the entire Gurubashi army, including warlord Zannon, was annihilated, with only a small handful escaping back to the Stranglethorn Vale. With the troll numbers greatly reduced, the remaining members of the tribe withdrew deep into the jungle in a bid to regain their strength. As the tales of the trolls faded into obscurity, rumours of a bustling city began to surface, gaining popularity among Azeroth's most mischievous inhabitants, Booty Bay. Previously known as Blackwater Cove, this area is a large, sheltered, semicircular cove surrounded by cliffs at the southern end of Stranglethorn Vale. It used to be a small port town inhabited by humans, but was later overrun by the jungle trolls. Eventually, the goblins of the Steamweedle cartel successfully expelled the trolls from the immediate vicinity, establishing Booty Bay as their new operational centre in the Eastern Kingdoms. For timeline reference, this occurred sometime before the First War, as Booty Bay was already under the control of the Steamweedle cartel by then. At a later time, the Dark Portal was opened in the neighbouring lands of the Black Morass. During the Horde's invasion of Azeroth, the majority of their forces engaged in warfare against the humans of Stormwind. However, Kilrog Deadeye led his Bleeding Hollow clan into Stranglethorn Vale, reminiscent of the Orcs' ancestral home in the Tanarn jungle. The The Bleeding Hollow were determined to claim Stranglethorn for themselves, but the Gurubashi, unwilling to share their lands, clashed with the invading forces. Despite the Gurubashi being weakened by the previous war, their knowledge of the land allowed them to launch guerrilla campaigns, forcing the Bleeding Hollow to retreat from the region. War Chief Blackhand eventually ordered Kilrog and his Bleeding Hollow clan to withdraw upon learning of the conflict, deeming too many orcs were dying without apparent gain. After the Third War, Booty Bay was still under the management of the Blackwater Raiders, closely affiliated with the Steamweedle cartel. The port provided facilities to any traveller passing through, regardless of their faction. Alongside the renowned Salty Sailor Tavern, it was one of the most popular locations in Azeroth during this time. Booty Bay epitomises the vibrant ambience of a thriving port town, where people from all corners of the world gather for trade, travel, and inevitably engage in gambling, brawling, and thievery. Despite its outward appearance as a bustling and seemingly harmless township, Booty Bay harbours a diverse array of wayward and dubious characters. One notable figure adventurers may encounter is Fleetmaster Seahorn, a key member of the Blackwater Raiders responsible for managing the intricate logistics of the Blackwater fleet. Within the bay's confines, one may also come across individuals who have succumbed to its perils, such as Shaky Philippe, constantly gripped by extreme fear, likely due to owing a debt to the fearsome Seawolf McKinley. Just outside the harbour, Janero's Point features a splendid goblin monument with mysterious origins. Despite the mystery surrounding its creation, travellers recognise its outstretched arms as an unmistakable guidepost during their journeys to the bay. Despite the various events of thievery, gambling and fighting, these activities were relatively low on the priority list for the leaders of Booty Bay. They were more concerned with a much larger issue: the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Despite their immense peril, the Bloodsail Buccaneers lay claim to the title of the least affluent of all pirate collectives. This circumstance arises from the brutal reality that none survive a Bloodsail assault. Then there is no one left to steal from again. The Bloodsail Buccaneers had plotted to plunder and cripple the Steamweedle cartel-controlled port city of Booty Bay. In preparation for the attack, the Bloodsail Buccaneers took up positions in key locations near the city. They anchored 3 ships along the coastline south of Booty Bay, clear of the town's defensive cannons, with camps also being built along the same coast in preparation for the assault. We will tell the tale of the Bloodsail Buccaneers another time. One story, however, is worth mentioning in this narrative. Dizzy One-Eye holds a treasury of tales recounting the daring exploits of the Bloodsail Buccaneers. In times long past, Dizzy lost both his eyes during a fierce battle within Menethil Harbour. Aware of Dizzy's misfortune, a skilled wizard enchanted a glass eye, restoring his gift of sight. However, as years passed, he made his way to Booty Bay. The Buccaneers, amidst the city raid, seized Dizzy's enchanted glass eye. This unfortunate event cast him into darkness once again, marking a second instance of blindness within a single lifetime. Rumours have circulated that a resourceful adventurer managed to retrieve the prized eye, but it is yet to be confirmed. In the 25th year following the opening of the Dark Portal, Stranglethorn Vale, much like many areas of Azeroth, experienced an influx of new adventurers. Many journeyed to the jungle in search of wealth, seeking knowledge, embarking on foreign adventures, and even defending the shores against aggressive pirates. A frequent stop for these adventurers was of course Booty Bay, where various inhabitants, including some with dubious backgrounds, would often dispatch these adventurers on a variety of quests within the jungle. While Booty Bay may be appealing to some individuals, the goblins couldn't resist the temptation to venture out and explore the jungle in pursuit of riches. As part of the infamous venture company, the crafty goblin trade princes had established their mining and deforestation operations here. The goblins had maintained a tenuous hold over these remote facilities, but they remained threatened by the jungle trolls' growing obsession with purging their ancient lands of any
Dr. Diddy.
invaders. However,
Holy
goblins,
shit.
pirates and trolls aren't the sole beings one must be wary of when navigating the jungle of the Stranglethorn Vale. The Vale, captivating in its beauty, conceals numerous perils that inexperienced adventurers should avoid facing alone. Inhabiting the Vale are diverse creatures, both formidable and hostile. Among the sapient inhabitants are the previously mentioned Bloodscalp and Skullsplitter trolls, situated in the northwest and east respectively. To the northwest, Yojamba Isle serves as the base for the Zandalar tribe. while an encampment of ogres resides nearby. The ogres held sway over a perilous individual known as Colonel Curzon. Initially a skilled and honourable soldier from Stormwind, he spearheaded an expedition from Stormwind to Stranglethorn Vale. Regrettably, at some point during the expedition, he fell prey to dark magic, his mind succumbing to the possession by Myzoth, a formidable ogre mage from the local Mosh Og ogre clan, with intentions to exploit Curzon and his men for their own purposes. While the majority of Curzon's men continued to follow their corrupted leader, a faction within his ranks, troubled by Curzon's abrupt transformation, rebelled and established their own group at the rebel camp. In contrast to Curzon's forces, the rebels remained loyal to Stormwind. Lieutenant Doran, leader of the rebels, sought Curzon's demise to bring an end to his madness. Off the southeast coast lies Jagero Isle, home to the colossal gorilla King Mukla. In the southwest, a small Naga population is present, and Murlocs inhabit underwater ruins in the northwest. While journeying through northern Stranglethorn, adventurers may stumble upon Nessingwary's expedition, where brave souls embark on quests to thin the ranks of the local beasts. Hermit Nessingwary, a dwarf widely recognised as Azeroth's most skilled hunter, penned his well-known book, The Green Hills of Stranglethorn, during his exploration of the jungle. This book is entangled with an incident
Das ist mir
that
zu
may or may not
langsam hier.
involve a mischievous monkey. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, Stranglethorn Vale underwent a profound transformation, split by a sizable sinkhole harbouring a turbulent whirlpool named the Sundering at its core. The areas once constituting Stranglethorn are now recognised as Northern Stranglethorn, also referred to as the Stranglethorn Jungle, and the Cape of Stranglethorn. Responding to these changes, the Explorers League established a new alliance encampment named the Explorers League Dig Site. Simultaneously, the Goblins laid down extensive oil pipelines in the water and founded a new horde town known as Hard Wrench Hideaway. Another alliance stronghold, Fort Livingston, also emerged, while the Zandalari relocated from Yojamba Isle, transporting their structures with them. Within northern Stranglethorn, adventurers bear witness to political shifts within Zul'Gurub, embark on missions involving raptors, and partake in expanding hunting endeavours under the guidance of Nessingwary. On the other hand, the Cape of Stranglethorn unravels the escalating conflict between the goblin pirates of Booty Bay and their adversaries, the Bloodsail Buccaneers. The township faced a direct assault from the pirates, with buildings set ablaze and a blockade enforced. The Brashtide crew invaded the area, causing terror among the inhabitants. The port was ultimately safeguarded by the adventurers. Booty Bay, to this day, continues to stand as the primary city under the control of the goblins. Subsequently, Stranglethorn faced renewed aggression from Zul'Gurub, this time under the command of the Zandalari. Due to its geographical location in the southernmost reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms, Stranglethorn Vale remains somewhat isolated from the upheavals that have unfolded across Azeroth in various wars over the years. There are no grand tales to recount regarding the events following that of the Cataclysm. Instead, only nuanced details that await discovery by adventurous souls like yourself. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant and perilous Stranglethorn Vale, we're reminded that every corner of Azeroth holds tales of adventure, conflict and resilience. From the bustling Booty Bay, a haven for trade and mischief, to the dense jungles teeming with trolls, goblins and countless mysteries, this land has witnessed the ebb and flow of civilization. As adventurers, we've uncovered the rich narrative of the Stranglethorn Vale, a place where legends are forged, alliances tested, and friendships kindled amidst the chaos. The echoes of battles, the whispers of the wind through the towering trees, and the secrets concealed in every shadow beckon us to embrace the untamed spirit of this jungle. As the sun sets over the Stranglethorn Vale, we come to the end of our journey through the lands of the Eastern Kingdoms. Let's take a moment to reflect on the rich history we've uncovered. Each of these zones, with their unique challenges and triumphs, has shaped the lives of countless adventurers, creating a complex narrative that spans generations.
Sieht ja richtig gesund aus in der Kamera. Warum? Wie? How?
They are not just places on a map, but they are living
So, heute gibt's keinen.
that have shaped our adventures and defined our experiences.
Warm genug.
Thank you for joining me on this journey. Until our next adventure, may your path be safe, your battles victorious, and your heart always filled with the spirit of the quest. Safe travels.
Muss ich vielleicht...
for those who come after. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is
Ne, das
now
sieht ja
active.
richtig scheiße aus.
Officially licensed art. 3D textured prints on metal. Tool-free magnet mounting. See the paintress's new canvas now. Only at displate.com.
Displayed.
Welcome to this 2-hour-long World of Warcraft lore supercut. In this video, we are diving into the lore behind some of Azeroth's most tragic regions. First, we'll tell the tale of the Plague Lands, once a busy and vital agricultural region that is now left in ruins after the scourging of Lordaeron. Then, we will head west and explore the Silverpine Forest, and explain how it was ravaged by the devastating Corrgan curse. And then finally, we will head south and explore Duskwood, a once beautiful part of the southern lands that are now forever scarred by the fell energies unleashed after the death of Medivh. World of Warcraft is filled with its fair share of dramatic stories, like the rise of the human kingdoms, the scourging of Lordaeron, and the Corrgan curse, all of which play significant roles in these stories of these three zones. So you may hear these specific tales mentioned more than once throughout this supercut. It's best to let the lore overlap where it needs to and let the stories unfold naturally. And on that note, sit back, relax, grab a pint of Thunderbrew Stout and enjoy 2 hours of some of the most heartbreaking lore in World of Warcraft history, starting off with the Plague Lands. The Plague Lands were once a thriving and beautiful region of Azeroth. The lively city of Stratholme lay to the north, while the surrounding areas were filled with small towns, villages, and a close-knit community that farmed the land to sustain the Grand Kingdom of Lordaeron. Known previously as Eastweald, this lush area provided its inhabitants with either the peace and harmony that a simple farming life offered,
Sieht es
or
auch
for
gar
those
nicht so
seeking
schlecht
a
aus, wenn wir
faster-paced
drauf.
lifestyle. There was always the hustle and bustle of the grand city of Stratholme. However, as we know
Vielleicht
today,
liegt das auch einfach an
this
diesem scheiß
idyllic image
Monitor.
of this area is a far cry from its current harsh reality. In this tale, we will uncover the true history of Stratholme and these appropriately named Plagued Lands. Situated at the very heart of the once great kingdom of Lordaeron, Eastweald occupied the land between the Tirisfal Glades to the west, the hinterlands to the south, and the forested area to the north known as Quel'Thalas. However, this human-dominated region of Azeroth appeared vastly different in the past. The origins of these plagued lands trace back thousands of years to the beginnings of the human tribes. Nearly 2,800 years before the events at the Dark Portal, the High Elves of Quel'Thalas found themselves locked in perpetual conflict with the native and dominating Amani trolls. These moss-skinned trolls, known for their ability to regenerate
die nicht
and
genommen?
heal injuries, were a savage
Ich bin so
race.
dumm.
With their empire sprawling across the vast majority of northern Lordaeron,
Retaliation.
fiercely defended their borders against
30
any
Minuten.
perceived threats. Meanwhile, the scattered human tribes
Crap.
of Lordaeron waged internal battles for supremacy over their respective lands. Amidst the chaos, the Arathi tribe recognized the growing menace posed by the trolls and sought to unify
Ich muss respekten.
disparate human tribes against their common enemy. Through 6 years of
5
cunning
Gold.
strategy and military prowess, the Arathi gradually subjugated rival tribes, including the human tribes from the Tarak Mountains and from the Tirisfal Glades, offering peace and equality to the conquered in exchange for their loyalty. The humans of Tirisfal, led by the great warrior Lordaeron, were more refined than the savage mountain tribes. Deeply religious, they performed rituals at shrines and revered Tyr's silver hand, often wearing its image as pendants. Unlike the Eltaraki, they resisted force and required the leader of the Arathor nation, Thoradin, to appeal to their beliefs to gain their loyalty. Thoradin made a pilgrimage to Tirisfal's sacred sites and pledged to adopt and spread their religious practices. He sealed this promise by cutting his palm and mixing his blood with the earth, declaring, "Between our people, let this be the only blood we spill." The Tirisfal humans then joined him, with Lordaeron becoming one of his generals. Lordaeron's sister, Merelda, was among the first followers of the Holy Light, which the Arathi adopted and eventually leading to the Church of the Holy Light years later. The culmination of the Arathi's efforts was the establishment of Strom, a mighty fortress city in southern Lordaeron. And
Aber da kann ich in Theomor nicht
Arathor
was
nation.
abgeben?
Rumors of
Ja.
the elves' plight reached Strom, prompting Thoradin to realize the true extent of the troll threat. Desperate for aid, elven ambassadors arrived, seeking military assistance against the troll armies. The king accepted, and the war against the trolls began. During the final days of the Troll Wars, as King Thoradin and his forces retreated to Alterac Fortress, the Amani rapidly gained ground, threatening to flank and overwhelm Arathor's armies. To prevent disaster, General Lordain volunteered to hold back the forest trolls, knowing he would not survive. Lordain and his warriors died fighting, but their sacrifice secured victory for Arathor and Quel'Thalas. After the Troll Wars, many of Arathor's soldiers migrated back to the fertile lands of Tirisfal, where they established a central stronghold and renamed the region Lordaeron in Lordain's honour. Similar to what we see in the southern expanse of the Eastern Kingdoms, where the Kingdom of
Good to know.
Stormwind thrives on the
Lordain.
hard work of those farming
Lordaeron.
lands of Elwyn Forest, Westfall, and at that time Brightwood, and beyond, Eastweald served as the equivalent for the Kingdom of Lordaeron, the city being built on the hard work of the surrounding community, who farmed the fertile soils to feed the expanding population. As the population grew, humans began to spread their influence into the surrounding lands. In this region, several towns and villages emerged from old fortresses that were built during the war with the trolls. Some of these include Anderhall, Hearthglen, and Caer Darrow in the western side of Eastweald, and then Darrowshire, Corin's Crossing, and Tyr's Hand on the eastern side. At this moment in time, the population of the area was governed by the newly established city of Stratholme, which had quickly become the second largest city in Lordaeron in the years that followed the Troll Wars. The people of Eastweald not only looked to the Kingdom of Lordaeron and the governing city of Stratholme for leadership, but also devoted themselves to the new emerging religion, the worship of the Holy Light. The Holy Light can be briefly described as an endless, shimmering sea of energy situated outside the barriers of reality. It is one of the two most fundamental forces in the universe, along with the Void. The people of Eastweald built Light's Hope Chapel in the easternmost reaches of the region, using it as their main place of worship. This makes Light's Hope Chapel one of the oldest and most revered holy sites for the humans. Since the days of the Troll Wars, the humans of Lordaeron had not faced such a formidable force again. However, true to their nature, they constructed fortresses to ensure that they were prepared for any future invasions. One of these fortresses was Caer Darrow. Located on a small island in the middle of Eastweald, on the surface it appeared to be a typical human stronghold, meant to protect the kingdom's people. But this was far from the truth. It secretly housed an ancient High Elven runestone. A few thousand years prior, shortly after Quel'Thalas was founded, many became concerned that their use of arcane magic might once again attract the Burning Legion
1640 XP nehme ich mit.
during the War of the Ancients. To address this, Dath Ramar Sunstrider tasked his most powerful arcanists with finding a solution. They devised a plan to create a protective barrier called Ban Denorial, known in our tongue, the Gatekeeper, around their land. This barrier would conceal their magic from others, deter their superstitious Amani rivals, and diminish the magic of all non-elves within its bounds. Over several decades, the Arcanists constructed a series of monolithic runestones along the borders of Quel'Thalas to define the barrier's limits. These runestones were powered by the Sunwell and linked to the mother tree Thassalar, combining the tree's natural magic with the elves' arcane spells. One of these runestones was located on the island of Caer Darrow. This leads us smoothly into our next chapter, which delves into the lore of this area during the Second War. Fast forwarding through time, the humans of Lordaeron lived peacefully for thousands of years, farming the land, devoting themselves to the Holy Light, and supporting the kingdom. However, everything changed drastically in the year zero. Medivh, the corrupted guardian of the realm, joined forces with an otherworldly warlock named Gul'dan. Together, they opened the Dark Portal in the Black Morass, located in the southern reaches of the continent. This event would alter the history of Azeroth forever. The Orcish horde from the planet Draenor poured through the Dark Portal, decimating human settlements in the south and sparking the First War. The humans of the Kingdom of Stormwind battled the Orcish horde for years before being overrun, ultimately losing their grand city. Anduin Lothar, known as the Lion of Stormwind,
Dann kann ich ja jetzt Service Bandages lernen.
to save his people. He led the remaining population north by sea from Stormwind Harbour, seeking refuge in the lands of Lordaeron. In the 4th year after the Orcish horde's arrival, Lothar and the people of Stormwind reached Lordaeron. Meanwhile, in the south, empowered by their victory over the humans of Stormwind, the horde prepared for their next phase of the invasion, aiming to conquer the entire continent. Their next targets were the lands of Khazmodan and then Lordaeron. This phase, known in the history books as the Second War, saw the horde surging northward, establishing a grand base of operations at Blackrock Mountain. The horde launched 2 major assaults. The southern offensive swept through the dwarven lands of Khazmodan, conquering most of the region except for the dwarven capital of Ironforge.
Ich hab den Windreiter nicht.
The northern offensive advanced from the Grey Sea, just as Anduin Lothar had travelled. Once they landed, the horde achieved significant success initially, using enslaved red dragons and nearly capturing the capital city of Lordaeron after receiving help from a band of treacherous humans. However, the tide of the war began to turn in the favour of the Alliance due to several factors, one of which was the founding of the Knights of the Order of the Silver Hand. The alliance was made up of various nations, some of which were rivals with differing customs and ways of life. Lothar needed something to unite them, champions who could rally all humans regardless of their origin. The answer came from the Church of the Holy Light. Archbishop Alonsus Fowl met with Lothar. Fowl proposed creating a new order that embodied the best qualities of humanity: soldiers proficient in wielding the light, skilled in traditional warfare, and exemplifying loyalty, bravery, and honour. With Lothar's consent, and from within Alonsus Chapel, inside the city walls of Stratholme, Fowl and Uther recruited noble knights and priests from Lordaeron
2 Jahre.
of the light and martial combat. The first recruits included Tyrellian, a priest instrumental in forging the alliance at the Council of 7 Nations; Saidan Dathrahan, a man of immense physical strength; Tyrion Fordring, a knight renowned for his zeal and resilience; Uther, an accomplished knight and devout believer who had apprenticed under Fowl; and Gavin Radfire, a battle-hardened knight from Stormwind and comrade of Lothar who had fought in the First War. The Orcs advanced and reached East Wales.
Ich seh
The
nix.
island of Kayadara was invaded
Insta.
by the horde.
Ja,
The
ich
forces
weiß, wie man
Sire
WoW auf dem Steam
and
Deck
Sacred
installiert.
Runestone was captured. The stone was then split into pieces and would be later used to create
Bedankt, Knappe!
arcane structures that allowed Corrgan to imbue the horde's ogre allies.
Aber das Ding mit dem Steam Deck ist, das ist ganz geil. Das Problem ist,
to aid and comfort the survivors of the raid
Add-ons
on Kayadara
managen
was
ist halt
ambushed by privateers from Alterac. In the ensuing
nervig.
naval battle, some of the
Und ich möchte WoW nicht ohne Add-ons spielen. Aber ansonsten, ja, das geht.
Capital, they confessed to their nation's treachery against the
Das hat
Alliance.
oh, okay,
The
dann.
kingdom had assisted the horde in their passage through the mountains. As a result, some paladins joined the alliance troops led by the High Elf Milan to rescue captured civilians and attack Alterac City.
Ach, sogar mit, ja, genau, okay. Ja gut, dann brauchst du ja Curse Forge. Du meinst sogar mit dem Controller-Add-on, ja. Ja.
Leading to an alliance victory and the horde's full retreat back to Khazmodan. The Knights of the Silver Hand played a
Das ist
crucial
schon
role in
krass.
pushing back the horde, liberating Khazmodan and ultimately forcing the horde back to the Dark Portal.
Nie
Tyrellian led
wieder
the alliance's charge against the
aufstehen.
Orc's final stronghold in what became the fiercest
Einfach Steam Deck leveln.
Second War. The Azerothian side of the Dark Portal was destroyed, partly due to the bravery and skill
Milord?
and the Order of the Silver Hand. Afterward, Tyrellian and other paladins rallied the Alliance forces. Facing the Knights' formation, many Orcs panicked. Some fought to the death, others surrendered, and some fled. Thanks to the Knights, the Alliance achieved victory. While the Alliance secured a decisive victory over the Orcish horde, the threat was not entirely eliminated. As mentioned, some of the Orcs scattered across the land, with many being captured by the Alliance. The Alliance of Lordaeron took decisive measures to contain the Orcish threat.
Und dann hier schön immer mit den Ellbogen so.
In southern Lordaeron. These camps were guarded by both
Einfach
soldiers,
Sehenscheiden, Zerstörung 5000.
Captain Scarlock at Durnholt Keep. Despite the tense atmosphere among the captive orcs, the camp wardens maintained peace and enforced order effectively. As years passed and tensions eased, a lasting peace settled over Lordaeron. With his paladins, the supreme commander Uther preserved peace in the kingdom. Meanwhile, his apprentice and the son of the King of Lordaeron, Arthas Menethil, was integrated into the ranks of the Silver Hand through a ceremony at the Cathedral of Light conducted by Archbishop Alonsus Fowl himself. During this period, Tyrion Fordring, Lord of Mardenhold, was overseeing and governing the town of Hearthglen, situated in the northern region of Eastweald. Here, Tyrion encountered an aging orc warrior residing in the ruins of an abandoned watchtower near Hearthglen. Initially enemies, they engaged in combat that caused the tower to collapse. Eitrig, the orc, ultimately saved the unconscious Tyrion's life by pulling him from the rubble. This act forged a sense of honour, and Tyrion felt like he owed the orc his life. However, this bond did not prevent Eitrig from later being captured, facing execution in Stratholme. Eitrig was spared thanks to Tyrion's timely intervention. For his actions against Alliance soldiers, Tyrion was brought to Stratholme to stand trial before a jury, despite being offered freedom in exchange for breaking his vow to the Silver Hand. Tyrion refused. Consequently, Uther had no choice but to excommunicate Tyrion from Lordaeron, forcing him into exile and a life of wandering and seclusion as an outcast. For a decade following these events, Eastweald
Während des Autofahrens ist auch sehr gut.
the Kingdom of Lordaeron.
Ich würde ja jetzt Deutsche Bahn sagen, aber es hat ja, bei der Bahn hast du ja noch weniger Netz
Striving for a peaceful existence.
als
To them, though, masterminds
auf der
of the
Autobahn.
Burning Legion were plotting global domination once again. Following their defeat in the Second War, the Old Horde's war chief, Ner'zhul, was captured by Kil'jaeden as punishment for his failure. The Deceiver destroyed Ner'zhul's body and tortured his spirit
So nämlich.
until he agreed to serve the Legion once more. Ner'zhul's soul was then encased in an armor and bound to
Ner'zhul.
the frozen throne by Kil'jaeden, who hurled this creation towards Azeroth. It crashed into the Ice Crown Glacier and essentially giving
Greif.
rise to the Lich King, pivotal figure later in the Third War. Upon arriving on Azeroth, the Lich King seized control of Northrend and began scheming with the necromancer Kel'Thuzad to conquer Azeroth. During this very period, a young orc named Thrall managed to escape from his captivity and began freeing and uniting the Horde under a new banner. A handful of powerful individuals
Wohin ich flieg?
heard the Lich King's
Desolate.
in Northrend, the most notable of them being Kel'Thuzad.
Naja, fast.
He was the first to answer the call. The Lich King was pleased with
Bis
his latest
dahin,
recruit,
weil
promising
ich hab
Kel'Thuzad
den Fluchtpunkt.
immortality
Warum kann ich den nicht
and
auswählen?
power in exchange
Oder?
for his loyalty
Hä?
and obedience. Disguised, Kel'Thuzad
Nee, gar nicht. Ich hab
returned
den
to
Flickpunkt
Lordaeron
nicht.
and
Ich-
set up the floating dread citadel of Naxxramas. We'll come back to Naxxramas later on in the story. Over 3 years, he used
Ich bin
his wealth
verwirrt.
and intellect to gather a secretive brotherhood of like-minded men and women, which he then later named
Ich
the
hab den wohl nicht.
of the Damned. The cult promised its
Oder?
acolytes social equality
Wie ich denn
and
jetzt?
eternal life in exchange for their service to Ner'zhul. Kel'Thuzad ensured the cult's activities remained hidden from Lordaeron's authorities. On Kayadaro, Kel'Thuzad struck a deal with the Barov family,
Dann
allowing some of his cultists to move into the newly formed
tu, was man
of
tut.
necromancy that was located here. The school would go on to be known to us adventurers as Scholarmans. He also persuaded his friend, Baron Rivendare, to join the cult. With Kel'Thuzad's success in Lordaeron,
Kenn ich
the
nicht.
King made final preparations for
Muss da
assault
hinlaufen.
on human
Toll, habe ich den Flugpunkt nicht geholt.
Placing plague energies
Hätte mir auch jemand sagen können.
artifacts called plague cauldrons, Ner'zhul ordered Kel'Thuzad to transport these cauldrons to Lordaeron. The cauldrons were hidden within various cult-controlled villages and served
Tja.
as plague generators, spreading a plague across the farmlands and cities of northern Lordaeron. The Lich King's plan worked perfectly, and many of Lordaeron's northern villages were contaminated almost immediately. Prior to the Third War, Andorhall served as the distribution centre for all agricultural supplies in the northern provinces of Lordaeron. In the 17th year after the events of the Dark Portal, Kel'Thuzad and the Cult of the Damned used it, alongside the small town of Brill in Tirisfal Glades, to spread the plague of undeath by infecting the grain, which was then sent to various northern villages along the King's Road
Die gesamte Stadt muss gesäubert werden.
and Stratholme. As a result, Andorhall was one of the first places hit by the plague, though it remained free from direct scourge control years later. The people of Eastweald, most still unaware of this insidious plague, consumed the infected grain, unknowingly sealing their tragic fates. The Alliance
So nämlich.
forces observed a grim metamorphosis taking place in Eastweald as the plague began to ravage the land. Once vibrant and teeming with life, the region now languished as vegetation withered, farms turned desolate, and animals succumbed to the disease. This agonizing transformation marked the beginning of the end for the once prosperous and lush Eastweald. When Prince Arthas Menethil and Jaina Proudmoore arrived in Anderhall to investigate, they found burning buildings but no sign of villagers. Kel'Thuzad suddenly appeared, revealing his identity and his intentions. Determined to stop him, Arthas searched the city for the empty granaries and then pursued the necromancer as he escaped. Heading north and eventually found Kel'Thuzad, the necromancer informed Arthas that he was a servant of a greater power, a dreadlord named Mal'Ganis. Enraged, Arthas vowed to kill Mal'Ganis and slayed the corrupted wizard Kel'Thuzad on the spot.
Naive fool. My death will make little difference in the long run. For now, the scourging of this land begins.
While stationed in
Erstmal
Hearthstone,
abscourgen.
Arthas and Jaina's forces came under attack by hordes of undead. Arthas instructed Jaina to locate Uther while he and his troops defended the town from the scourge, the people of Lordaeron who had already been infected. It was during this battle that Arthas uncovered the horrifying truth about the plague. Those afflicted didn't just perish, they rose again as undead minions of the scourge. Before being overwhelmed, Uther and his knights arrived in the nick of time, rescuing Hearthglen from destruction. Shortly thereafter, Arthas encountered Medivh, who urged him to journey west to Kalimdor. Despite Jaina's belief in the prophet's warning, Arthas remained steadfast in his conviction to stand by his people and refused to abandon Lordaeron. Together, they pressed on towards Stratholme to confront the looming threat of the Scourge.
Lead them across the sea, to the west.
Flee? My place is here, and my only course is to defend my people.
Gott, sieht Arthas im Reforged scheiße aus.
Stratholme for its strategic and economic significance as Eastweald's heart, and as a revered site for the birthplace of the Silver Hand Paladin Order. Losing Stratholme to the plague meant losing control of Eastweald itself. As the first undead began to stir in Stratholme, Prince Arthas, accompanied by Uther and Jaina Proudmoore and their soldiers, arrived in Stratholme to find the city already gripped by the plague's horrors. Arthas, driven by grim determination, concluded that purging Stratholme was the only way to prevent it from becoming a bastion of the Scourge.
This entire city must be purged.
What?
He commanded his companions to put down the infected before they could transform into mindless undead. For Arthas, this was a desperate act of mercy and a brutal necessity. Yet, his allies, Jaina, Uther, and their loyal paladins, refused to partake in Arthas's merciless purge, viewing his actions as sheer madness.
Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Undeterred by their objections, Arthas and a handful of resolute soldiers pressed on with their grim task. Flames soon engulfed the city. Ash and smoke filled the streets, and cries of anguish mingled with the clash of steel and the shattering of bones. Blood flowed freely across the cobblestones as Arthas and his men ruthlessly cut down both the plagued and the undead alike. In the midst of the inferno, Arthas confronted Mal'Ganis, who mocked and goaded him to follow to Northrend before slipping away. With grim resolve, Arthas rallied his forces, who were now going by the name of Death Lords, and departed as the fires consumed what remained of Stratholme's once bustling streets. Days later, upon their return, Jaina and Uther were greeted by a haunting scene. Streets littered with lifeless bodies and the charred remnants of what was once a proud city, now reduced to ashes.
So much death. I can't believe Arthas could have done this.
Tja, hat er
In
aber.
the southern town of Southshore, Alexandros Mograine, a knight of the Silver Hand, gathered his fellow knights, Isilian, Abendis, Doan, and Fairbanks at the local inn. They convened to discuss an artifact in Mograine's possession and its potential use in halting the Scourge's advance across Lordaeron. Their meeting, however, was interrupted by Lord Commander Saidan Dathrahan, who brought the news of the culling of Stratholme He also informed them that Arthas's contentious actions led to the suspension of the Silver Hand. Faced with this dire situation, the Assembly had no choice but to continue their mission in secrecy. Mograine then travelled to Ironforge with his artifact, where it underwent a transformation into a weapon designed to avenge the death of King Magni's brother, Muradin Bronzebeard, during his time in Northrend. Upon completing the forging process, Magni acclaimed the weapon as the pinnacle of his craftsmanship. During their stay in Ironforge, the knights received grim news. Arthas had pursued Mal'Ganis to Northrend and returned to Lordaeron as one of the Lich King's Death Knights. This treacherous act culminated in Arthas murdering his own father, King Menethil II, which then ultimately led to the fall of Lordaeron's capital.
Succeeding you, father.
Applaus.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Driven by fury over the prospect of losing his children, Mograine and Fairbanks rode tirelessly, day and night, to reach his home in Eastweald. Upon arrival, they discovered that Reno and Darian Mograine were sheltered under the protection of Talon Fordring at Hearthclan. When the Scourge assaulted them, Alexandros wielded his new sword and absolutely obliterated the undead with such force that only clouds of ash remained in their wake. The mighty weapon came to be known as the Ashbringer. Upon his return, Arthas embarked on a brutal campaign across the lands of Lordaeron, including the town of Anderhall. Despite the dire circumstances, Anderhall remained one of the few places under Alliance control in the region. It served as a stronghold where Uther and the surviving paladins gathered to mount counterattacks against the Scourge. Arthas and his minions launched a relentless assault on the town, seeking a magical herb for necromantic purposes. In an epic confrontation, the commander Uther stood against Arthas and initially gained the upper hand. The revered paladin held his ground against Arthas and achieved what no one else had. He bested the Death Knight in combat, sending the unholy warrior sprawling. However, in a twist of fate, Frostmourne returned to Arthas's grasp, imbuing him with an even greater power from the Lich King. The tide of the battle shifted in Arthas's favour, and eventually Uther, bloodied and wounded, knelt and uttered his last words to Arthas. Arthas coldly replied that he intended to live forever, and delivered a fatal blow.
Save my soul.
When Frostmourne struck him, it shattered Uther's soul, with one fragment consumed by the blade and another taken by the Kyrian to the realm of Bastion in the Shadowlands.
Uther.
Uther.
Where am I?
Welcome to Bastion.
Shifting our focus back to the mortal realm, the Scourging of Lordaeron was nearing its completion. The resistance against the Scourge was particularly brutal in Darrowshire. There, the Ghoul, August the Ravager, and the Death Knight, Marduk Blackpool, known as Marduk the Black, marshalled the Scourge against the town, slaying all who sought refuge within their homes. To the east of Darrowshire, Lord Maxwell Tyrosus and a select few were assigned the covert mission of retrieving the bodies of 1,000 fallen champions of the light and transporting them to Light's Hope Chapel. Here, they were reburied in the consecrated ground, safeguarding them from being resurrected as tools of the Lich King's undead forces. With Stratholme in flames and the settlements of Anderhall, Higher Darrow, Darrowshire, Corrin's Crossing, all overrun by the Scourge, the plague continued to spread. By this point, it was concluded that both Eastweald and Lordaeron had fallen. Any human survivors couldn't bear to even utter the name Eastweald. Over time, they began referring to the land as the Plaguelands, distinguishing the regions, the Western and the Eastern Plaguelands. Following the fall of Lordaeron, Alexandros Mograine rallied remnants of the Knights of the Silver Hand into a crusade, aiming to reclaim the shattered kingdom from both the Scourge and the renegade undead forces now known as the Forsaken. In the eastern Plaguelands, they seized control of Tyr's Hand and Hearthglen, where their leader Mograine began plotting ways to strike back at the Scourge. During one of their excursions, Alexandros Mograine was accompanied by his companions and his two children, Renno and Darian Mograine, who by this point were now members of the Crusade. Together, they entered the burning ruins of Strathome. Despite warnings from Abendis about the city's dangers, Alexandros confirmed the peril with his own eyes. As they advanced, a collapsing building separated the group, forcing them to fight their way through the undead to reunite. Darian was injured by a skeletal mage, and Seidan Dathrahan was slain by the Dreadlord, Balnazar. Balnazar would then possess Seidan's body with the intention of infiltrating the Paladin Order. Eventually, Alexandros found an escape route for all of them. Weeks later, Alexandros, accompanied by Lord Maxwell Tyrosus, Bridget Abendis, and his advisor Fairbanks, spied on the splintered group of the undead called the Forsaken as they took possession of the ruins of Lordaeron. Noting that the Forsaken were unlike the Scourge and possessed free will, Alexandros recognized their superior organization and declared the need for reinforcements from Tyr's Hand to amass an army capable of reclaiming the ruins of the capital city of Lordaeron. To prepare for this future conflict, Alexandros led his party to the old monastery in Tirisfal Glades, establishing it as a forward base. From there, the remaining members of the Knights of the Silver Hand gradually transformed into a fanatical religious sect dedicated to eradicating the undead from Lordaeron. This ideology spread beyond the monastery's walls, leading to the formation of the Scarlet Crusade. You can learn more about the formation and the lore behind the Scarlet Crusade and the Scarlet Monastery in our dedicated tale. A safe portal can be found in the description below. Not all survivors agreed with the Scarlet Crusade's ideology. Some believed their comrades had strayed from their once noble purpose and chose to leave the Order. Lord Maxwell Tyrosus spearheaded this separation and went on to form the Argent Dawn. Although they shared the same goals of protecting Azeroth from threats like the Burning Legion and the Scourge, the Argent Dawn adopted a less fanatical, more balanced approach. They established control over areas such as Chillwind Camp, the Bulwark, and their capital, Light's Hope Chapel. We have now set the scene for when we adventurers arrived in the Plaguelands in the 25th year following the events of the Dark Portal. 3 different factions, all vying for control over the land: the Scarlet Crusade, the Argent Dawn, and of course, the Undead. Following the defeat of the Burning Legion in the Third War and the consolidation of the Western Plaguelands by the Scourge, Anderhall became a regional stronghold for the Scourge. Anderhall served as the headquarters for the Lich, Araj the Summoner, who used the ruined city as his base of operations. From there, he oversaw the deployment of the mighty plague cauldrons situated throughout the Western Plaguelands. When many adventurers arrived in the Western Plaguelands after somehow surviving the dangers of the Stranglethorn Vale, they were met by the Argent Dawn at Chillwind Camp. They were tasked with uncovering the truth about Anderhall. Their missions included eliminating Scourge and Forsaken forces, clearing the area of skeletons, and slaying key figures such as the Liches and the Valkyrie. Additionally, the adventurers were asked to pay their respects to Uther the Lightbringer at his tomb just south of Anderhall, and to scout out Hearthglen to report back on the strength of the emerging Scarlet Crusade. It was here that a rumour was confirmed. Talon Fordring, the son of the revered Paladin and Knight of the Silver Hand, Tyrion Fordring, had become a high-ranking member of the Scarlet Crusade. To save his son from the Scarlet Crusade, Tyrion enlisted the adventurers' help. He asked them to meet with Miranda the Hag at Uther's tomb, where they would be disguised to infiltrate Hearthglen and deliver Tyrion's gift by the Scarlet Crusader. Upon receiving the box and its contents, Talon Fordring agreed to leave the Scarlet Crusade and reunite with his father outside the town. However, this betrayal to the cause enraged Grand Crusader Dathrahan, who had been previously possessed by the Demon Lord Balnazar. Dathrahan sent Grand Inquisitor Isilion to kill the Fordring. After defeating the assassins, Tyrion rushed to Hearthglen, where he witnessed Isilion killing Talon. Fueled by his son's death, Tyrion avenged him.
Botcam ist aus, weil die Fotsch aus ist.
Reformed the original Order of the Silver Hand as its High Lord, once more dedicated to extinguishing the evil that plagued the world. The adventurers were then sent on a quest into the more devastated section of the Plague Lands, the Eastern Plague Lands. Here, they were tasked with uncovering the truth of the area, reliving the events of the Battle of Darrowshire, and defending their land against the Scarlet Crusade in Tyr's hand. However, these quests were minor compared to the challenges they would face in the area later on. By this time, the ruined city of Stratholme had become the largest stronghold held by the Scourge in all of Lordaeron. Leading the undead forces in the city was a former noble turned Death Knight named Baron Rivendare, who coordinated the Lich King's efforts in the Plague Lands. In life, Baron Rivendare was a wealthy landowner in Stratholme and a friend of Kel'Thuzad, who had previously convinced him to join the Cult of the Damned. From within the walls of Stratholme, Rivendare constantly battled the forces of the Scarlet Crusade and the Argent Dawn.
Direkt Deutschland jetzt!
The area in Stratholme still remained under the control of the living, the Scarlet Bastion.
Wie der mich mit dem nicht voll lauert.
Saidan Dathrahan himself led the crusade against the Scourge. The Crusaders' fanaticism led them to believe that anyone who was not a member of their order was corrupted by the undead and had to be destroyed. As a result, the Argent Dawn sent adventurers in to kill the Grand Crusader, and to their surprise, they discovered that the Grand Crusader had actually been dead for years and was being impersonated by the Dreadlord Balnazar. After slaying Baron Rivendare in a brutal encounter, the adventurers eventually overcame the demon Balnazar as well. This was not the last violence the walls of Stratholme would see. Remnants of the Scarlet Crusade still remained inside, tasked with dealing with the Scourge on their own. Eventually, the master of the Scourge in Lordaeron, Kel'Thuzad, returned to the Blighted Land. From his citadel of Naxxramas, hovering ominously over the Plague Woods near Stratholme, Kel'Thuzad prepared to continue his dark work in the name of his master, the Lich King. Naxxramas, the dread citadel, stood as an unassailable fortress, cementing Kel'Thuzad's reign. However, hope glimmered with the Argent Dawn. Darian Mograine, driven by the legacy of his father, Alexandros, the former wielder of the Ashbringer, dared to infiltrate the floating fortress. Though he ultimately failed and lost his life, Darian succeeded in freeing his father from undeath, granting Alexandros' spirit eternal rest. This left Naxxramas significantly weakened, as Alexandros had been one of the 4 horsemen, the Citadel's elite commanders.
Snuggles, Alter.
And with the assistance of the most elite adventurers, the Argent Dawn launched an all-out assault on Naxxramas. They managed to defeat Kel'Thuzad, though he escaped.
Alter, das ist ja nur Crap.
Thereafter, the Dark Fortress mysteriously vanished from the Plague Lands, leaving the region in an uneasy peace. Sometime after the disappearance of Naxxramas, in the 26th year following the events of the Dark Portal, the invasion of Outland begins. The war's primary objective is to prevent the Legion from establishing a stronghold in Outland, which they could use to launch further attacks on Azeroth through the Dark Portal. During this time, a nobleman from the Plague Lands named Maddox decided to reclaim the fallen town of Andahor. Driven by selfish and egotistical motives, Maddox believed he could succeed where others had failed. Using his father's wealth, he assembled a mercenary army and somehow convinced the Argent Dawn to assist him. Unbeknownst to them, the Scourge army lay in wait, hiding in buildings and in the water. Soon, the entire Argent Dawn force from Chillwind Camp was decimated, with only a few mercenaries surviving. This failed attempt to retake Andahor showed the Scourge was a formidable force, making light work of the 100 men who dared to challenge them. A few years later, in the 27th year after the opening of the Dark Portal, the Lich King, formerly known as Prince Arthas, had reached the pinnacle of his power, and the war against him began. Across Azeroth, several organizations were established to bring the end to the Lich King's threat once and for all. Foremost among these was a group called the Argent Crusade, formed following the war's first significant conflict, the Battle for Light's Hope Chapel. The Lich King commanded the creation of a new Scourge necropolis, Akarus the Ebon Hold. It was designed with a single purpose in mind, to train and deploy Death Knights across Azeroth in his bid for domination. Akarus was so formidable that even the dread citadel of Naxxramas...
Die Dänen wieder, da. Guck dir an, wie freundlich die sind. Die lügen nicht.
It was deployed and positioned in the Eastern Plague Lands, east of Tyr's Hand, in an area known as the Scarlet Enclave. And from here it served as a training ground for Death Knights with their singular mission to annihilate the Lich King's opposition, the Scarlet Crusade and the Argent Dawn, the remaining bastions of light in the Plaguelands. The halls of Acheros were filled with the bodies of fallen heroes, gathered by the Scourge to be resurrected as Death
Scepter
Knights.
of
Under the supervision
Light.
of a feared instructor, Vesuvius, Scourge necromancers raised these bodies, assessing their worthiness. Those deemed worthy donned the armour of the Herald of Arthas, while those found lacking were fed to ravenous ghouls. Once their training was complete, the Death Knights launched their campaign. They ravaged the towns of Havenshire and New Avalon, slaughtering their inhabitants and obliterating the last army of the Scarlet Crusade. Those who managed to survive the massacre somehow went on to form a new group called the Scarlet Onslaught, setting their sights on Northrend to continue their divine mission. Some remnants of the Scarlet Crusade remained in Tyr's hand after the massacres, but they were no longer of mortal flesh. They had been transformed into undead warriors. These undead Scarlet Crusaders were led by Lord Valdelmar and Linnea Abendis, daughter of High General Bridget Abendis. Bridget had survived the attacks on Tyr's hand and assumed a new role as the High General and commander of the newly formed Scarlet Onslaught, which had relocated to Northrend and established New Hearthglen in Dragonborn. When atop Acheros, the Lich King was accompanied by two Valkyr battle maidens and then later by Prince Keleseth and Prince Valenar. Having shattered the defences of New Avalon and Havenshire in the Scarlet Enclave, the Lich King turned his gaze toward the final bastion of resistance in the Plaguelands, Light's Hope Chapel. This sacred ground where the Argent Dawn made its stand was the last hope of the light against the encroaching darkness. Bolstering his forces with reinforcements from Hearthglen and Tirisfal, the Lich King dispatched his elite Death Knights to spearhead the assault. Their mission was to bring out the venerable Tyrion Fordring, a legendary champion of the light, and crush him to shatter the resolve of Azeroth's defenders. A colossal army of 10,000 Scourge troops, commanded by the fearsome Death Knights such as High Lord Darion Mograine, wielder of the cursed corrupted Ashbringer, and including figures like Orbaz Bloodbane, Koltira Deathweaver, and Thessarion, assembled before the chapel. They faced a valiant but vastly outnumbered force of only 300 defenders, a courageous remnant of the Argent Dawn's leadership standing resolute within the chapel's walls. The battle raged fiercely, and the Scourge made swift progress, breaking through a third of the Argent Dawn's defences before Tyrion Fordring stepped forth to confront High Lord Mograine. With the power of the light, Tyrion fought valiantly, repelling the undead onslaught and forcing Mograine.
Oh nee, Inventar ist
The
voll.
confrontation turned dire when
Die ganzen
Alexandros Mograine,
Schissseiten
the
hier.
legendary Ashbringer,
Das
made
geht
his
mir immer
way
so auf den Sack. Ich glaube, ich habe das
Darion was momentarily transported to a
noch nie
once
abgegeben.
envisioned himself wielding the Ashbringer alongside his father. Their reunion was tragically cut short when the Lich King himself manifested, banishing Alexandros to the void and revealing the attack on Light's Hope Chapel had been a mere ploy to ensnare Tyrion. Fueled by rage at this betrayal, Darion unleashed his fury upon the Lich King, but was swiftly subdued. The Lich King, seizing the opportunity, attempted to consume Tyrion's soul with Frostmourne as Lord Maxwell Tyrosis rallied the defenders for a final desperate charge. Their efforts, however, were met with overwhelming force as the Lich King's power cast them aside. In a moment of unexpected hope, Darion, struggling against the Lich King's control, managed to deliver the corrupted Ashbringer to Tyrion Fordring. With the light's might coursing through the blade, Tyrion purified the weapon in a blinding burst of holy energy. Armed with the restored Ashbringer, Tyrion advanced on the Lich King, who, recognizing the peril of facing such a force on sacred ground, retreated and vowed that their next encounter would not occur within the confines of holy territory. As the battle subsided, Tyrion revived Darion, and the fallen hero's spirits were honored. The Paladins of the Argent Dawn and the remnants of the Order of the Silver Hand found renewed purpose in the formation of the Argent Crusade. United under High Lord Fordring's banner, they pledged to marshal their combined strength to bring the Lich King to justice. Amidst the conflict, many Death Knights had broken free from the Lich King's grasp. Darion Mograine gathered these freed souls and bestowed upon them a new name, the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Thus, a new chapter began, marked by the union of the Argent Crusade's righteous fury and the Ebon Blade's newfound resolve to confront the darkness that threatened Azeroth. After the world's focus shifted to Northrend, the war against the Lich King continued until his defeat at the Frozen Throne towards the end of the 27th year. Following the Lich King's fall, a sub-faction of the Argent Crusade became more prominent in the Eastern Plaguelands. Led by Eligor Dawnbringer and Corfax, the Brotherhood of the Light operated with fewer moral restraints, devoid of guilt and what they considered useless human emotions. Despite trying to balance the newly formed Argent Crusade's scholarly approach with the Scarlet Crusade's merciless tactics, the Brotherhood of Light remained steadfast in their shared ultimate goal, ridding the land of Lordaeron of any remaining scourge. The Brotherhood initiated their campaign against the remaining Scourge and Risen forces in Lordaeron with an assault force of 100 men, aiming to reclaim the cities of Stratholme and Tyr's Hand for the Argent Crusade. Aided by adventurers, they successfully captured Tyr's Hand and eliminated the undead Scarlet leadership, including the undead Lord Valdelmar himself. The victory marked the end of the Scarlet Crusade's control over Tyr's Hand as the Brotherhood took over, but Stratholme would prove to be a different challenge. After adventurers had overcome the Dreadlord Balnazar some years earlier, Balnazar shed his human guise and slaughtered all the Crusaders in the western portion of Stratholme, raising them into the undeath called the Risen. In the eastern part of the city, Baron Rivendare was resurrected and travelled to Naxxramas to join the dreaded Four Horsemen. His position as ruler over Stratholme was taken over by his son, the fallen paladin Rivendare. The Brotherhood of the Light offered rewards to the adventurers to help eliminate these threats. After slaying both leaders, the Argent Crusade attacked the remaining undead and briefly took control of the ruined city of Stratholme, establishing Alonzus Chapel and the Scarlet Bastion as their bases. However, the undead continued to haunt its streets, making their control only temporary. During this period, Azeroth faced the return of Deathwing the Destroyer. While the world rallied to repel the forces of the corrupted Black Dragon, the Argent Crusade in the Plaguelands continued their tireless quest to restore the region to its former glory. The Argent Crusade also joined forces with the Cenarian Circle to help the Plaguelands heal from its blighted state. Following the shattering of Azeroth, both the Alliance and the Forsaken launched major efforts to expel the Scourge from Andorhal. The city became a war zone. The Alliance held the southwestern side of the city, reinforced by Chillwind Camp, while the Forsaken secured the northeastern side. Araj the Summoner,
eine Lockbox. Wenn man Rogue kennen würde, das öffnen könnte.
Diminished by their lord's previous death. The conflict culminated in the Battle for Andorhal. The combined forces relentlessly slaughtered the Scourge and ultimately slew the Lich, Araj the Summoner. Sylvanas Windrunner intervened, using Valkyr to turn the tide and force the Alliance to flee the city. Just outside of Andorhal, across Lake Darrowmere, our story returns to Kaya Dara, more commonly known as Scholomance. After the death of the Lich King, the Scourge was significantly weakened. With no strong leadership in Scholomance, Dark Master Gandling, a human necromancer from the Cult of the Damned, used his ability to control the undead and begin to unofficially take command of the Scourge forces within the keep. He used them to maintain control of Scholomance and attempted to seize Andorhal for himself. When Gandling's efforts to take Andorhal failed, he retreated back into Scholomance to bide his time. The defeat at the Battle for Andorhal left Dark Master Gandling in a foul mood. Determined to strengthen his defences, he began reanimating Rattlegore, imbuing the undead Guardian with an insatiable desire to harvest raw materials from his enemies. In the 30th year after the events at the Dark Portal, Lillian Voss turned her wrath on the Scourge Necromancers of Scholomance. She confronted Gandling in the Chamber of the Summoning, where he was supported by a group of Bone Weavers. A group of adventurers arrived to aid Lillian Voss, and together they defeated the undead forces. Gandling, however, managed to teleport further into Scholomance, escaping death. Lillian pursued him, but fell under his control, and he forced her to fight the adventurers instead. They managed to defeat Lillian and free her from his control, after which Lillian gathered her strength and attacked Gandling, breaking his enhanced bone shield. His protection shattered. Gandling retreated to his study. The adventurers then allied with the spirit of Lord Barov, who believed Gandling's defeat would finally allow his spirit to rest. Together, they launched an assault on the Dark Master and claimed victory over Scholomance. During the Burning Legion's invasion, the new Lich King Bolvar Fordragon ordered the Death Lord to rebuild the Four Horsemen and chose Tyrion Fordring as their leader. Initially, Darion Mograine opposed this, believing Tyrion deserved more than a life of torment and undeath, recognizing him as one of Azeroth's greatest champions. Ultimately, the Knights of the Ebon Blade had no choice but to comply with the Lich King, leading to the assault on Lightsoap Chapel to try and recover Tyrion's body. Inside the Hall of Champions, where Tyrion's body rested, they confronted Lady Liadrin. Despite her efforts to stop them, she was defeated. Just as the Death Lord was about to seize Tyrion's body, the light intervened, burning the surrounding Death Knights. To ensure the Ebon Blade's survival, Darion opened a death gate for the others to escape, but it was too late for himself, and he perished from his wounds. Though the Silver Hand emerged victorious, Darion Mograine was later revived by the Death Lord aboard Acheras as the fourth and final horseman. With the Four Horsemen now complete and Darion as their leader, the Knights of the Ebon Blade were ready for the war against the Legion. This battle had significant consequences, severely damaging the relationship between the Ebon Blade and both the Silver Hand and the Argent Crusade. Years later, as the Scourge re-emerged, Argent Crusade sentries reminded the Death Knights of their past actions at Lightsoap Chapel. While they were not outright enemies, they were no longer considered allies. After the Fourth War, Matthias Shaw reported that the Argent Crusade still remained active in the Plaguelands. At Hearthglen, Mardenhold Keep served as a training ground for new recruits and a repository for artifacts recovered by the Crusade. Anderhall continued to be blighted, and reports indicated that Scholomance was still functioning as a necromancy school under investigation due to the presence of the Barovs and Dark Master Gandling's numerous minions. This vigilant state proved useful when Sylvanas Windrunner destroyed the Helm of Domination, unleashing the uncontrolled Scourge across Azeroth once again. During one patrol, the Argent Crusade spotted Nathanos Blightcaller sitting openly on his porch in the Eastern Plaguelands. They alerted the Alliance and the Horde, then joined the champions of Azeroth in battling Blightcaller, witnessing his death at the hands of Tyrande Whisperwind. These events would later be recorded in history as the period known as Death Rising.
Your power has grown. Oh, Tyrande, High Priestess, Night Warrior, completely powerless to stop the coming.
And with those events, we can finally close the chapter on the lore of the Plaguelands. Our next stop of this tour of tragedy is the haunted Silverpine Forest, so don't go anywhere, there's still plenty to uncover. To truly grasp the story of the Silverpine Forest, we need to travel back to the era of the Kingdom of Arathor, when the humans of the Arathi Empire first began expanding their influence across the northern lands of Lordaeron. That's where our tale begins. During this era, humans established settlements in Alterac, Tirisfal Glades, Gilneas, Kultiras, and notably Dalaran. Dalaran, the second Arthurian city-state, in the northern lands beyond Strom. As aspiring wizards sought greater autonomy for their magical pursuits, they migrated from Strom to Dalaran. It was here they contributed to the construction of Dalaran's enchanted spires and enthusiastically delved into their arcane studies. The citizens of Dalaran supported their endeavours, fostering a thriving economy under the protection of these magic-wielding defenders. However, as the number of mages increased, the very fabric of reality around Dalaran began to fray and weaken. The heedless spellcasting of Dalaran's mages inadvertently attracted the attention of sinister agents from the Burning Legion, who had been previously banished following the collapse of the Well of Eternity. While these demons were not numerous, their sporadic appearances caused significant disruption and turmoil within Dalaran. Despite efforts by the ruling mages to conceal these occurrences, encounters with demons became increasingly frequent. A demon named Kathra-Natia, belonging to the Nathrazim, made his presence known approximately 2,610 years prior to the First War by infiltrating the city of Dalaran. Within its walls, he unleashed plagues and diseases while wielding the ancient Nathrezim blade called Apocalypse. Using this weapon, he manipulated the minds of non-mage civilians, turning them against the city's rulers. Additionally, he seized the Amulet of Waters from
Okay, wenn sie es sagt.
and corrupt Lordmere Lake.
Ich habe keine Ahnung von Huntern, weil ich nie einen Hunter spielen würde.
Kathra fled Dalaran to spread chaos throughout the kingdom of Arathor, including the region.
Nur Narzissten. Narzissten. Narzissten spielen Hunter.
Decimating the trees.
Alles meins!
All the cropland. The Council of Tirisfal, an amalgamation of the ancient elven society known as the Council of Silvermoon and the most formidable mages of Dalaran, embarks on a mission to track down demons that have already breached Azeroth's realm and to thwart any further incursions. Led by Meryl Winterstone, the Council set its sights on confronting
würde
the
ich
demons.
ja sogar, also wenn du
Their efforts were stopped as the demon proved too powerful.
kein Damage machen willst
Death
und
council member.
schlecht
His
heilen.
reign of terror over the Silverpine Forest and its surrounding environment was brought to an end when he was banished by Aladai, the first guardian of Tirisfal. In the wake
Dann
of his
kann man auch
banishment,
Pala
the
spielen.
Apocalypse was left behind. The southern regions of the Silverpine Forest, including Pyrewood Village and Ambermill, were originally part of the kingdom of Gilneas until they became isolated. Fast forwarding through millennia, after the Silverpine Forest lay in ruins following the devastation wrought by the Burning Legion demons, and in the aftermath of the opening and subsequent closure of the Dark Portal, in modern history, the orcs left behind found themselves imprisoned. While some humans advocated for their immediate execution, King Menethil II of Lordaeron chose mercy and established internment camps for them across the land. Meanwhile, within his own kingdom, King Greymane of Gilneas grew increasingly discontented with the allocation of Gilnean resources to the maintenance of orc internment camps and the construction of Nethergard Keep. In discussion with his advisor Godfrey, Greymane questioned the wisdom of following his advisor's advice in aligning with the Alliance, arguing that it had only resulted in the loss of Gilnean lives. Expressing his intention to withdraw from the Alliance and fortify Gilneas against external threats, Greymane and his advisor, Godfrey, considered a plan to build a wall through Lord Crowley's lands, effectively cutting off Pyrewood Village and Ambermill from the rest of the kingdom. With Crowley's lands naturally bordered by mountains, the wall could be seamlessly integrated. Greymane, confident in his decision, believed Lord Crowley would support his motives. Subsequently, the Kingdom of Quel'Thalas withdrew from the Alliance, citing human leadership failures that led to the destruction of their forests during the war. This, coupled with the financial burdens of rebuilding Stormwind and the release of orcs from the internment camps by Thrall, tensions within the remaining Alliance factions escalated. The crumbling of the Alliance of Lordaeron prompted the Kingdom of Gilneas to sever all military ties with the Alliance. Determined to shield his kingdom from future threats, Greymane initiated the construction of his protective wall, effectively sealing the kingdom off from the Silverpine Forest and the lands beyond. As Gilneas constructed the Greymane Wall to seclude themselves from the rest of the realm, other ominous forces were gathering strength. The being known as the Lich King had emerged some years earlier, born from the mortal shell of Ner'zhul, an elder shaman and chieftain of the Orcish Shadowmoon clan who had been ensnared by a malevolent demon lord known as Kil'jaeden. Transformed into the
Ner'zhul?
Lich King, Ner'zhul's
Ist der Lich King?
encased in the mystical ice of the Frozen Throne atop the Ice-Crowned Glacier in the distant Northrend. From this icy fortress, he began amassing an army of the dead, giving rise to the undead scourge, with the singular objective of weakening the world in anticipation of an invasion by the Burning Legion. Unlike the Orcish Horde's previous attempts at conquest over Azeroth, this new army was immune to the internal strife that had stopped forces before. Now unchallenged in his icy domain, the Lich King unleashed the devastating plague of undeath, spreading it southward into human lands. As the plague swept through the human territories, more and more countless humans succumbed to Ner'zhul's life-draining infections. With the aid of Kel'Thuzad and the Cult of the Damned, the plague spread rapidly, contaminating numerous villages in Lordaeron's northern regions. Those infected with the plague perished and rose again as obedient servants of the Lich King. These events unfolding in the northern reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms would later be remembered as the Scourging of Lordaeron. While the full tale of the Scourge is a narrative for another occasion, relative to today's narrative is the reality that this Scourge army would eventually spread far and wide, reaching the lands of Silverpine Forest. Invading the woods, the Scourge swiftly advanced through the forest only to be met by the imposing barrier of the now complete Greymane Wall. Despite their initial progress, the Scourge found themselves halted by the formidable defences of the wall. Undeterred, they launched relentless assaults upon the gates in a bid to breach the secluded city beyond. Though their numbers were modest at first, the Scourge forces steadily grew over time, showing no signs of fatigue or retreat. Fearing an imminent breach, King Gen Greymane took the drastic step of opening the gates, allowing Gilnean soldiers to pour forth into the Silverpine Forest. Yet, tragically, the Scourge proved too formidable, overcoming the valiant efforts of the Gilnean soldiers and conscripting them into their ranks of undeath. After the Scourge decimated Gilnean's defenders, King Greymane resorted to increasingly drastic measures to safeguard his city. Our exploration of the Silverpine Forest now takes a compelling twist as we delve into the story of Archmage Arugal. Once a revered patriot of Gilneas and a distinguished royal archmage, Arugal later became affiliated with the Kirin Tor of Dalaran. He often resided at Valgan's Field in the northern reaches of the Silverpine Forest. Following the devastation wrought by the Scourge upon Dalaran and its inhabitants, Arugal returned to his native Gilneas. As the Scourge threatened the Greymane Wall, King Gen Greymane sought Arugal's expertise in safeguarding the kingdom. Recalling tales of a mysterious wolf-like race, Arugal proposed enlisting their aid, despite cautioning the king about their formidable prowess. The king agreed, and essentially Gilneas had called upon the Worgen. The Worgen are large wolf-like humanoids primarily dwelling in the forests of Azeroth. Contracting the Worgen curse occurs through bites or consuming the blood of a Worgen, which results in the transformation of humans and night elves into these creatures. Following transformation, individuals are overwhelmed by rage and guilt and gradually lose their former selves, succumbing to the madness. However, through medication, magic and self-discipline, Worgen can control their emotions and resist their feral instincts. Some willingly embrace their new existence. Neither holy man nor beast, they form tribal societies called packs. Examples spread across Azeroth being the Bloodfang, Nightbane and the Blood Moon. The origins of these creatures trace back thousands of years, precisely 9,300 years. In the ancient records of Kalimdor's past, amidst a fierce conflict between night elves and demonic satyrs, a group of druids pursued a potent but unpredictable druid form that embodied the wrath of the wolf ancient Goldrick. Led by R'hllor Fangfire, these druids of the pack aimed to harness and control the wild fury inherent in the chosen form. They willingly subjected themselves to the energies of the Side of Elune, a mystical relic forged from Goldrin's fang and the Staff of Elune. However, instead of tempering their rage, the artifact transformed R'hllor and his followers into the Worgen, primal beings driven by instinct. Consumed by relentless anger, R'hllor's druids rampaged through friend and foe.
Das kann man dann 5 Minuten in die Mikrowelle machen.
Night elves wounded by these savage attacks were afflicted with the curse and turned into Worgens themselves. In a desperate attempt to halt the curse's spread, Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage reluctantly banished the Worgen
Mit rote Beete.
in the Emerald Stream, where they would slumber peacefully for
Dänisch.
eternity, or so he thought. Tasked with defending Gilneas from the attacking Scourge, Arugal turned to the research of a mage named Yer. The mage had delved into the mysteries of shadow magic and otherworldly beings before perishing during the siege of Dalaran. Archmage Arugal shared his discoveries with Gen Greymane, revealing the existence of formidable creatures with unnatural strength and ferocity. Sensing that they lay dormant but yearned for liberation, he proposed to unleash them with Gen's approval. However, Arugal harboured doubts about their uncontrollable nature, fearing they might defy command. With the Gilnean forces suffering heavy losses below, options were scarce. Reluctantly, the king consented, stipulating that Arugal summon one for inspection. And then, with permission granted, Arugal called forth more, including Alpha Prime, the name given to R'hllor Fangfire when he was transformed into the very first Worgen. They put the Worgen against the Scourge beyond the wall, and as the battle raged outside, Arugal commenced his summoning ritual. Opening a rift to the Emerald Dream, he beckoned the Worgen into Silverpine Forest. Swiftly, the Wolfmen unleashed their wrath upon the Scourge, exceeding even Arugal's expectations in power and ferocity. Although they successfully vanquished the Scourge, as Arugal expected, the Worgen proved to be uncontrollable. and began unleashing their feral fury upon the Gilnean soldiers. As a result, King Greymane commanded the withdrawal of his troops from the Silver Pine Forest and the permanent sealing of the Greymane Wall's gates. Yet, during the retreat, some returning soldiers were afflicted and succumbed to the Worgen's curse, essentially introducing the affliction into the now sealed off Kingdom of Gilneas. The loyalists of Gilneas believed that peace had somewhat been restored to the realm. However, the notion of a secure, self-sustaining kingdom, protected and isolated from the world, couldn't have been more misguided. Over time, accounts of peculiar assaults and vanishings multiplied across the city. The Worgen curse was starting to spread through the Kingdom of Gilneas, eroding the kingdom's humanity, an account deserving of its own tale. Subsequently, Worgen that remained outside of the walls of the kingdom besieged a keep within Silverpine Forest. The fortress overlooked the humble hamlet of Pyrewood Village, and the infiltration of the Worgen plunged it into darkness and decay. This keep had once been an integral part of Gilneas, serving as the residence of the Lords of Pyrewood Village under the authority of Lord Darius Crowley's lineage.
Okay, das interessiert sie nicht.
Silverlane presided over the
Die nette Jägerin.
His loyal forces were led by Commander Springvale, a valiant paladin of the Silver Hand. In the wake of Arugal's Worgen rampage through Silverpine, the keep fell under siege, resulting in the demise of Baron Silverlane and his family. Consumed by despair and guilt for these events, Arugal embraced the Worgen as his progeny and sought refuge within the walls of the keep, christening it.
Dumme Sau, komm her!
And it became entwined with Worgen and the spirits of the fallen Baron and his household. It was here that Alpha Prime and Arugal formed the Wolf Cult, with the aim of recovering the lost Scythe of Elune. This cult sought out humans who volunteered to embrace the Worgen curse, and swiftly the curse proliferated among the human populace of Silverpine, morphing regular individuals into savage, untamed beasts. Arugal became a pivotal figure in the wolf cult, orchestrating the conversion of Silverpine's populace into the Worgen, many of the citizens being cursed to take on the Worgen form whenever the sun set over the forests. Those who rallied under Alpha Prime formed the Bloodfang Pack, while those under Arugal's command formed the Shadowfang Pack, and others afflicted with the curse, transforming solely under the cover of night, comprised the Moonrage Pack. Shielded by his loyal Worgen minions and the spectral guardians of the keep, Arugal set out on a new mission to ensnare most of the forest's inhabitants with the curse. And some of the notable locations that succumbed to the Worgen transformation were Pyrewood Village and the Deep Ellum Mine.
Shit, Flecker hat den Nagel gesehen, Alter.
Shadowfang Keep, later within the collective. Before the onset of the Third War, Amber Mill held significance in the Silverpine Forest, primarily serving as a hub for lumber harvesting. However, in the aftermath of the Scourge and the Burning Legion's devastation across the Northern Territories, the rebuilding mages of Dalaran began strategizing the town's potential utility. Positioned atop a dormant ley line energy node, Amber Mill became a focal point for the Kirin Tor's efforts to reactivate it for a large-scale project.
Pepsi Max Lemon!
Dalaran were occupied with rebuilding the shattered city, and the citizens of Gilneas had been sealed behind the Greymane Wall. There was no one left to tend to the needs of the forest. The Scourge had ravaged the crops, setting them ablaze, while the plague of undeath began to afflict the trees, draining them of life and leaving them diseased. Amidst the scattered remnants of Alliance resistance throughout Lordaeron, the largest concentration had gathered within the Silverpine Forest post the Third War. This group, known as the Remnant of the Alliance, was under the leadership of Grand Marshal Othmar Garithos. During this time, the Scourge had effectively transformed Lordaeron and Quel'Thalos into desolate plague lands. As we mentioned, only a few pockets of Alliance resistance remained. One such faction comprised of High Elves, who all rallied under the banner of the last of the Sunstrider lineage, Prince Kael'thas. A skilled mage in his own right, Kael'thas grew disillusioned with the weakening alliance. The High Elves mourned the loss of their homeland and adopted the name Blood Elves to honour their fallen kin. Despite their efforts to repel the Scourge, they suffered greatly from the absence of the Sunwell, which had once fueled their magic. Now let's delve into the story of Illidan Stormwatch, because it is relevant to the Silverpine Forest. Originally, Illidan was a formidable night elf who made a controversial decision during the War of the Ancients by siding with the demonic Burning Legion. Despite his betrayal, some argue that his intentions were honourable, as he sought to repel the Legion's invasion from within. Afterward, he returned to the Night Elf ranks, but his creation of a second Well of Eternity led to his people branding him the Betrayer and banishing him beneath Mount Hyjal for over 10,000 years. During the Third War, when the Legion once again threatened Azeroth, Tyrande Whisperwind freed Illidan to aid in the battle against the demons. In a desperate move, Illidan absorbed the fell energies of the skull of Gul'dan, transforming him into a demon to vanquish the Dreadlord Tichondrius. However, this action again led to his banishment by his brother Malfurion. Illidan was reported to have fled across the Great Sea. Following the Legion's defeat, Illidan once again siding the demonic Burning Legion by agreeing to eliminate Kil'jaeden's traitorous creation, the Lich King, and Illidan was doing so to gain insight into his true adversary, the Burning Legion. Upon
Einfach
arriving
direkt
at Lordaeron's shores, Illidan swiftly
fragen, was es
traveled to the
gibt.
Silver Pine Forest to reach Dalaran, where he commenced using the Eye of Sargeras to rupture the Frozen Throne and obliterate Icecrown. In pursuit of Illidan, Tyrande, Malfurion and Maiev
Nee, hat er nicht. Oder ist es ein Dine, der ist so freundlich. Der benutzt ja nicht mal seinen Aspect of the Monkey. Der wird ja 1000-mal schneller sein als ich. Hat alles ausgemacht. Er, sie, es.
To commune with the land spirits, Malfurion departed, leaving Tyrande and Maiev alone. He urged them to resolve their differences while he attended to his spiritual connection. As they commenced their search for Illidan, they encountered a band of Alliance Blood Elves, led by Prince Kael'thas. The elves were besieged by the Scourge and preparing to evacuate across the nearby River Arvas, a river in the Silver Pine Forest running past Pyrewood Village. Despite Maiev's objections, Tyrande insisted on aiding them, citing the Alliance's support during the conflict with the Burning Legion. Together, Tyrande and Maiev repelled the Scourge's assault and escorted the Blood Elves to safety. However, their journey was interrupted by an ambush at Pyrewood Village. Tyrande directed the Blood Elves to cross the river while she held off the attackers. Dismissing Maev's skepticism, Tyrande remained resolute in her faith in Elune's protection. As the undead advanced, Tyrande invoked the power of the stars to decimate her adversaries. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, the place beneath her collapsed, sweeping Tyrande downstream into enemy territory. Maiev then ordered her new Blood Elf allies to help continue her hunt for Illidan Stormrage, rather than to go after and save Tyrande. Malfurion and Maiev would later reunite after discovering Illidan's utilization of the Eye of Sargeras in an attempt to shatter the Frozen Throne. His spell was stopped by Maiev and Malfurion, who perceived Illidan as a threat to the world. Ensnared by his brother, Illidan rebuked Malfurion, labelling him a fool for obstructing his attempt to eliminate the Lich King. It was here where Maiev informed Malfurion that Tyrande had been killed by the Scourge. Heartbroken over Tyrande's supposed demise, Illidan received unexpected news from Prince Kael'thas, suggesting that Tyrande may still be alive. Disputing Maiev's account, Kael'thas revealed that Tyrande had not been torn apart by the undead, but instead swept away by the river's currents, and informed Malfurion that the Blood Elves had been ordered to pursue the Demon Hunter over saving the High Priestess. In response, Malfurion detained Maiev and immediately set out to locate Tyrande. He pleaded for the opportunity to aid his brother in locating Tyrande. Accompanied by his loyal Naga, he located Tyrande amidst a fierce undead onslaught. Together they fought through the undead until they reached her, and she was surprised by Illidan's assistance, and when he safely delivered her to Malfurion.
Guck mal an, so klein ist die Welt.
Malfurion then granted Illidan freedom, under the condition that he would never pose a threat to the Night Elves ever again. Seeking reconciliation with his brother, Illidan agreed. Upon his release, he opened a portal to Outland using a residual rift from Kel'Thuzad's summoning of Archimonde. Fleeing hastily, he was then pursued by Maiev, who could not come to terms with his redemption, and the following tale that unfolds leads us into the lore of Outland and the Burning Crusade, a story for another time. Seeking a solution to their people's addiction to magic, Kael'thas made a controversial decision. He embraced his highborn heritage and allied with Illidan's Stormrage and his Naga, hoping to find an alternative power source. This move earned condemnation from the remaining Alliance leaders, who branded the Blood Elves as traitors and severed ties with them permanently. During the same era, a faction of undead, exhibiting greater intelligence and self-awareness than their counterparts, splintered from the Scourge and established their own group, known as the Forsaken. Following the Scourge's devastating rampage across Lordaeron and the obliteration of the Kingdom of Lordaeron by Arthas Menethil in the Third War, these undead Forsaken claimed dominion over much of the ravaged territory. Their primary stronghold emerged within the Undercity, situated in the royal catacombs beneath the ruins of Lordaeron's capital city, Interestful Glades. Swiftly asserting their authority over these lands, the Forsaken expanded their influence into the Silver Pine Forest in their pursuit of control. Recognizing the impossibility of attaining complete dominion over all territories, the Forsaken forged an alliance, excuse the pun, with the Horde to bolster their power. The Forsaken established a camp along the western shoreline of the area, originally serving as a mere burial ground along the Silver Pine Crossroad. The Sepulchre underwent a significant transformation following the conclusion of the Third War. The resourceful Forsaken repurposed the ancient crypt into their primary stronghold within the region. Surrounded by threats including the Worgen to the south, the Scourge to the east, and the Kirin Tor forces to the southeast, it stood as one of the free havens for the Horde adventurers in the entire region. Returning to the tales of the mages in Ambermill, their plans to reactivate the dormant leyline energy node was stopped by the Forsaken, who feared losing control of the Silverpine Forest if the node was reactivated. Upon capturing one of their prisoners, the Deathstalkers discovered that the Kirin Tor mages at Ambermill had stored crucial documents concerning Dalaran's current status. Menek Karkad enlisted the help of an adventurous rogue to acquire these documents. For Alliance adventurers journeying to the Tirisfal Glades and beyond, Ambermill provided a secure refuge. The Forsaken were keen to uncover the reason behind the Kirin Tor's occupation of the town, and were equally determined to obliterate it. Now that we've delved into the lore of the humans, the Worgen, the Night Elves, and even the Forsaken in the Silverpine Forest, there's one intriguing aspect of Silverpine's history we've yet to explore. And it all unfolds on Fenris Isle, amidst the waters of Lordemere Lake. It's here that a young mage from Dalaran, Thruel Ravenclaw, decided to set his dark plans of domination into motion. Thruel, along with his two friends, Bethor Ishard and Gunther Arcanus, had once crafted a magic wand, a symbol of their friendship, by merging their apprentice wands together. However, their friendship shattered when Thruel willingly surrendered his soul to the Lich King. Despite his disdain for the wand, Thruel couldn't bear to part with it or allow others to possess it. Consequently, he stole the wand and concealed it within Fenris Keep. Additionally, he betrayed his chief servant and bodyguard, Alaric, offering his head to the Gnolls. This peculiar alliance with the Gnolls extended further as Thruel assumed leadership of the Rothhide Gnolls afflicted by the Lich King's plague. He devised the embalming Ichor to resurrect these plagued gnolls into the undead gnolls that infested Fenris Isle. Additionally, he concocted the Rothhide Ichor to empower these undead gnolls, enabling them to carry out their master's commands. Predominantly, the Rothhide gnolls were dedicated to scavenging corpses for the Scourge. Thruel orchestrated the Rothhide gnolls' raids against the Forsaken and any adversaries of their master. They aggressively assaulted anyone who approached Fenris Keep in Lordemere Lake. The island often drew attention of Horde adventurers, who were sent there in an attempt to uncover the truth behind the events of Fenris Isle. After a period of time, Pyrewood Village fell entirely under the grip of the Worgen curse, transforming its inhabitants into savage beasts by night. During daylight hours, they resumed their human forms, offering provisions to Alliance travellers, albeit with a palpable air of hostility emanating from Shadowfang Keep. Governed by the Pyrewood Council, all of whom were servants of Arogal, the village was effectively under the Archmage's control while he attended to matters at Shadowfang Keep. The Forsaken, expanding their influence across the northern eastern kingdoms, grew increasingly wary of Pyrewood Village's activities, particularly following the disappearance of one of their apothecaries, Apothecary Barad. Deathstalker Fairleia suspected that without the Pyrewood Council's guidance, the sons of Arogal would revolt against their master. Upon learning that Arogal himself had transformed Barad into a Worgen, the Forsaken orchestrated the council's demise. Slain by Horde adventurers, the council's defeat left Pyrewood Village in ruins, paving the way for the Forsaken to seize control. With the council eliminated, the focus shifted to Arogal himself, the mastermind behind all of these events. In a monumental battle, Horde adventurers stormed the keep in a bid to eradicate the monstrous threat. Ultimately, Arogal met his demise, his head severed by agents of the Horde. And subsequently, with Shadowfang Keep now pretty much empty and still in ruins, the Crown Chemical Company, an independent undead and goblin organisation, became the sole occupants of the keep, utilising it as a base of operations for their nefarious schemes in the ensuing years. Following the demise of Archmage Arogal and his Worgen forces within Shadowfang Keep, the Forsaken's plans for full domination of the forest were set into motion. And as the Forsaken took control of the region with very little resistance, the forests of Silverpine fell into a period of relative quietude. However, as the chilly Silverpine breeze rustled through the trees, the events unfolding beyond the imposing Greymane Wall grew increasingly intense. The Worgen curse was spreading. As a result of the events surrounding the Battle of the Wrathgate in Northrend, the Forsaken found themselves at odds with both the rest of the Horde and its leadership. With Warchief Garrosh Hellscream now in control of the Horde, he tasked Sylvanus Windrunner with seizing Gilneas to establish a southern Lordaeron port for the Horde. The Forsaken initiated a direct assault on the Greymane Wall, yet despite their bold efforts and daring attacks, the combined strength of the Gilnean troops defending it and the wall's formidable defences easily repelled them. While the Gilnean defences remained strong, signs of deterioration began to manifest along the Greymane Wall. We're not going to delve into the lore behind the invasion of Gilneas in this tale for two reasons. Firstly, it's too extensive to cover within this narrative, and secondly, the events beyond the Greymane Wall, though relevant, extend beyond the scope of our current focus of Silverpine, and thus the full details won't be recounted in this
Unleben.
However, a brief recollection of how the invasion affected the forest is still needed. The Gilneas invasion unfolded in several phases. First, the evacuation of the Gilnean residents, followed by the Alliance's response.
Völkermord begehen, nennt man das.
From Silverpine Forest.
Fräulein.
Forsaken launched an invasion.
Völkermord.
Many of its
Richtig.
to seek refuge in Darnassus. It's worth noting here that the Greymane Wall did not collapse due to pressure from the Forsaken, but rather from damage sustained from Deathwing's cataclysm. In the second phase, the Gilneas Liberation Front, the Bloodfang Pack, and the 7th Legion joined forces to combat the Forsaken and the Horde, and this is where the Silverpine Forest becomes more relevant again, as the fighting
buffs
back out into the forest. While the majority of Gilneans sought refuge in Darnassus,
Fucking Dragon Slayer Buff, ey. Hallo, ich mache 700 Megaschaden hier.
Remained to combat the Forsaken and reclaim their homeland.
Bonk.
Fighting not only in Gilneas but also in the Silverpine Forest, they achieved some minor victories despite being significantly outnumbered by the growing Forsaken forces. Employing guerrilla warfare and ambush tactics, the Liberation Front proved to be highly effective against their foes. As their operations expanded into Silverpine, Lord Crowley forged an alliance with the Bloodfang Pack, led by Ivor Bloodfang. Sylvanus learned of this alliance through her operatives in Silverpine. Led by Deathstalker Commander Belmont, the Bloodfang Worgen conducted relentless ambushes, decimating Forsaken forces in the region. The Forsaken, recognizing the new threat and the need to address their unorthodox tactics, began to increase their numbers by targeting the Hillsbrad human refugees that had settled in the region. The Gnolls and Thule Ravenclaw had previously been driven out of Fenris Keep by the Worgen, leaving it vacant and eventually serving as a refuge for fleeing humans after the Forsaken devastated Hillsbrad foothills. The Forsaken travelled to Fenris Isle and started to eliminate these refugees with the intention of raising them as Forsaken using Sylvanus' new servants, the Valkyr. However, Lord Crowley and Ivor Bloodfang seized these attacks as an opportunity to persuade the humans of Fenris Isle to become Worgen. By offering them the chance to drink their Worgen blood, they would become Worgen and thus be immune to the Valkyr's necromantic magic while also gaining the means to seek revenge on the Forsaken. This single act significantly bolstered the Worgen numbers. Although a large number of them were killed by artillery fire when attempting to assault Horde outposts by crossing Lordemere Lake, it barely made a dent in the Worgen numbers. As the fighting in Silverpine persisted, the Forsaken received word that Lord Crowley and Bloodfang would be meeting in the abandoned Deep Ellum mine. Sylvanus seized the opportunity, sending her best warriors under the command of one of her elites, Master Fortescue, to trap and corner the Worgen leaders in the mine, which only had one entrance. However, the meeting turned out to be the trap. Instead of finding Crowley and Bloodfang, the Forsaken discovered the entire shaft of the mine rigged with explosives. An entire squadron of veteran Forsaken troopers, along with Fortescue, was slaughtered. Only one lone Horde agent survived the trap. Simultaneously, another large group of Forsaken veteran troopers and catapults had been crossing Ulsan's Farthing, only to be ambushed brutally by the Bloodfang pack, leaving no survivors. King Gen Greymane, having arrived in Stormwind, appealed to Varian Rin for assistance to the Gilneas Liberation Front. With the Forsaken wreaking havoc in the north, the potential strategic importance of Gilneas for the Alliance, and empathising with the plight of their newfound allies, King Varian required little persuasion to lend his support. The king dispatched his elite soldiers, the 7th Legion, to ensure victory in Gilneas. With the arrival of the 7th Legion, the Forsaken will
Kann man das Hörspiel eigentlich gut hören? Oder bist du nicht nur blind, sondern auch taub?
Forsaken losses, Sylvanas Windrunner issued orders for a Horde agent to lead a crucial assault on Amber Mill. Driven by the imperative of survival, the Kirin Tor mages of Amber Mill and Dalaran Crater, left behind to safeguard the land in anticipation of Dalaran's return, forged an agreement with the Alliance. This pact aimed to shield themselves from the relentless assaults of the Forsaken, who had been targeting the mages in recent years and continued to pose a threat in the present. They pledged to join forces with the Stormwind army when the opportune moment arrived to fend them off. In the interim, they employed a protective measure by phasing the entire population of Amber Mill into a pocket dimension, ensuring their safety until the impending conflict. During their absence, the mages entrusted the maintenance of Amber Mill to numerous elemental servitors. However, a Horde adventurer, aided by Dalar Dawnweaver, a former archmage of the Kirin Tor, who had long been affiliated with the Forsaken of Undercity, utilized the Amber Mill Codex to locate the portal to Amber Mill's pocket dimension in Baron's Peril. Entering the portal with the Dalaran Archmage's signet ring, obtained after defeating Relios the Relic Keeper, the Horde adventurer restored the town to its original state by overwhelming the arcane powers.
Und ich bin vom Level her viel zu doll, oder?
Forsaken army, already positioned at the border in readiness for an attack, stormed
Ich meine, so ein bisschen soll sich das beides absenken, wenn ich rede.
while the Valkyr promptly reanimated them as new Forsaken. Following this modest triumph at Amber Mill, Sylvanas issued orders for an assault on Pyrewood Village. This settlement had fallen under the control of a sizable contingent of 7th Legion troops, who had effectively neutralized most of the Forsaken forces stationed there. Despite this setback, the Forsaken swiftly reclaimed Pyrewood Village. After eliminating the remaining 7th Legion forces and rescuing any surviving Forsaken troops, the village was burned to the ground. Subsequently, the Forsaken redirected their efforts towards the 7th Legion base camp. Mirroring the composition of the Pyrewood forces, the base camp was predominantly manned by non-human 7th Legion members, primarily dwarves. The Forsaken group orchestrated the assassination of General Marston and plundered the 7th Legion battle plan, securing a significant advantage for the
Mystery Meat.
Regarding
Dead Inside, jawohl.
Forsaken obtained crucial intelligence.
Ich brauche mehr solche Dinger. Jetzt müssen wir mal gucken, ey.
Camp was under the command of none other than Lorna Crowley, the daughter of Lord
Das Rewards hier da.
himself. Unlike most of the Gilnean forces, Lorna had not undergone the transformation into a Worgen, making her susceptible to being slain and raised as a Forsaken. With this knowledge in hand, the Forsaken group set out to capture Lorna, intending to leverage her as a bargaining tool to compel Darius Crowley to retreat before the Forsaken were overwhelmed by the forces of Stormwind. Sylvanas traversed the battlefront, a battleground teeming with both Horde and Alliance forces engaged in fierce combat in every corner. Arriving at the shattered gates of the Greymane Wall, Sylvanas convened with Darius Crowley and Ivor Bloodfire. There she presented Crowley with a stark ultimatum. Either he surrendered and immediately withdrew his forces into Gilneas, or his daughter would meet her end and be raised as a Forsaken to serve the Banshee Queen eternally. Faced with the unthinkable fate awaiting his daughter, Crowley reluctantly agreed to retreat into Gilneas, prompting a negative reaction from Ivor, who branded him a coward before departing with a howl. Lorna was freed, and Crowley departed with his daughter. As the Alliance fled back into the safety of Gilneas, Sylvanas Windrunner proclaimed the Forsaken's victory and prepared her troops for an assault on Gilneas to eliminate the remaining Alliance forces. But it was here Godfrey committed an unthinkable act. He assassinated Sylvanas Windrunner. In the ensuing chaos, Horde members engaged in a brief duel with Godfrey and his two undead Gilnean comrades, Ashbury and Malden, before being overpowered and forced to retreat to Shadowfang Keep. Promosh ordered the Valkyr to revive the fallen Banshee Queen, and the three Valkyr sacrificed themselves to bring her back. Consumed by fury at Godfrey's betrayal, Sylvanas vowed retribution for his treachery, and affirmed her conviction that the Valkyr were indeed the future of the Forsaken. With her resurrection, the Banshee Queen departed for the Undercity to recuperate, while the Bloodfang Pack and the Gilneas Liberation Front regrouped within Gilneas. Ultimately, in the following days, the Forsaken suffered significant losses, eventually relinquishing all major land bases and holdings in Gilneas to the overpowering Alliance forces. Nonetheless, the region remains a contentious battleground for both the Horde and the Alliance, as they vie for control over the Gilneas' valuable resources. Gilneas would remain in this empty, sorrowful, war-torn state for many years to come. Having betrayed both Gilneas and the Forsaken, Vincent Godfrey, Baron Ashbury and Lord Walden repurposed the abandoned keep as their stronghold against their former allies. The keep turned into a battleground where the Alliance and Horde contended for Godfrey's capture, each faction seeking to eliminate him and seize control of the fortress for themselves. Ivor Bloodfang and then Deathstalker Commander Belmont spearheaded these efforts on behalf of their respective factions. Rumours have it that the three met their demise within Shadowfang Keep at the hands of the Horde and Alliance adventurers. In the ensuing years, the focus on Azeroth's champions shifted away from Gilneas and the Silverpine Forest as the Alliance and Horde ventured to the unexplored lands of Pandaria. This left the forest relatively unchanged since the Gilnean invasion, up until the events of the Battle for Azeroth. Following the Battle for Lordaeron, Silverpine became a prime target for Alliance forces, prompting the remaining Forsaken to defend their dwindling strongholds. Under Deathstalker Hayward's command, the Forsaken claimed Fenris Keep, only to be later ousted by the Bloodfang Pack, who seized control of the island. To aid Undercity refugees in crossing Lordemere Lake, the Horde diverted attention from the Forsaken forces. Meanwhile, the Forsaken repurposed Shadowfang Keep into a bioweapon facility under Chief Plaguebringer Harris's direction, intending to arm themselves against the neighbouring Gilneas. In addition, clashes between the Alliance and the Horde erupted at the Deep Ellum Mine, with the Horde striving to continue mining operations while the Alliance aimed to seize control and disrupt these efforts using gnomish explosives. Lord Darius Crowley led a Gilnean army out of the region to assault the nearby sludge fields in Hillsbrad foothills, thwarting attempts by Warden Stillwater to send undead reinforcements to assail Gilneas. During their expedition to explore Azeroth and document the locations of significant artifacts, Matthias Shaw and Flynn Fairwind ventured into the Silverpine Forest. Shaw identified Ivor Bloodfang as the primary contact in the region, mentioning that the pack leader served as his liaison within Shadowfang Keep. It seemed that the pack had taken control of
LFM SM Lip.
while Fenris Isle had relocated many of the artifacts from Shadowfang to Fenris for safekeeping. Years later, during the rediscovery of the Dragon Isles, the Scarlet Crusade made an unexpected resurgence in the region, seizing control of Fenris Isle and Fenris Keep from the Bloodfang Pack.
So.
This posed a significant threat to the Forsaken holdings in the area, including the ruins of Lordaeron, prompting the Desolate Council to mobilise their forces to eliminate this threat. Engaging in combat in fringe areas of the forest, such as Valgon's Field, they managed to infiltrate the island with the assistance of a Horde.
Ja. SM Lip habe ich verstanden, aber LFM? Looking for Mage?
Sabotage operations against Scarlet outposts, facilitating the invasion by
Oder ist es Looking for Main? Mate. Looking for Mate. Die sollen die Tinte installieren, wenn die für einen Mate suchen. Also, was so dämm ist denn?
The Horde hero against Scarlet Commander Forsyth. With the Crusade leader captured, the undead forces reclaimed the keep and the Isle. Following the battle, the Forsaken bestowed honours upon the hero, with Lillian Voss declaring that Fenris Keep had been reclaimed. However, the fate of the Bloodfang Pack and the artifacts they safeguarded within the keep remained undisclosed. Over time, the Scarlet Crusade expanded its presence into the ruins of the Kingdom of Gilneas. Recently, Gen Greymane initiated efforts to reclaim the lost city, prompting Azeroth's champions to intervene. They embarked on a mission to purge the city of the Scarlet Crusade and eradicate a vermin infestation within its tunnels. Their objective was to vanquish Inquisitor Fairbell and end the Scarlet dominance in the city. Ultimately, with the assistance of Azeroth's champions, Gilneas was reclaimed, and Gen Greymane had recovered his lost city. The future of the city and its inhabitants remains uncertain, the unfolding of destiny yet to be written. And with that, the tale of the Silverpine Forest comes to a close. But our journey through haunted woodland is far from over. Now we must travel south into the Kingdom of Stormwind. Separating the relatively peaceful farmlands of Westfall and the Elwyn Forest from the dangers of the southern jungles, we find a land that has seen more pain and suffering than the Menethil family. Duskwood, a region corrupted by lingering dark energies. Duskwood, once known as Brightwood, resides within the Kingdom of Stormwind, nestled in the southern central reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms, positioned to the south of Elwyn Forest, east of Westfall, west of Deadwind Pass, and north of Stranglethorn Vale. It now exists under an everlasting darkness, a transformation brought about by the malevolent magic unleashed by Medivh's demise. This once scenic part of Elwyn Forest now stands shrouded in gnarled trees with a thick black fog covering the woods, invoking an aura of intrigue, a land of mystery we aim to unravel in this very narrative. The story of Duskwood commences a remarkable 10,000 years in the past, in an era after the fragmentation of the supercontinent known as Kalimdor into the recognizable lands of today in the aftermath of the Great Sundering, a time when the Night Elves reigned supreme over the lands. Their ascendancy stemmed directly from the bestowed power of the original World Tree, Nordrassil, situated atop of Mount Hyjal at the new Well of Eternity's location. The great dragon, Alexstrasza, imbued the tree with vigor and vitality, gifts that augmented the Night Elves' strengths. Additionally, Ysera's blessing bound the tree and the elven druids to the Emerald Dream, granting them unhindered access to her realm, previously accessible only through arduous meditation. However, the most crucial of the blessings came from Nosdormu, ensuring the Night Elves' immortality as long as the tree endured. Embracing this power, the Night Elves delved deeper into Druidism, establishing one of Azeroth's most expansive and formidable empires. Some Druids, driven by their relentless pursuit of knowledge, ventured into forbidden territory by assuming a Druid form deemed taboo to combat the Satyrs during the War of the Satyr. For a deeper insight into the events surrounding this conflict, explore our dedicated tale, accessible to a secure portal provided in the description below. The aftermath of this war led to the establishment of the Cenarian Circle, a cohesive organization tasked with guiding and overseeing the practices of the world's druids. Among the founding members of the Cenarian Circle stood Fandral Staghelm, a venerable night elf renowned for his knowledge and wisdom. For millennia, Staghelm dutifully contributed his expertise to the Circle until a perilous revelation came to light. A peculiar metal known as Saronite began to emerge in various regions across the world of Azeroth. This mysterious substance is intricately linked with the old god Yogg-Saron. Despite the old god being confined within Ulduar, his ominous influence persisted. His black blood seeped into the world and crystallized into the Saronite. This malevolent metal possesses the capability to corrupt all it comes into contact with. The appearance of Saronite on Azeroth was first documented approximately 4,500 years ago, manifesting in areas such as Ashenvale, Crystalsong Forest, Feralus, the Hinterlands, and notably Duskwood, referred to as Brightwood during that era. When Staghelm caught wind of these widespread selenite deposits plaguing the lands, it is rumoured that he bypassed consulting the Cenarian Circle and instead took matters into his own hands. In a bid to halt the spread of Saronite across the world, Staghelm and his closest followers secretly obtained 6 enchanted branches from the World Tree Nordrassil. They then strategically planted these branches in Ashenvale, Crystalsong Forest, Feralus, the Hinterlands, and in an area of Duskwood known to us today as the Twilight Grove. And from these branches grew the Great Trees. These Great Trees effectively purged the Saronite deposits from their respective regions. Encouraged by their success, the Druids planted the final and most significant bough in Northrend, where it rapidly grew into the world tree known as Andrassil. Over time, these great trees flourished in their designated locations. Despite their pivotal role in eradicating the Saronite, the significance of these great trees gradually waned in the ensuing millennia. They left many adventurers puzzled about their origins upon first encountering them. Each great tree is accompanied by a portal, and it is said that the druids could utilize these portals beneath the great trees to traverse the Emerald Stream. Unbeknownst to the Circle, Yogg-Saron had exploited the trees planted by Staghelm, using them as a conduit to access the Emerald Stream. Through these trees, the old gods disseminated small seeds of corruption into the Dreamways, eventually polluting the dream and giving rise to what would later be known as the Emerald Nightmare. Additionally, the dragons of the Nightmare emerged from these portals, guarding the portals with utmost dedication, deterring even the most seasoned of fighters. Advancing through time, the next notable milestone in our exploration of Duskwood's tale is the arrival of the humans. In ancient times, human tribes hailing from the kingdom of Arathor flourished in the northern regions of what we now call the Eastern Kingdoms. Arathor's influence persisted for over a millennium until it fractured into the Seven Kingdoms. Around 1,200 years before the events of the Dark Portal, noble families from Strom sought to depart the Arathi Highlands, seeking greener pastures in the northern territories of Lordaeron. Alongside this, led by Faldir, a descendant of Thoradin's lineage, some remaining Arathi descendants embarked on a southward expedition to establish Stormwind. Legends whispered in the northern realms spoke of the fading remnants of the Arathi disappearing into the southern wilderness of Azeroth following the dissolution of Arathor. Crossing the rugged mountains of Khazmodan, their challenging journey concluded as they settled in the southern expanse of the continent, vaguely also named Azeroth. Nestled in a verdant valley, they founded Stormwind, swiftly emerging as a self-sufficient force. Initially the smallest and most secluded human nation, Stormwind gradually prospered, cultivating numerous farmland in the fertile vicinity. As Stormwind's populace grew, quaint towns sprouted around the Elwyn Forest, Westfall, the Redridge Mountains, and of course the region that would come to be known to the humans of that era as Brightwood. Our narrative of Duskwood now takes a sinister turn as we delve into the involvement of Medivh. Despite the details of Medivh's life being far too vast to be fully recounted here, a brief account is still relevant. Medivh, the son of Aegwyn, the guardian of Tirisfal, was destined to follow in his mother's illustrious footsteps as the protector of the land. As the kingdom of Stormwind expanded, venturing into uncharted territories, it inevitably clashed with the indigenous inhabitants of the land. One such conflict arose with the Gurobashi trolls of the Stranglethorn Vale, a region located just south of Duskwood. For more details on this war, you can refer to our Tales of Elwyn Forest or Stranglethorn Vale. The war reached its climax with the decimation of large troll armies outside the gates of Stormwind, as Medivh unleashed his formidable power upon them. Following these events, Medivh became apprehensive about his powers, and later embarked on a journey to Karazhan to seek guidance from his mother on how to control them. Karazhan, a mage tower constructed in secrecy by the guardian Aegwyn approximately 600 years prior to the First War, served as his destination. It was during his time at Karazhan that Medivh encountered Morose, a companion of Aegwyn. Morose agreed to assist Medivh and oversee Karazhan, assuming the role of his castellan. Over time, Medivh fell increasingly under the influence of Sargeras, the corrupted titan and leader of the Burning Legion. Sargeras began to manipulate Medivh's thoughts and emotions towards a sinister end. As the darkness within Medivh grew, his isolation as the new guardian was thought to be the cause, and Morose suggested an alternative approach. If Medivh could not trust the Kirin Tor or the Council of Tirisfal, perhaps inviting people from the surrounding regions for a banquet would prove beneficial. Morose believed that their motives would be genuine, driven only by curiosity, and their company might lift his spirits. In the ensuing years, Medivh hosted numerous gatherings, and indeed his mood appeared to improve. As the tale unfolds, Medivh's journey led him to confront the Orcish warlock, Corrgan, ultimately resulting in the opening of the Dark Portal. At a subsequent banquet in Karazhan, following the portal's unveiling, Aegwyn made a startling revelation upon confronting her son. Medivh was possessed by Sargeras. Driven to madness by the malevolent demon, Medivh resorted to draining the life force of all nearby humans in a desperate struggle against his own mother. Among the victims were nobles from Grand Hamlet, a quiet, peaceful town located in Brightwood. These events marked a significant and devastating loss for this peaceful town. The horror didn't cease there. At some point during the First War, Grand Hamlet fell prey to relentless orc raiding parties, their numbers swelling as they prepared to besiege the town. Though the forces of Stormwind valiantly held them off for a time, the relentless advance of the old horde ultimately led to the town's demise. As you may know, the dark saga of Duskwood doesn't conclude with the tragic fate of the citizens of Grand Hamlet. In a tale reserved for another time, towards the end of the Second War, Medivh would later meet his end at the hands of the Stormwind forces led by Anduin Lothar, Khadgar, and
Stimmt, ist eine Mission, ist Mission 4 oder 5 in Warcraft 1, haben wir schon gemacht.
Corrupting the surrounding areas of Karazhan. This corruption extended into the Deadwind Pass and then seeped into
Ich habe ja mal Warcraft 1 und 2 gespielt
into a perilous, thorn-ridden blight, shrouded
und dann damit aufgehört, weil es einfach, man merkt, wie schlecht es einfach ist. Also zu spielen. Das Spiel selbst ist geil, aber Die Mechaniken von dem Warcraft 1 sind echt...
not only altered the terrain of the vicinity, but also affected the inhabitants dwelling within. Once, Elwyn Forest harbored a community of spiders coexisting peacefully within the forests. Yet, as the curse shrouded Duskwood, transforming the tranquil woodland into a realm of dread, these spiders underwent grotesque mutations, swelling to monstrous sizes. The lurking venomous arachnids commenced hunting their unsuspecting prey throughout the shadowed reaches of the land. However, in the face of such adversity, the humans of the realm proved their resilience. Despite the curse casting an eternal night over the land, they refused to abandon the region. Following the Alliance's triumph over the Horde at the conclusion of the Second War, the citizens of the once picturesque Brightwood dared to reclaim their ravaged dwellings in the newly christened and cursed territory of Duskwood. Darkshire emerged from the ashes of Grand Hamlet, its reconstruction aided by the guidance of Supreme Commander Tyrellian. Under his watchful eye, the kingdom's citizens were repatriated, breathing new life into the town with its solemn yet fitting new name. In a tale not recounted here, following King Varian Rin's disappearance, the Kingdom of Stormwind withdrew its troops from Duskwood due to the political machinations of Lady Katrana Prestor. Left to fend for themselves, the Night Watch was formed to defend against the various threats that plagued the reborn town of Darkshire. Initially led by Commander Althea Ebenlock, the Night Watch consisted of locals who underwent training to protect their home. They faced mutated spiders, marauding wolves, and an abomination crafted by the necromancer Abercrombie the Embalmer. Abercrombie, a Ravenhill alchemist, had been driven mad by his wife Eliza's death. He resorted to dark magic, placing his own heart within her corpse to revive her. This act cursed Eliza with a craving for human flesh, compelling Abercrombie to keep her buried. In his madness, and through unwitting adventurers' assistance, Abercrombie created the abominable Stitches, with the sole purpose to terrorize Darkshire. However, these threats would be but fragments of larger peril. The gravest danger looming over Darkshire and all of Duskwood was the relentless menace of the undead. Morbant Fell, a human necromancer, rose to prominence in the shadowed recesses of the region. Driven by visions of conquest, he raised an army of the undead from the graves of Duskwood, and he also acquired deceased bodies from the grave robber known as Dextran Ward. Ward would later be executed for his heinous crimes after serving time in the Stormwind stockades. From his eerie abode atop Forlorn Row in Ravenhill Cemetery, Morbant Fell wielded control over the undead hordes. Legend has it that Morbant Fell was linked to a sinister group known as the Dark Riders, a connection we'll delve into following this next tale of sorrow. As darkness continued its relentless advance across the land, some brave townsfolk ventured forth to uncover its source. Soon after setting out on their quest, the citizens of Darkshire vanished without a trace, their last known whereabouts being the foreboding Tower of Karazhan. This place believed to be the epicenter of the curse shrouding the land. A rescue mission was swiftly organized, entrusted to 3 battle-hardened individuals. Leading the charge was Duggan, a paladin loyal to the Kingdom of Stormwind and the Order of the Silver Hand. Having witnessed the horrors of the Second War, Duggan had made his home in Duskwood, with his wife Adina and their twin daughters, Lonia and Lyran. Joining him were his companions, Carden, a stout dwarf from the Wildhammer clan, and Voldana, a high elf hailing from the hinterlands. Together they braved the night, their mission clear, to rescue the missing townsfolk of Darkshire. Following the trail of clues, the trio found themselves at the foot of Karazhan's cursed tower. Inside, they were met with chilling sights, tormented spirits haunting the corridors, echoes of lives lost within the tower's walls. Amidst the shadows, they encountered Terestian Ilhoof, a corrupted satyr, and in the ensuing battle, Duggan met his untimely demise. Though fate claimed their leader, Carden and Voldana managed to escape the tower's grip, fleeing the horrors within. Carden and Voldana conveyed the heartbreaking news to Duggan's wife, Adina. Consumed by grief,
Hat er gerade Haarweg gesagt?
faltered, rendering her incapable of caring for her twin daughter. In a noble gesture to honour their fallen comrade, Voldana and Cardan decided to raise the girls as their own. Lonia found her home in Qualdanel Lodge, nestled in the hinterlands under Voldana's care, while Cardan raised Lyran in Airy Peak. Years passed, and Lyran grew restless, yearning for knowledge about her parents despite Cardan's reluctance to reveal the truth. One day, Cardan made a journey to visit Voldana in Qualdanel, unaware that Lyran had secretly followed him. It was then that Lyran discovered her long-lost twin sister, Lonia. Their reunion prompted Cardan to share the family's tragic history, a tale of a valiant paladin named Duggan, their mother Adina, and the dark events that unfolded within Duskwood. Determined to uncover the truth about their mother, the twins embarked on a journey to Darkshire, where they found their old home, now shrouded in darkness. Attacked by ghouls upon arrival, they were rescued by Watcher Dodds and his Night Watch soldiers. The Watch's leader, Commander Althea Ebenlock, brought grim news. Their mother tragically ended her own life, and her corpse had been reanimated into an undead and was amongst those that threatened Darkshire. In a grim task, the twins set out to release their mother's soul from its prison of undead flesh. With determination and sorrow, after they had severed her decayed flesh, they laid their mother's soul to rest in a fresh grave in the hinterlands. It was at this solemn moment that the girls pledged to journey to Karazhan and liberate their father's spirit, ending his perpetual suffering for good. Years passed, and the twins, now young women, honed their skills. Lyran emerged as a skilled warrior, while Lonia, adept in magic, sought to contact their father's spirit. Duggan's warnings went unheeded by Lyran, who remained resolute in her quest to free him. In secret, they journeyed to Karazhan, where they encountered visions of the past and their father's tormentor, Terestian Ilhoof. In a fierce battle against their father's killer, the twins emerged victorious, but not unscathed. Duggan's spirit had intervened to save them from treacherous enchantment. Despite their efforts, Duggan's spirit remained bound to Karazhan. As danger loomed, the twins made their escape. Though they couldn't free their father's spirit, they found solace in knowing his resilience mirrored their own, a testament to their unbroken spirit in the face of the darkness. Transitioning from one sorrowful tale to another, Duskwood bears the burden of Death's stories, embodied by the intimidating figure of Morladim. Clad in armour, this skeletal warrior roamed the Ravenhill Cemetery in Duskwood, a testament to the tragedy that marked his mortal life and then his afterlife. Morladim, once known as Morgan Ladimore, epitomised valour and nobility as a renowned knight. His life's mission was to champion the cause of the innocent, the downtrodden, and the afflicted. Married at the age of 18 to a maiden named Elise, Morgan's life took a drastic turn when the Third War erupted in Lordaeron. Joining forces with Uther the Lightbringer, Morgan faced harrowing trials, witnessing the dissolution of the Knights of the Silver Hand, the fall of Uther, and the scourge unleashed by Kel'Thuzad and the Demon Lord Mal'Ganis. After returning home to Duskwood after the war's end, Morgan was met with even more devastation. His abode lay in ruins. Despite suggestions that his family might have perished and that they might be found in the graveyard, Morgan resisted, initially heading towards Lakeshire. Yet an unforeseen force drew him to the Ravenhill Cemetery, where he spent hours scouring the graves, finally discovering the resting places of his wife and 2 of his children. Amidst his torment, he did not realise that he had not found the burial of his 3rd child. Consumed by mourning turned to rage, Morgan, driven to madness, lashed out at the gravestones, unwittingly attacking cemetery attendants who attempted to intervene. After regaining his senses, Morgan was horrified by the carnage he had wrought and overwhelmed by despair, took his own life. The following day, Morgan's corpse and those of the attendees were discovered, and they were hastily buried in a secluded section of the cemetery to prevent further unrest. However, days later, Morgan's grave was found disturbed, and his body was missing. Cursed by his unrelenting grief and the innocent lives he had unwittingly taken, Morladim emerged from the grave, an undead entity haunting the very lands he once swore to protect, preying upon unsuspecting citizens. In the tale of Morladim, one citizen holds particular significance: Sarah Ladimore, the 3rd child, whom he had not encountered in the graveyard prior to his descent into madness. While Morgan believed his family to be all deceased, Sarah had actually survived and later joined the Night Watch, spending much of her life grappling with the circumstances surrounding her father's demise. Commander Althea Ebenlock of Darkshire embarked on a mission to end the terror wrought by the skeletal menace. In the 25th year, she sought the aid of adventurers in her quest against the undead threat. When Morladdin fell to Alliance adventurers dispatched by the commander, she revealed the truth to the residents about Sarah's connection with Morladdin.
50 Jahre, Alter.
That he had finally been vanquished after years of terror. Upon receiving the news,
So ein Gummimann.
regret for her inability to intervene and asked the adventurers to bring her ring to her father, symbolizing his well-being and absolving him of responsibility for his actions. This gesture of love allowed Morgan to find peace in death, alongside his wife, seeking forgiveness for his sins in the light upon learning that his daughter was alive. Whilst on the matter of uncovering the truth, our next chapter in Duskwood's narrative is one of love and jealousy. The tale of Stalvin Mistmantle. Born in the Silverpine Forest, Stalvin traversed various paths before settling as an instructor at the Moonbrook Schoolhouse, also serving as a private tutor. His life took a sinister turn when he developed an improper infatuation with one of his young students, a maiden named Tiloa. Despite her affections already pledged elsewhere, Stalvin harboured delusions of a future with her, fueled by a misguided interpretation of her gestures. Driven to madness by unrequited love, Stalvin committed a heinous act, slaughtering Tiloa and her intended groom with an axe. His hands stained with blood, Stalvin retreated to his abode northeast of Darkshire, consumed by loneliness and madness, haunted by the darkness that enveloped him. Through unknown forces, perhaps sheer determination or a pact with darkness itself, Stalvin defied death, rising as an undead entity, forever cursed to roam the shadows of Duskwood, a spectre of lost love and murderous jealousy. Madame Eva, an esteemed resident of Darkshire known for her adherence to ancient arts and her skill as a fortune teller, felt a foreboding sense of danger surrounding her granddaughter, Alyssa Eva. Suspecting that Alyssa might be the next victim of the elusive Duskwood murderer, Madame Eva urgently enlisted the help of brave adventurers, tasking them with the unravelling of the mystery and Stalvin's whereabouts. Legend spoke of Manor Mistmantle as his grim abode, where he lurked as a revenant, thirsting for the blood of any who dared to cross his path. Crossing paths and intersecting stories are a frequent occurrence in the Duskwood lore, with one of the most significant being the encounter between the Dark Riders and the Jorgen farmstead. The Dark Riders were deceitful traders attempting to peddle counterfeit magical relics to Medivh. However, Medivh, under the influence of Sargeras, cursed them as punishment for their dishonesty. Their curse bound them to retrieve authentic magical artifacts from across the kingdom and deliver them to Karazhan. The exact nature of the curse remains unclear, and whether they are undead or not is unknown. Nevertheless, the Dark Riders have plagued the Kingdom of Stormwind, particularly Duskwood, ever since. Their presence is first noted at the Jorgen farmstead, seemingly drawn by the temporal and spatial anomalies caused by a mystical artifact. The artifact in question was the Scythe of Elune, a creation forged many moons ago by Belysria Starbreeze and R'hllor Fangfire. They fashioned the scythe by attaching one of Goldrin's fangs to Belysria's staff. R'hllor and the druids of the pack sought to control the unbridled fury of the druid pack form by submitting willingly to the energies of the Scythe of Elune, instead of quelling their rage. However, the weapon transformed R'hllor and his followers into the Worgen, savage humanoids enslaved by their primal instincts. Enraged by Malfurion's scorn, R'hllor's druids wreaked havoc, attacking both elf and demon alike. Night elves bitten by the ferocious beasts contracted the curse, transforming them into Worgen as well. In a desperate bid to contain the spread of the affliction, Malfurion sorrowfully banished the Worgen beneath Darolnir within the Emerald Dream, where they would slumber peacefully for eternity. The scythe was then entrusted to Melthandris in secret, eventually fading into obscurity. Valinda Starsong, Melthandris' niece,
Nein, nicht.
Veil of demons after the Third War and sought Elune's aid in her quest. At the shrine of Melthandris, she stumbled upon the hidden Scythe of Elune. The artifact possessed the ability to weaken the boundaries of time and space. Holding the scythe, Valinda received a vision of chaos, the Worgen. Realizing the scythe's true power, she communed with the Worgen, not through speech, but through a deeper understanding. As she channeled more of the scythe's energy, the barriers weakened further, drawing the Worgen to Azeroth. Learning of the Archmage, Arugal, and the involvement in summoning Worgen, she
Komm,
journeyed to the Eastern Kingdoms seeking his aid. In Duskwood, Valinda encountered hostility at Roland's Doom, where she was attacked by Varkas. During the confrontation, a dynamite explosion claimed the lives of Valinda, Varkas, and his minions, entombing the scythe within the cave. The formidable weapon was later discovered by members of the Defias Brotherhood during a mining excavation, and among them was a nervous member named Jitters. Upon touching the weapon, Jitters unwittingly triggered its summoning effects, causing the mine to be overrun by Worgen, who mercilessly tore the men apart. Amidst the chaos, Jitters managed to flee with the weapon, and during his escape he misplaced it in the surrounding woods as he sought refuge. Escaping Roland's Doom, he sought refuge in Darkshire, where he purchased a blank book from Clerk Daltrey and lodged for several days at the Scarlet Raven Tavern, spending his nights recording his thoughts in his journal. Departing abruptly, he hastily retreated to the barn on the Jorgen farmstead. The appearance of the scythe had attracted the attention of the Dark Riders, and upon arrival to the farm, they ruthlessly slaughtered the family of the farm's owner, Sven Jorgen, all before Jitter's eyes. Despite these murders, the scythe was not found, and now the residents of Duskwood find themselves facing not only the undead and Worgen threats, but also the relentless pursuit
Sonst ändert sich
of the
nix.
Dark Riders constantly seeking to claim the Scythe of Elune. Alpha Prime, formerly known as R'hllor Fangfire, was among the Worgen brought forth by the Archmage Arugal. He also harboured a relentless quest for the Scythe of Elune, aiming to utilise it to liberate his fellow Worgen from the imprisonment and launch an assault on Darnassus. To achieve this goal, he established the Wolf Cult, a Worgen cult formed with the intent to propagate the Worgen curse and seek out the fabled Scythe
Das
of
ist
Elune.
der Encoder-Test.
A man named Revel Cost, a faithful priest of the Church of the Holy Light, had found himself
Das mache und die Webcam
searching for the cloak of purity.
bleibt noch einigermaßen gut zu sehen.
Carlane, a maid,
Dann
also
funktioniert
searching for missing artifacts.
Twitch's Encoder ganz gut, beziehungsweise der von meiner Grafikkarte.
Decided to join forces. However, their journey was soon
Aber ein
interrupted by
bisschen mehr
the Defias Brotherhood
Bitrate
as they
wäre ganz
made their
geil.
way to meet their contact, Thanos. In a desperate defense,
Thanos,
they
Alter.
revealed the existence of a secret artifact known as the Hand of Azora and used it against their assailants. This action drew the attention of the Dark Riders, who swiftly intervened, severing Thanos' hand and ultimately beheading him to claim the artifact. This encounter with death was
Yay.
not Revel's first. Years ago, his family had fallen victim to a savage attack by the summoned Worgen. Filled with determination, Revel mounted a horse to pursue the Dark Riders, while Carlane returned to
krass.
Elwyn to report Thanos' tragic demise. Upon his return, Carlane found his home desecrated and his son Mardigan missing. His search for answers led him to Darkshire, where he learned that his son had been investigating the Wolf Cult but had vanished while following leads. With the report of Dark Riders spotted at Manor Mismantle, Carlane's path
Oder?
converged
Ja,
with
ist nur
Revel's
Brot besser.
For Revel Cost, this convergence presented an opportunity for revenge against both the Dark Riders and the Worgen of the Wolf Cult, a chance he could not afford to miss. While tracking the Wolf Cult in Duskwood, Revel Cost's group encountered Jitters, who was hiding in the ruins of Raven Hill. Jitters revealed that the Scythe had resurfaced at Roland's Doom, and that the Dark Riders were in pursuit of it. However, it seemed that the Wolf Cult had already obtained the Scythe and were using it for sinister initiation rites. After eliminating the cult members situated in Duskwood, Revel retrieved the Scythe from the mine. Upon the request of Brink, an operative from the Stormwind Intelligence Agency who had been tasked with recovering stolen artifacts, Revel devised a plan to ensnare the Dark Riders using the Scythe as bait. Following the ambush, Brink took possession of the Scythe with intentions to deliver it to a Night Elf named Valorn Stillbow. After this small defeat, the Dark Riders withdrew into the shadows. We will conclude the saga of the Dark Riders following our discussion on the Cataclysm's events. As the conflict with the Worgen persisted in the area, a particular family garnered increasing support for their unwavering commitment to combat the horrors plaguing Darkshire. The Corrgan family staunchly dedicated themselves to battling demons, abominations, undead, and particularly the Worgen. Recognizing that their influence did not quite match that of the Night Watch, Jonathan Corrgan determined that their foremost objective
Agility, Stamina was 4 und 4. Ne, ist der ja besser, den ich hab.
provided assistance in the struggle
Macht ja keinen
as the
Sinn.
Worgen fell. After some time, following the cataclysm and the resurgence of Deathwing the Destroyer, Duskwood witnessed its fair share.
Wie viele Questgegenstände ich habe. Meine Fresse.
Among them, Tobias Mistmantle, who arrived in Darkshire seeking his brother's Stalvin's whereabouts. He temporarily stayed in the town to investigate. However, the residents were reluctant to discuss the matter until Tobias met Clerk Daltrey, who had assisted in the initial inquiry into the Duskwood murderer. Seeking the truth, Tobias consulted Madame Eva, who sent him and an adventurer to Manor Mistmantle. There, Tobias confronted the undead murderer his brother had become. Tobias, revealing he had been afflicted by the Worgen curse, enraged in a fierce battle with his brother, and with the help of the adventurer, managed to defeat Stalvin. Following the cataclysm, Duskwood faced another threat. Despite being previously defeated by adventurers in Raven Hill, Morbin Fell returned as a lich, posing a renewed danger to the region. Once again, adventurers were called upon to confront this necromancer. Previously, Morbin Fell had been vanquished with Morbin's Bane, a holy artifact capable of dispelling his protective enchantments. Seeking out the scattered pieces of the Bane within Duskwood's depths, adventurers repaired it and used it to weaken Morbin's shield, ultimately defeating him once more. Following his demise, Morbin's Bane, also known as the Torch of the Holy Flame,
Morbin's Bane, Alter.
Former abode to keep the undead subdued by Watcher Sarah Lattimore. Amidst Azeroth's turmoil caused by the cataclysmic return of Deathwing, the battle against the Worgen of Duskwood persisted. The Kervin family remained steadfast in their struggle against the darkness of Duskwood, rallying Alliance adventurers to combat the Nightbane Worgen menace throughout the region. And while discussing the ongoing Worgen threat, let's revisit the story of Sven Jorgen. Following the resolution of his family's tragedy, Sven himself fell victim to the feral Worgen of Duskwood, becoming one of them. But while still retaining a fragment of his consciousness, remarkably, he managed to reclaim his sanity through the use of alchemy, holding Jitters responsible, albeit unintentionally, for the arrival of both the Worgen and the Dark Riders to Duskwood. Sven now resides in Raven Hill, and from there he dispatches adventurers to uncover the truth behind Morbin Fell's resurgence. During the upheaval of the cataclysm, a wave of unsettling letters began appearing on the doors of Duskwood's residents during the night. Though the perpetrator remained elusive, the Council of Darkshire uncovered that the Twilight's Hammer cult was behind these apocalyptic missives, attempting to sway citizens to their cause. With the ongoing war after the cataclysm,
Mensch, hätte man bloß die Blutelfen spielen wollen können. Geht aber nicht. Geht aber nicht.
Varian Rin issued a decree summoning numerous adventurers to assist Commander Althea Ebonlock as the Night Watch struggled to fend off marauding wolves and the roving bands of feral Worgen. At a certain point, feral Worgen breached the town hall, wreaking havoc and causing substantial damage, including the destruction of half of the archives. Years later, during the Burning Legion's third invasion, Althea Ebonlock, some of the Council of Darkshire, and several Night Watchers in Darkshire defected to the Vale,
Okay.
sect aligned with the Burning Legion, aiming to undermine the Kingdom of Stormwind. The reasons for this betrayal still remain elusive, but it is speculated that they were enticed by promises of freedom and respect from the Herald, also known as Melrys Malagan from Stormwind City. This shocking turn of events led to heightened
Hat er die einfach gelootet, ohne zu rollen?
demonic rituals were
Das
conducted
ist die nimmer.
with the blood and skulls of Darkshire's
Unverschämt.
sister Althea Ebonlock addressed the
Frech.
council in the town hall, announcing plans to depart for Stormwind City with Caden Shadowgaze to initiate a demonic invasion. However,
Jetzt hin?
the meeting was disrupted by the Shadow of the Uncrowned, a secret organization dedicated to safeguarding the world from the Burning Legion. The Uncrowned attempted to assassinate Althea, but the attempt on her life failed, and the council members managed to escape. Sarah Lattimore did not join the Legion's forces and hinted that her comrade's defection was likely due to dark magic. When the Shadow of the Uncrowned infiltrated the town, it is reported that Lattimore was observed protecting several innocent inhabitants. The Kervin family also refrained from joining the Legion and were reportedly found hiding in their house while the cultists wreaked havoc. And like the family, not all members of the Night Watch succumbed to corruption. Some remained loyal, as evidence of a guard found dead in Raven Hill demonstrated the tragic fate of those who resisted the influence from their former comrades. Commander Althea Ebonlock would later meet her demise at the hands of Corona and the uncrowned rogues in Stormwind City. Following the events in Gilneas, the Scythe of Elune found its way back to Darnassus, later receiving approval from Tyrande Whisperwind to be entrusted to the Druids of the Dream Grove. Belisra and Valhorn thus journeyed with the Scythe of Elune to Duskwood, both to delve deeper into their research of the Worgen and to meet with the new Archdruid of the Dream Grove.
My ass!
At Tyranda's directive, they brought it to the Twilight Grove in Duskwood to pass it on to a Druid adventurer. However, upon the Druid's arrival via the Emerald Dream, Valorn was swiftly attacked by Ariden, the leader of the Dark Riders, resulting in the theft of the Scythe of Elune, which had now finally fallen into the Dark Riders' possession. While Belisra remained with Valorn, the Druid joined forces with Revel Cost at Manor Mistmantle, collaborating to reclaim the Scythe of Elune from the Dark Riders at Karazhan. After Sargeras drove his sword into Azeroth, the Scythe of Elune, along with all Legion artifacts, had its power completely drained to help neutralize the wound. Years later, during the Fourth War, heightened activity was observed in Raven Hill and the Twilight Grove of Duskwood. Vassandra Stormclaw joined Oliver Harris and other Raven Hill residents in researching the Worgen curse. Nightbane Worgen were captured for experimentation, while the community faced challenges posed by the particular vicious member of the Nightbane pack known as Blood Eyes. Meanwhile, Manor Mistmantle witnessed the emergence of a rare flower named Elune's Grace, which was surrounded by a pack of Mistfang wolves. In a separate development, Tess Greymane expressed a desire to embrace the Worgen curse in order to better understand her people. When her father hesitated to comply, Tess and a Gilnean adventurer journeyed to Duskwood seeking guidance from Vassandra Stormclaw. While Tess pursued her own tasks with the Druid, the adventurer embarked on a mission to capture Blood Eyes, collect fangs from the Mistfang wolves, and retrieve Elune's Grace. These items were then used by Vassandra in the Twilight Grove to summon Goldrin through a dream portal, granting Tess a vision wherein she experienced the fall of Gilneas as a Worgen. Following the demise of the defected Althea Ebenlock and her treacherous associates within the Night Watch, Sarah Lattimore ascended to the position of commander within the uncorrupted Night Watch. In the aftermath of the Fourth War, a human necromancer seized the Torch of Holy Flame, an essential artifact maintaining control over Duskwood's undead from Forlorn Row. With the intent of amassing an undead army, the necromancer's forces assaulted Commander Lattimore at Raven Hill, resulting in the death and reanimation of numerous watchers. Meanwhile, Flynn Fairwind and Matthias Shaw travelled to Duskwood on a quest for treasure. The two discovered Sarah wounded and afflicted with a decaying ailment following her confrontation with the necromancer who had pilfered the Torch of Holy Flame. Flynn administered a healing potion, saving her life before escorting her back to Darkshire for further care under her watchful comrades. Following the defeat of the Necromancer and the recovery and purification of the Torch of Holy Flame, Sarah met with Shaw and Flynn at the Scarlet Raven Tavern to express her gratitude for their role in safeguarding Duskwood from the undead menace. Shaw acknowledged the Night Watch's crucial contribution and pledged to send reinforcements from Stormwind in light of the lingering threat alluded to by the Necromancer. Before departing Duskwood, Shaw entrusted the Night Watch with Flynn's treasure map. Grateful for their assistance, Lattimore and her watchers retrieved the treasure for them, a hand mirror as a token of appreciation for them both. Sometime later, amid Death Rising, a widespread scourge assault targeted numerous regions within the Kingdom of Stormwind, including Duskwood. In response, forces from the Stormwind Army and the Argent Crusade were deployed to safeguard the area and its populace against the undead onslaught. Following the resurgence of the Dragon Isles, the Night Watch still remained vigilant in Duskwood, and after 2 decades of dedicated service and after bearing witness to the region's numerous trials, Torsten Willard, one of the organization's most steadfast watchmen, opted to retire. Seeking adventure and a change of scenery, he chose to join the Dragonscale expedition, longing for a taste of adventure and maybe just a little bit of sunshine. And on that note, it's time to let the sun set over Duskwood. Not that anyone would notice. And close the chapter on this tragic journey. From the scourging of Lordaeron to the heartbreaking tales of the Lattimore family, World of Warcraft is filled with its share of sorrowful stories. I hope you have enjoyed these 2 hours of tragic World of Warcraft lore. Now it's time for us to return to the library to begin crafting our next tale. Until then, safe travels. Welcome once more to the hallowed halls of our Grand Library. In today's tale, which spans across almost 2 hours, we uncover the mysteries concealed within the landscapes of Kalimdor, delving into regions such as Feralus and Diamol, the Stone-Talon Mountains, Ashenvale and the Blackfathom Deeps, and then finally, Winterspring. So sit back, relax, pour yourself a glass of Thunderbrew Stout, and immerse yourselves into the stories from the diverse lands of Kalimdor. Before we set out on our grand journey across Kalimdor, it's essential to note that the history of these regions is often divided into 2 epochs, the era preceding the Great Sundering, and then the time that followed. The narrative of the Sundering holds paramount significance across all of these tales. To prevent repetition across the next few hours, let's briefly explore the story of the Great Sundering before delving into each individual region. The saga of the Great Sundering unfolds across a vast expanse of time, stretching back over 10,000 years. It was during this time that the Night Elven civilization truly thrived, and it was propelled to new heights of power by the Highborn. However, it was the very quest for greater magical prowess that ultimately led the Night Elves to become the unwitting architects of their own downfall. Guided by Queen Azshara, the Highborn delved recklessly into the arcane mysteries of the magical lake at the centre of ancient Kalimdor, the Well of Eternity. The disruption in the balance sent ripples across the great dark beyond. These disturbances acted as a beacon to the nefarious forces of the Burning Legion, ultimately drawing them to Azeroth and initiating the cataclysmic conflict known as the War of the Ancients. Exploring the intricacies of the War of the Ancients warrants its own dedicated tale, so for now, let's briefly conclude this chapter and transition to unravelling the lore specific to the individual regions in question. In the climatic confrontation between Malfurion Stormrage and the forces led by Queen Azshara, Malfurion managed to harness the formidable power of the Dragon Soul. This audacious act disrupted the meticulously woven spells of the Highborn, severing the perilous connection between the Burning Legion and Azeroth. The repercussions of this were profound, as the Well of Eternity became increasingly unstable, setting off a chain reaction that forever sundered the world. The aftershocks reverberated through the land, causing the seas to surge and fill the colossal void left by the well's implosion. This sundering shattered nearly 80% of Kalimdor and left only fragmented continents encircling the turbulent new sea. The consequences of the sundering are evident on the maps of Azeroth we see today. In this story, our focus shifts to the regions that endured this upheaval, specifically within the subcontinent, also known today as Kalimdor. With a brief overview of the sundering now being told, and a segment that can now act as a point of reference for the tales that follow, let's delve into our first destination, the realm hosting some of Kalimdor's most formidable ogre clans, Feralus and Diamol. Located in the southern regions of Kalimdor, Feralus stands in stark contrast to its desolate neighbours to the north, south and the east, boasting a lush jungle landscape, encompassing a vast rainforest,
30 Stück davon, Alter.
span from Thousand Needles to the western coastline, and stretch from Desolus in the north to the barren mountains bordering Silivers. Travellers passing through this jungle recount experiences within the ancient ruins of Diamol, share tales of encounters with the Woodpaw Gnolls and Ogres, and recount the lingering presence of the Naga and the Silithid. Fortunately, we've compiled these accounts to delve into the rich history of this perilous jungle territory. The ancient history of Feralus stretches back to a time before the great sundering of Azeroth, more than 10,000 years ago. In tales as old as the existence of life on Azeroth itself, the story of Feralus begins with Diamol and the magnificent city it once housed. The Night Elf Highborn Society constructed Aldrathalas, an ancient city situated in the southwestern expanses of the ancient Night Elf Empire and serving as one of Queen Azshara's Highborn capitals. Nestled within Aldrathalas resided the Chandra, a secretive Highborn society labelled as those who remain hidden. While many Highborn resided in Zinashari, Aldrathalas housed certain nobles who chose to live outside the capital city for various political and personal reasons. The Chandra were the most revered arcanists of Queen Azshara, entrusted with safeguarding her most valuable tomes and processing her crucial demands, often in secrecy. Under the leadership of Prince Tortheldrin, the Chandra established the Grand City in the misty heart of Kalimdor's southern jungles. It was within this city that one of the powerful Highborn Chandrila members, Millicent Serene, accomplished her most significant feat, the creation of the Fruit of Fertility. Crafted millennia ago, this magical vine was cultivated by Millicent using a specially prepared moonwell. The exotic and vibrant vine was infused with protective and nurturing properties, fostering the flourishing of all within the city from its position in the shrine of Eldrathar. During the event of the Great Sundering, Eldrath narrowly avoided obliteration thanks to the relentless efforts of Tortheldrin and his devoted followers. Together they wielded a formidable spell that shielded the city from the catastrophic forces unleashed by the Sundering. Yet the survival of their city came with an unexpected price. Following the Sundering, they discovered the Well of Eternity had been consumed, severely diminishing their source of power. The loss of this font of energy led to a considerable decline in their immortality. Consequently, the Chandrila slipped into a deep slumber and languished in their secluded sanctuary for centuries. Tortheldrin, seeking to revitalize his people, devised a cunning plan. He erected pylons in the western halls of Eldrath to create a prison behind a formidable force field. This prison would hold a demon named Imulthar, secretly
additional pylons?
Terrifying creature. Tortheldrin extracted its power to energize his followers. Initially met with skepticism, objections quickly dissipated as the Chandrila experienced the dark but addictive and invigorating energies of Imulthar, far surpassing the Well's offerings. The siphoned energy sustained their magic, fueling their insatiable thirst for power. However, if Imulthar had broken free, it would have meant utter destruction for Eldrath. Isolated from the other Night Elves, the Chandrila's actions remained unnoticed. Over time, maintaining Imulthar's imprisonment and supporting life within Eldrath became increasingly burdensome. The cost exceeded the benefits, shifting from gain to loss. Tortheldrin's once successful strategy began to unravel rapidly, leaving the Chandrila bereft of Imulthar's magic. Their immortality was lost once more, and addiction to the demon's potent energies grew desperate. In a desperate bid to regain power, Tortheldrin and his followers resorted to treachery, murdering their fellow Highborn. The spirits of these slain now haunt the corridors and courtyards of the ancient ruins. The malevolent plan succeeded in thinning the population, allowing the remaining elves to tap into Imulthar's power indefinitely. With their numbers reduced, Tortheldrin and his loyalists abandoned much of the once majestic city, and of course Eldrath fell into a state of desolation and darkness. Before long, creatures from the nearby jungles laid claim to the decaying elven refuge, moving in to fill the void left by the Chandrila. The tales of Feralus seem to now enter a period of tranquility, an illusion masking a different reality. Amidst the nearly deserted city of Eldrath, succumbing to the encroaching jungles, an ominous force gathered strength within its forsaken walls. When the Horde first arrived in Azeroth, they brought with them the brutish ogres as allies. These clans fought alongside the Horde in the initial wars, but after the Second War, the ogres scattered across the land. One such clan, the Gorduni, led by their powerful chieftain Ulrok, titled King Gordok, settled in Feralus. Some made the ruins of Ilsidian and the northern footholds of Camp Mohachi their homes, while others inhabited the ancient ruins of Eldrath, reshaping it into a fearsome fortress known today as the Dire Maul. This ogre presence defiled the once pristine land of Feralus. Left relatively unchecked, the Gorduni began to consolidate their might, expanding their dominion across the land. An unmistakable demonstration of their newfound power lay in their utilization of Dire Maul. They hosted gladiatorial tournaments within the ancient walls for the Crimson Ring, an underground network orchestrating lethal combat contests. These violent spectacles of the Crimson Ring drew diverse audiences, from gamblers to aristocrats and common folk, to wager on the surviving champions. The ring itself comprised a range of individuals, deceivers, swindlers, entrepreneurs, nobles, and peasants. The performers were a motley crew, gladiator slaves, captives, criminals, and willing free warriors testing their prowess within the ring. Despite the ring's secrecy, some victorious gladiators emerged from the tournaments carrying tales far beyond the bounds of its clandestine domain. Anticipation ripples across the realms of Azeroth for a tale woven far and wide. Among the victors of a Crimson Ring tournament stand the Night Elf Druid, Brawl Baremantle, the Blood Elf, Valeria Sanguinar, and the renowned Logosh, known to many as the esteemed High King of the Alliance, and the former ruler of Stormwind, Varian Rin. However, the intricate narratives of these three gladiators shall remain veiled for now, tucked away for another telling. Let us redirect our attention to the Gorduni clan and the dense foliage of Feralus. Deep within the verdant southern woodlands of Feralus, ogre raiding parties pillaged settlements, villages, and waylaid travellers, while the wilderness itself bore the taint of corruption. As skirmishes erupted throughout the region, the Horde learned that the root of these troubles lay within Dire Maul. The Gorduni ogres had become increasingly audacious. Responding to this growing threat, Belgrom Rockmaul in Orgrimmar issued a call to adventurers, urging them to aid the Horde forces in their struggle against the Gorduni. The Horde dispatched troops into the ruins of Dire Maul to confront the Gorduni ogres, yet upon their arrival, they uncovered a different source of corruption: the lingering presence of the Chandra. Within Dire Maul's confines, the Horde discovered the demonic presence of Imulthar, a wellspring that the Chandra had been feeding off for ages. Intent on purifying Feralus, the Horde managed to banish Imulthar to the Twisting Nether, thereby diminishing the Chandralar's power and enabling them to cleanse the lands of the ancient elves. With this, the Horde also vanquished the Prince, sealing the Chandralar's Night Elves' final fate. Continuing their advance through Dire Maul's wings, the Horde encountered other corrupted entities like the Satyr, Alzin the Wild Shaper. Stories whispered that Alzin was a skilled arcane illusionist and a student of the Satyr Lord Xavius. After the Battle of Mount Hyjal, Alzin travelled south to Feralus, seeking to spread corruption. Using the power of the Highborn Shrine of Eldrathar and the Fruit of Fertility, Alzin manipulated illusions, gaining control over nature's guardians. Adventurers rose to stop this Satyr's malevolence, ending the Wild Shaper's hold on the nature within Dire Maul. Their ultimate purpose still lay ahead: the slaying of the Gorduni leader, King Gordok. It was revealed that the Gordok's descent into madness stemmed from the nightmarish whispers emanating from the Emerald Dream portal near the Dream Bow, north of Dire Maul. Plagued by these whispers, Gordok ordered his clan to slaughter all in their path. The Horde wanted to halt this tyrannical rule, leading to a grueling battle that ended in the death of the King Gordok, ruler of the Gorduni clan. Beyond the boundaries of the Maul, travellers from Feathermoon's stronghold along the coast and Camp Mohachi in the east found themselves contending with the region's formidable and disruptive wildlife, including yetis, harpies and gnolls. Among the most disruptive adversaries in the jungles of Feralus are the Silithid, created from
High-Class Entertainment hier.
These insectoid entities
Hörspiele hören.
the void and deep.
Beim WoW Grind.
Concerning the deep vary. Some adventurers speak of rescuing hostages from its depths, while others recount tales of ceaselessly battling these insectoid creatures for reasons unknown. However, one thing is certain: this is not the most hospitable place to journey within Azeroth. Our attention now returns to one of the entrances to the Emerald Dream. Nestled within the Dream Bow, an imposing tree situated on a small island amidst Jademire Lake in northern Feralus. The corruption emanating from the Emerald Dream was just the tip of the iceberg, leading to a larger issue involving the emergence of the four dragons of the Nightmare. Ysera's most trusted lieutenants were trained by a malevolent force within the Emerald Dream. These wayward sentinels traversed the great trees into Azeroth, with the aim of sowing madness and terror across the mortal realms. The destinies of these dragons will unfold after the cataclysm, a narrative we shall explore in greater detail later within this very tale. During that same year, the 25th year following the Dark Portal's opening, Feralus encountered an invasion by the armies of Cthulhu as part of the Ankaraj War. These forces were swiftly repelled back to the city walls and ultimately vanquished by the unprecedented joint forces of the Alliance and the Horde, known as the Might of Kalimdor. Despite adventurers successfully defeating Cthulhu, the leader of the Insectoids, some still report the lingering presence of Silithid in the Feralus region, even after all these years. 27 years after the Dark Portal, Feralus grappled with the ongoing plight of the Dragons of the Nightmare. Ysondra had redeemed herself and returned to her original purpose, Among the dragons, Emerys and Lethon had already met their demise. Tyrande made an attempt to purify Emerys using the power of a loon. However, the dragon was so deeply corrupted that no healing was possible, resulting in her disintegration. When Ysera was imprisoned within the Eye, an area in the Emerald's dream, Malfurion Stormrage and Ysera's consort Aranicus tried to free her. However, Lethon ambushed them, endeavouring to corrupt Aranicus. Lethon prophesied about a future where the barriers of the Nightmare would collapse, allowing them to roam Azeroth's skies unhindered. To stop him, Aranicus shifted them both into the unstable border between the Emerald Dream and Azeroth. Despite Lethon's attempt to draw power from the Nightmare, the chaotic energies of the two realms tore him apart. This event left only one of the nightmarish dragons, Tyrah. Eventually, Ysondra herself, assisted by Azeroth's heroes, slew Tyrah. With this daunting task completed, Ysondra remained as the last of the former dragons of Nightmare. Although she was saved from the Nightmare, she expressed that she could never return to the Green Dragonflight. She hoped to live a modest life, concealed among mortals of Azeroth one day, a hope we would later come to realise was never going to be a possibility. After Deathwing the Destroyer's awakening and the subsequent cataclysm that followed in the year of 28 after the Dark Portal, both the Alliance and the Horde heightened their presence in Feralus. Due to the intensification of the war between Deathwing and the ongoing Alliance-Horde conflict, devastating floods after the cataclysm led to the destruction of the Alliance strongholds, Thalanar and Feathermoon Stronghold, leaving their inhabitants vulnerable to attacks by the Grim Totem tribe and the Naga, respectively. In response to these threats, two new settlements were established to counter the dangers. Simultaneously, the Horde also faced challenges, as refugees from the decimated Torrent settlements in Thousand Needles sought refuge. Furthermore, the resurgent Gorduni clan, growing in strength, spread magical corruption throughout the lands of Feralus. The Horde received support from the Stonewall clan ogres, led by Orhan Ogreblade, to counter the Gorduni threat. Investigations revealed that the Gorduni were being taught magic by Cho'Gall, a deranged ogre warlock affiliated with the Twilight's Hammer cult.
Cho'Gall, Alter.
Power upon the Gorduni ogres in recognition of their allegiance and service to the Twilight's Hammer clan. Orhan, along with her ogres,
Der ist ja schon
her sentinels, thwarted
Trauben.
plans and prevented
Vielleicht doch kein 50 Jahre alter Gummimensch.
and was expelled from the lands. Our narrative of Feralus now shifts its focus to the exploits of a young Lakeshire resident named Aramar.
Cho'Gall war im ersten Warcraft-Teil schon mit dabei.
And Saya Northbrook in Lakeshire. On his 6th birthday, his
Actually?
father left the family, leaving Aram initially in disbelief. It took 2 years for Aram to acknowledge the harsh truth, fostering a lasting resentment towards his absent father. 6 years post his father's departure, and a month following his 12th birthday, Graydon reappeared. With his mother's blessing, Graydon took Aram on a year-long expedition across Azeroth aboard his vessel, the Wavestrider. But during this time, Aram was troubled by dreams guided by the voice of the light. Subsequently, the Wavestrider fell victim to a pirate attack. In the ensuing chaos, Aram narrowly escaped, and he was entrusted with an unusual compass by his father, emphasizing its significance. Placing Aram under the guardianship of Mikasa Flintwell, Graydon's sudden disappearance and the presumed loss of the crew compelled Aram and Mikasa to rely on each other as they washed up in the jungles of Feralus. Aram then embraced the value of life and formed unlikely bonds with Murky, a Murloc, and Thalas Greyoak, a Night Elf Druid. Over time, Aram and Mikasa recognized each other as kindred spirits, setting aside their differences to survive the perils of Feralus. Meanwhile, Aram found himself consumed by the Hidden, an organization linked to the Burning Legion, led by Captain Malice, actually Silver Lane Thorn, Graydon's brother and Aram's uncle. The Hidden aimed to retrieve the magical compass once protected by Graydon and now in Aram's possession. In Feralus, the Hidden captured Murky, coercing Aram to surrender the compass in exchange for the Murloc's safety. However, this exchange was disrupted by the Gorduni ogres. Led by Wurdok, they seized Aram and Thalis, transporting them to Dire Maul for gladiatorial combat under King Gordok's amusement. Amidst the chaos of the arena within Dire Maul, the Hidden arrived in pursuit of Aram and the compass. As the Hidden clashed with the ogres and the Gordok, Aram managed to flee atop the Wyvern with Mikasa's aid. Tragically, Thalos sacrificed himself to shield Aram from a crossbow bolt. Malus, after defeating the current King Gordok, became leader of the Gorduni clan and ordered them to track down Aram. High above the Thousand Needles border, Aram discovered the compass pointing toward a buried shard, unknown to him as a fragment of a sword. Aram, alongside Mikasa, Hackle and Murky, planned their journey to Gadgetzan, fulfilling Thalos' final wish and uncovering the mystery surrounding the compass and the guiding light, all the while evading the persistent pursuit of the hidden. In the midst of the relentless pursuit of Aram and the compass, a significant portion of Feralus suffered extreme deforestation at the hands of the Gorduni. This led to the displacement of the Feral Scar Yetis and the Woodpaw Gnolls, pushing them further eastward and into confrontations with one another. Eventually, the Yetis and the Gnolls forged an alliance to combat the Ogres. As tensions escalated, the Ogres were compelled to withdraw back into the Dire Maul, and the demise of Malus later followed. His end was met by the combined efforts of Mikasa and Aram sometime later. Despite the alliance and Horde establishing strongholds in Feralus, the region remains fiercely wild and untamed. The Horde's influence persists primarily through Camp Mohachi, which faces relentless assaults from the Gorduni, who are controlling strategic sections of the jungle. With ongoing attacks on Mohachi and Camp Pattaya by Ogres and Woodpaw Gnolls, the Horde Council responded by dispatching Belgrom Rockmaw to address these urgent pleas for aid. While adventurers aided Belgrom in reducing the enemy forces, the situation remained dire. To fortify the camps, Belgrom proposed the establishment of a new Horde outpost, Camp Rockmaw. Amidst the ongoing chaos involving Gnolls, Yetis, Silithid and the Horde, the Gorduni still resiliently attempted to expand their territories, intensifying conflicts along the jungle's contested borders and spoiling the lands they seized from others. As the sun sets upon the tales woven within the jungles of Feralus and the haunted halls of Dire Maul, emotions linger like whispers carried by the wind. The echoes of valor, sacrifice, and unlikely bonds forged in the fires of adversity resonate through the dense foliage and the ancient ruins. Advancing through our tale, we now travel northward to unveil the mysteries of the Stone Talon Mountains.
Stone Talon
Stone
Mountains.
Talon Mountains are a range of mountainous peaks situated west of the Northern Barrens, south of Ashenvale, and north of Desolate. Historically, these peaks were the ancestral domain of the Harpies, yet their numbers have decreased amidst the region's unrest. Stone Talon Peak, the largest mountain in the range, holds significant spiritual importance for both the Night Elves and the Tauren. Once, the Night Elves maintained a barrow and a glade at its summit, yet it faced malevolent assaults from an ominous presence. Moving southward, the mountainous region is less densely forested, although some scattered evergreen trees do dot specific areas, such as the Greatwood Vale. Within these mountains, creatures like kobolds, spiders and eagles all roam the lands, while the Charred Vale, stretching toward the sea, harbours perilous black dragons and powerful elementals. The oldest recorded tales of this region are shrouded in mystery. Legends speak of the moon goddess Elune blessing a fountain of health in the land that is now recognised today as the Stone Talon Mountains. A fountain of health was a haven where explorers traversing the ancient lands of Azeroth could naturally restore their health just by being in its vicinity. Regrettably, there are no remnants of these fountains existing in the known lands of Azeroth after the events of the Third War. Due to the region's close proximity to the once ancient Night Elf city of Lothal Azal, this territory would have been inhabited by the Night Elves. Once gentle hills offering serene views of the western ocean waves, the Stone Talon Mountains underwent a dramatic change during the Sundering. The Sundering upheaved sandstone cliffs and towering peaks, creating deep chasms and gorges where water from the eastern coast flowed. Over time, erosion by the Black Wolf River sculpted the mountains into an extensive maze of canyons and cliff formations. Despite the substantial changes the mountains underwent during the Great Sundering, the intricate nature of Azeroth beneath them remained preserved. Throughout the world, there exist pathways of mystical energy known as ley lines. These channels of magical essence serve as the lifeblood of Azeroth's lands, akin to the veins within a living being. They are acknowledged by every culture inhabiting Azeroth, often revered as the sacred sites of the light, moon wells, and natural spots brimming with elemental forces revered by the shamans. Yet, most cultures concentrate on specific locations where these lines intersect, seeking to harness the greatest concentration of power. 2 ley lines are known to exist underneath the Stone Talon Mountains, the Great Maze and Mount Farview. The Great Maze, recognized as the stone pattern, this runic design formed from the ley line is utilized to enhance resilience, and Mount Farview, recognized as the pattern of awareness. If positioned at or near its summit, individuals have an extended visual range, amplified echoes from nearby peaks, and even the faintest of scents carried by the winds reach every nostril. Despite the sundering that led to the ancient Night Elf city of Lothal Azal being lost to the depths of the Veiled Sea in the north, reports continued to confirm the presence of Night Elves within these lands for centuries to follow. The mountainous proximity to the once hallowed Mashan-Shi lands during the Torrent, around 1,100 years prior to the Dark Portal's opening on Azeroth, the Torrent roamed Kalimdor's forests and plains, living harmoniously with nature. Among these regions, the lush grasslands of Mashan-Shi held particular sanctity. However, this sacred expanse met a tragic fate as the colossal earth elemental, Princess Theradrus, stirred from her slumber. Desperate for rejuvenation, Theradrus drained Mashan-Shi's vital energies, leaving it barren. The Tauren mournfully named this once sacred land Desolus, due to the lingering influence of the once great Kaldorei Empire and the Tauren's domain over the
Immer noch. Die suchen mich immer noch. Das ist auch die gleiche. Der, die, das gleiche.
Peacefully cohabited
Schreibt mich
in
an.
the Stone Talon Mountains. The Stone Talon Mountains then vanished into the shadows for the following millennium, offering a sanctuary for the Night Elves, Tauren, and its other inhabitants. Skipping through time, from the distant ages before the Dark Portal, right up to the period after the events of the Dark Portal, 10 years exactly, one race did not share the same deep connection with the lands of Kalimdor that the existing Night Elves and the Taurens had, the Goblins. These small, green, crafty folk arrived on Kalimdor after the Second War on Azeroth. About 4 years post the Second War, the Goblin city of Gadgetzan had already been established in Tanaris. This was verified by the renowned Alliance explorer and captain of the Wavestrider, Graydon Thorn, who visited the city. The Goblins swiftly spread across Kalimdor in their relentless pursuit of wealth, with some Goblins eventually finding themselves in the Stone Talon Mountains. They later established a Goblin cartel in the region, but we'll dive into that a little bit later. Travelling another decade through time, we reach the year 20 after the Dark Portal, a period marked once more by the tremendous strife in the realms of Azeroth. During the events of the Third War, the serenity within these mountains would diminish. The leader of the Kirin Tor in Dalaran, Antonidas, embarked on a quest to investigate a mysterious plague spreading across northern Lordaeron. During this mission, he encountered the Prophet, a mysterious being, urging the Grand Mage to lead his people westward to Kalimdor. Antonidas dismissed the Prophet as a lunatic, but Jaina, who observed from concealment, sensed immense power within the Prophet's words and suggested they heed his warning. Months later, when Arthas and the Scourge assaulted Dalaran, both Jaina and Antonidas realized the truth in the Prophet's forewarnings. Antonidas advised Jaina to gather as many survivors from Lordaeron as possible and sail towards Kalimdor. After the destruction of Lordaeron and the fall of Dalaran, Jaina Proudmoore embarked on the voyage to the mystical realm of Kalimdor. The group of alliance she took with her would soon be known as the Human Expedition. It comprised of various military and civilian groups from the Alliance, all seeking refuge from the plague of undeath and the scourge that ravaged Lordaeron, Quel'Thalas, and Dalaran. Shifting our focus to the Horde's narrative, in the time leading to the fall of Lordaeron, Thrall and Grom Hellscream worked tirelessly to rally the scattered Horde forces. One night, Thrall received a vivid vision that foretold of imminent conflicts and catastrophic events. This vision, not a mere dream, but a message, came from the mysterious Prophet. The Prophet revealed cryptic truths about Thrall's nature, urging him to leave Lordaeron and seek salvation in the mysterious lands of Kalimdor. Following the Prophet's guidance, Thrall gathered the Horde, constructing a base and readying for a voyage across the Great Sea. Amid these preparations, Grom fell captive to humans, prompting Thrall's swift intervention to rescue him. Inspired by Grom's idea of seizing human ships for their exodus, the Horde embarked on a daring escape, setting sail toward the unknown realm of Kalimdor. However, their journey encountered a violent storm near the Maelstrom. In a tale that would be told on another occasion, the storm led to Thrall's forces seeking refuge on an uncharted island, only to be captured by Murlocs. Forming an alliance with the trolls they found there, they broke free from the Darkspear Islands and resumed their
Ja,
journey
das ist
to Kalimdor.
unglaublich.
Upon reaching Kalimdor's shores, the scattered horde emerged, many barely surviving the sea journey. Thrall scoured the coast, gathering orcs and trolls, but found no trace of Grom Hellscream. Engaging in battle to protect the Torrent from centaur assailants, Thrall encountered Cairn Bloodhoof, chieftain of the Bloodhoof tribe. Impressed by their honour, Cairn offered aid in discovering the Horde's destiny. Cairn revealed to Thrall the tales of the mystical oracle of Stone Talon Peak, believed to hold the key to their destiny in these unfamiliar lands. When Thrall reached the base of the Stone Talon Peak, he discovered Grom Hellscream and the Warsong clan engaged in combat against human forces. The pass leading up to the mountain was also restricted by Proudmoore's troops, who, unknown to the Horde, had also arrived at the Stone Talon Peak. This prompted Thrall's decision to enlist goblins for assistance, and they utilised zeppelins to bypass these defences. While attempting to stealthily approach the goblins, Hellscream impulsively attacked the humans, leading to a skirmish between them and Thrall's force.
Na klar.
Was?
Jetzt wäre doch cool. Warte mal. Nachricht an. Corrgan. Ich als dein Creative Manager. Darauf das Video abspielen. Welcher Bildschirm?
Ja. Aber so ein...
Ja,
Moment.
Das dauert irgendwie.
So.
Muss ja Screen einstellen und sowas. Ja.
Ja. Und dann kein... Es gibt wohl irgendwie was, dann nimmt er die meistgespielten oder meistgeviewten Clips und spielt die ab.
Ja.
Aber da brauche ich immer Clips. Habe ich nicht.
Oder kannst dich ja drauf machen auf dem Bildschirm.
Und dann so tun, als ob das Intro wäre. No.
Ja.
Ja, nee, ja, könnte man machen, ja, klar. Und statt dem Timer meinst du, also meinst du fürs Intro oder wie?
Ja, jetzt für das Video, fürs Dings kannst du ja mit OBS
Achso, ja, weiß ich nicht, das wäre mir, glaube ich, zu doll.
Weil dann kannst du das Video ein bisschen kleiner machen. Und, okay, gut, ist mir egal.
Ja. Also hat was, aber...
Habe ich extra für dich generiert. Also nicht, gibt's nirgends runterladen, sowas. Bestimmt auch, aber...
Allein, dass du gesagt hast, habe ich extra für dich generiert.
Generation
AI, genau. Aber das ist so ein Intro-Ding. Hast du dir Soda Pop ins Intro mal angeguckt?
Warte.
Im Sinne von, hast du dir nicht angeguckt oder im Sinne von, kannst du vergessen, dass ich das für dich mache?
Ich habe mir nicht angeguckt.
Also, es ist ein riesiges Bild, das ist gezeichnet, klar, also ne, ich weiß, dass das nicht das ist und das ist animiert und dann sind da immer so kleine Figuren von Sachen, die passiert sind, Memes, die ihm passiert sind, Spiele, die er gespielt hat, Charaktere von OnlyFans, was von Dark Souls, was Giraffen, weil er Giraffen hasst, Styropor und so. Weil er vom Styroporgeräuschen muss er kotzen und bla 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 bla. Ist natürlich nicht das. Ja, was willst du da machen? Glatzkopf, der immer auf die Fresse kriegt, eine viermal gebrochene Nase hat. Aber das ist halt ein Intro, was quasi unendlich laufen kann.
Ja.
Ich fühle mich nämlich leicht von meinem Timer unter Druck gesetzt.
Ja, das sollte auch so sein.
Ja.
habe das ein bisschen erweitert.
Gut. Ja.
Ist das ein neuen Freund oder ein
Person.
Bolzen?
Nacht
so.
11. Jägerin.
Ein eigenes Pet.
Ah,
Das hast du ja
Pocket.
genau auch schon gehabt.
Pocket.
Untoten.
Pocket. Ja.
Ihm hängt bei mir.
Ich mache einfach nichts. Ich warte drauf, dass...
Ich glaube, es liegt irgendwann dran, manchmal die Bitrate runtergeht.
hast du Qualität auf automatisch gestellt?
Ja.
Also es ist nicht wirklich...
Also ich hatte mal Probleme, lange Zeit, jetzt letzten Monat oder sowas, hatte der Twitch auch Probleme. Sonst
Also.
konnte ich immer fünf Streams nebenbei sehen, alle in 1080p. Ohne Probleme. Jetzt,
Das ist seit einem Monat ist es krass mit Twitch. Also ich habe auch... Also es ist ja, entweder ist es deine Internetbandbreite oder es sind halt wirklich die Twitch-Server. Und da, wenn ich einen Speedtest mache, ich volle Bandbreite hab.
genau, habe ich.
So. Es ist auch nicht, dass meine Encoding-Streams laggen, weil ich droppe keine Frames. Also 0% wirklich. Und ich habe volle Kanne. Ich streame ja auch auf YouTube wieder. AV1. AV1. Deswegen gehe ich davon aus, dass es irgendwas mit Twitch hat. Und es ist auch egal, ob du Firefox oder Chrome nimmst.
Okay.
Huch. Neue Katze hier.
Moschee.
Hm. Skoro Pashi Alsch. Okay. Wo willst du hin?
Nee, für Dings würde ich machen das hier. Für den
Fürs Intro.
mäßig.
Ach, generierst du gerade, weil du keinen Bock zu zeichnen hast oder was?
Ja. Nicht den Bildschirm.
Ja, richtiges
nämlich-
Kino, meinst du?
Ja. Im Endeffekt kannst du halt Clips abspielen lassen. Und du kannst auch immer austauschen selber. Und das ist auch ein bisschen. Halt sieht ein bisschen alt aus, auch weil dieser graue Kriegen.
Das ist vielleicht ein bisschen toll.
Man muss austesten. Sag nicht so, bevor du es nicht ausprobiert hast.
Also ich krieg so viel Feedback immer. Ich merke das immer.
Ja. Ich bin nicht schwul. Ich muss mal austesten. Vielleicht.
Ja, ja. Unangenehm.
Unangenehm.
Unrealistisch.
Du musst das Video jetzt post. Achso, du hörst es auch die ganze Zeit aus.
Ja. Klar, Mann. Das ist mein Hörbuch. Ich finde die
Okay,
Videos mega geil, die Corrgan Library. Die machen für jede Zone eine Stunde Video. Und das sind halt die Supercuts, das ist die Supercut-Playlist. Da sind noch 2 Videos. Noch 3 Stunden. Ja, wo ist der Gute jetzt?
lachen, weil ich mir geguckt habe. Es gibt nur einen Begriff in deinem Stream, der geblockt ist. Ich habe die eingestellt.
Na?
Kann ich ja nicht sagen, weil du mir auch nicht schreiben darfst.
Kannst du bei Discord schreiben. Ja, das ja, das ist gut. Sag mal, nein, will ich nicht. Ich habe übrigens festgestellt, weißt du, was eine richtig gute Werbung ist?
Ja.
Wenn man in anderen Streams seine eigenen Emotes benutzt.
Was?
Ja. Dann, also nicht, dass ich das jetzt, aber ich wurde angesprochen bei einem anderen Streamer, den ich geguckt habe, ich Corrgan Please benutzt. Oh, was ist das für ein Hund? Ach, du streamst echt? Keine Follower. Aber das wird erwähnt. Genau den. Kriegst ja, glaube ich, erst ab Affiliate.
Warum dann hast du den nicht genommen?
Weil der vielleicht ein bisschen creepy ist. Aber, ja, eigentlich schon. Muss ich vielleicht mal.
Hier ist einmal well-known creep.
Ja. Klonk, klonk, klonk.
Du warst ja auch heute wieder pünktlich wie die Maurer, ne?
Ich muss erst mal schlafen. Ich bin übelst fertig noch von gestern. Das ist einfach nichts mehr für mich. Lange arbeiten.
Hey, du bist ein Streamer.
Immer diese 1-Euro-Jobs. Damit man weiter Bürgergeld kriegt.
Oh, ab diesem Jahr müssen wir Geld bewacken.
Ja, wegen Mindestlohn, ne?
Ja. Daher,
Das war nicht schlecht.
13,90 €, ja.
Bin mal gespannt, ob es sollen mehr Mobile sein bei uns.
Wie bitte? Mehr mobile?
Ja, ich bin gespannt, ob sie das jetzt wirklich machen, dass sie die gesamte Woche voll machen. Also, dass nicht mehr Sonntag Anreise ist, sondern dass Freitag davor schon Anreise ist und die halt die ganze Woche schon. Wir haben ja jetzt schon Mittwoch statt Donnerstag Gates open.
Ja.
Das ist ja die ganze Woche. Oh, sie pullt mit dem Pad.
Das war
Nicht
krass.
Glück gehabt. Ja, das wäre geil. Die ganze Woche durcharbeiten, das ist richtig cool, Alter.
Ja,
Wo man
ich war
Düsenjäger.
Ich war mal eine Woche da.
Ja, ist doch.
Da.
Ja.
Ja. Du bist gelesen.
Also für einfach so. Für Urlaub? Ich fahre da sowieso schon freitags hin. Und chill 2 Tage. Oder beziehungsweise chill nicht 2 Tage, sondern chill einen Abend. Und dann. Oh, lass mal rumlaufen. Oh, jetzt können wir ja auch eigentlich schon mal gucken. Oh, lass mal hier gucken. Ja, dann können wir das schon mal einrüsten. Hol mal einen Schlüssel. Okay, und schon arbeite ich 12 Stunden. Das finde ich bezahlt. Das ist ja jedes Jahr. 21.000 Schritte gemacht. Moin. So nämlich.
Video von Dunkle Parabel, wenn du da drin bist.
Den habe ich mal gesehen, den wollte ich ansprechen, der ist übelst. Naja.
Ja, da siehst du nämlich nicht aus, als würdest du arbeiten, weil da lehnst du dich gegen das Auto mit verschränkten Armen.
Ach so, im Video, stimmt, da war ich. Ja, ich habe gehofft, dass der mal kommt und mit einem redet, aber nein. Kann ich aber auch verstehen, dass er eher Leute interviewt, die
Nicht da arbeiten.
nicht da arbeiten, genau. Wobei 5 Minuten vorher bin ich an ihm vorbeigefahren mit komischer Musik. Und hammerkrass im YouTube-Video, es ist ja DMCA-Musik, ist also kostenlose Royalty-Free-Musik natürlich. Aber die Musik nervt natürlich, weil sie laut ist. Und im Video, im YouTube-Video, in der Szene, wo wir dran vorbeifahren, hört man das nicht. Man hört aber alles andere. Also man hört die Geräusche nebenher, man hört die Notströmer, der unterhält sich mit denen, aber man hört nicht das, was bei uns rauskommt. Das müssen die richtig gut bearbeitet haben. Hört schon wieder gar nicht auf. Das ist wohl Sinn der Sache.
Seid ihr das Freunde?
Weiß ich nicht. Ich habe ja schon den einen Spanier, der mir immer schreibt und schickt, wie weit er ist. Hier, Calanta. Excremento beleidigt mich immer nur.
Richtig.
Recht, weil es sich so gehört, wie du fast 50 bist, Alter. Und dein Charakter auch.
Ja. Ja, der andere Mitspieler, der ist 53. Filster.
Und die Heilerin? Die Druidin im Club?
Die ist so alt, sie alt wie ich, nein, er ist so lange.
Die ist so alt, wie sie alt ist. Das war Einhaut.
Wie lange, also musst du die ganze Woche so lange arbeiten oder ist das irgendwie morgen schon vorbei oder so?
Was?
So lange arbeiten.
Nee.
Ist das
Ist
jetzt
gestern schon vorbei. Heute war wieder. Das ist 2 Tage im Monat.
Achso, okay.
Nimm den Helm, ey. Gestern gar nichts mehr. Also gestern ging gar nichts mehr. Aber öfter mal was Neues. Soll ja spannend bleiben, ne?
Eisgekühlter Bommelon da.
Melonda, eisgekühlt.
Ich darf nächste Woche auflegen im Club.
Wow. Was erzählst? Hat geklappt, meinst du?
5 Uhr morgens, ja.
Nice. Für eine Stunde.
Ja, das Closing Set mache ich.
Geil. Einfach.
Ja.
Was kann man denn?
Eine Stunde lang Loop.
Ja.
Ja.
Sora. Einfach ein Mixtape aus Sora-Tracks.
Suno meinst du?
Heißt das Suno? Heißt das Suno? Ja, ne? Sora? Ne, Sora ist was anderes, ne?
Sowas Bild.
Ja, dann Suno. Einfach eine Stunde lang New Kids Turbo.
I wanna see the rainbow high in the sky.
Oh my husband. I am the cat.
Hast die ganzen KI-Songs, ne? Ey, oh. Kann man
Boah.
sich auch Inspiration holen als normaler Musiker und sagen, okay, ich mach das.
Boah.
Boah, ich mach das.
Yeah, ich kann umskillen.
Was?
Mein,
Ein Klick aus.
nee, ich habe mich verskillt und außerdem habe ich auf... Ich verstehe es nicht, alle gehen immer auf Zweihand. Und da habe ich überhaupt keinen Bock zu. Weil du so langsam angreifst. Und ich will erstmal Axt, Poleaxt. Ja gut, Two-Hand Specialization muss ich eh nehmen. Aber dann mache ich Poleaxt Specialization wegen Axten. Auch für die Wirbelwind-Axt.
Ja.
Und dann mache ich hier Dual Specialization. Für doppelt hauen. So nämlich.
So, sag's euch.
Mhm.
Ich kotze gleich, ey.
Ins
Ich
Essen?
hab's. Aber ich hab's. Es gab heute veganes Hühnerfrikassee. Selbst gemacht.
Geil. Und das hat nicht so gut geschmeckt?
Für mich nicht. Also, schmeckte nicht scheiße, schmeckte auch nicht gut. Also, so ohne krassen. Also, das krasseste war immer noch Wacken, fand ich letztes Jahr.
Wie das,
Das Hühnerfrikassee. Hast du
weil das gut geschmeckt oder weil das schlecht geschmeckt hat?
Das war richtig gut.
Ich kann mich nicht dran erinnern. Generell ist Rufgut bei Wacken aber recht gut, finde ich.
Ja.
Wobei Freitag immer so das Schlimmste ist.
Ja.
Also Freitag ist die Qualität am geringsten. Diesmal haben wir Sonntag aber Abendbrot, also Abendessen mit dazu. Dann wird noch mal alle ein Abschiedsessen haben.
Ja, ich weiß es auch immer nicht. Also, ja, man kann sich nachmelden, irgendwie kurz vorher, aber abmelden kann man nur 3 Tage vorher. Das heißt, es ist besser, wenn du das weniger dich anmeldest. Weil dieses Jahr konnte ich zum Beispiel, ich habe mich 3-mal angemeldet, aber konnte gar nicht 3-mal gehen, weil das so schlammig war halt. Das ist ein übelster Weg war.
Bist du da nicht hingekommen oder was?
Ja, das ist doch ein übelster Weg mit dem Roller da. Schon.
Ja, ich bin aber hingelaufen.
Ja. Du weißt schon, wo der Campingplatz ist, ne? Also
Ja, und?
Campground. Ne, nicht da, wo wir campen.
Ach so, von euch, von der Arbeit. Ja, das ist shit. Das, ja, hast verstanden. Ja, ich verstehe.
Durch 3 Dörfer
Checke, Schere. Stimmt, du warst ja in einer anderen Postleitzahl.
Das ist ja easy, ja.
Du warst ja in einer anderen Postleitzahl. Stimmt ja. Schere.
Es wäre mal geil, dass man dieses Jahr mal wieder ein warmes Festival wäre.
Mama, du bist... Bist du zu leise? Habe ich dich leiser gemacht oder hast du dein Mikrofon bloß? Ich verstehe dich nicht.
Ja, Mikrofon leise gemacht.
Okay.
Aktivation.
Aktivation. Hast du Crispy da ausgemacht oder was?
Nee. Ich habe einfach nur die Voice Activation höher gemacht und Lautstärke runter gemacht.
Okay.
Weil ich ungefähr in dem Mirage-Stream übelst geschrien habe.
Ja, aber dann muss er das einstellen.
Ja.
Das ist deine Aufgabe. Vor allen Dingen ist das mega nervig, weil jetzt muss er das jedes Mal nachstellen. Also, mit er meine ich. Muss ich mich umstellen?
Ja, das sprichst ja auch immer in der dritten Person.
Ja, über mich. Genau. Wir.
Wir, ihr, sie, haha, du Troll, du Hurensohn. Das hab ich dann. Nee, hat er gekriegt. Wobei er gekriegt. Ich find's so komisch, immer wenn ich die angreife, greifen die mich an und dann kann die mir mal die Akku klauen. Komplett, der Troll. Und die mehr Schaden machen oder was?
Ja.
Ich hab
Vielleicht?
zuerst angehauen. Und hab 2 Dots drauf gemacht.
Ach so.
Und hab ihn einfach. Dann kann er das trotzdem noch abnehmen.
100 bis 60% bestimmt, wer die Aggro bis zum Ende kriegst. Wenn du, also die ersten 40%, wer da den meisten Schaden macht, der kriegt's.
Okay.
Deswegen geht ja Mob-Taggen, weil du auf 60% runterhauen musst. You know?
Ja.
Und dann ist es egal. Dann ist es deiner. Also du musst die ersten 100 bis 60% musst du am meisten Schaden machen. Das ist natürlich doof, wenn du einen Dodder hast, ne? Musst du halt...
Ja.
Keine Ahnung. Noch einer. Was ist denn hier los?
Dotter.
Warte mal, bevor wir uns hier... Crazy.
Oh, you. I'm crazy for me. Oh, bald ist schon wieder Wochenende, geil.
Mhm. Montag wird Hardcore gestreamt. IRL. Also nicht
Aber
Hardcore WoW. Nee, kann ich nicht. Ab morgen. Morgen Nachmittag.
Okay.
Ab morgen Nachmittag bin ich bis Montag AFK.
Ja. Und dann Montag IRL?
Will ich mal versuchen. Also ich nehme das mal mit und dann fahre ich an die Halle und stream aus dem Saustall.
Okay. Ich möchte, dass du
Nehme ich den Anhänger.
Oh, jetzt wird schwierig. Abhängen. Also.
Ja, muss ich dann wohl. Ist da ernst? Okay.
Nee, alles gut.
Nehme ich den Anhänger mit und lad Papier auf. Papiermüll.
Das passt als IRL-Stream.
Ja.
Du musst schön achten auf deine Kennzeichen, ne?
Ja, ich fahre den Bus raus. Dann. Wobei, ganz ehrlich.
Und du musst halt nach innen filmen, ne? Wenn die Leute vorbeikommen und
Ja. Aber ganz ehrlich, das mit den Kennzeichen. Man erkennt den Bus ja, bevor man das Kennzeichen erkennt. Und das Kennzeichen nimmt am öffentlichen Raum teil. Also, und weil man weiß, in welchem Landkreis das Auto gemeldet ist.
Ja.
Na? Also da mache ich mir, weil das kannst du sowieso nicht vermeiden, wenn ich jetzt irgendwo bin. Ne? Dann zeigst du das ja. Und öffentlicher Raum, also das ist ja sogar erlaubt. Also niemand, ne? Kennzeichen sind. Die Leute, die drin sitzen, die können sagen, hier, ich will nicht gezeigt werden. Oder so nach dem Motto. Wenn du Mitfahrer hast. Deswegen wird beim Blitzen ja alles bis auf dich
Nackt gezeigt.
weggemacht. Aber so gesehen ist mir das Wurst.
Du hast eine Wurst.
Ist natürlich was anderes, wenn zum Beispiel die Vox-Autodoktoren, das ist natürlich Datenschutz, wenn das darum geht, Autos der Kunden, Kundenautos. Ja? Aber selbst das ist durchgespielt, machen die nur aus Höflichkeit. Das müssen sie nicht, denn in anderen Firmen, die so YouTube machen, werden die Dinger auch gezeigt. Da stehen auch Ahnen.
Am geilsten finde ich das, wenn die mal das wegretuschieren, mal nicht. Das finde ich halt ein bisschen lustig.
Ja.
Wenn dann voll oder gar nicht. Also.
Ja. Ich habe auch schon in diesem Forum, wo ich mal war, habe ich dann mal nach Jahren mal einen Link bekommen. Habe ich mal einen Link bekommen, wo das gesagt wurde, oh, ich habe den Bus von Corrgan gesehen. Und dann ein Foto.
Ja. Und war es deiner?
Ja, war meiner.
Mit dem Kennzeichen.
Ja.
Okay.
Was soll man da denn machen? Also, ich
Den
hab nichts gesagt.
Gesehen, der da wohnt, der so heißt mit Namen. Und
Ja, das ist dann was anderes. Das ist dann was anderes, ne? Da würde man dann auch rechtlich gegen vorgehen können. Aber wenn jetzt einer an der Straße vorbeiläuft und ein Foto, also ja, das ist dann Shit. Also, das ist dann wieder was anderes. Ich glaube aber nicht, dass es... Und wenn das jemand machen würde... ja. Ich glaube nicht, trotz meiner kontroversen Art in der Vergangenheit, glaube ich nicht, dass ich das Level erreichen würde. Das provokante Level eines Drachenlords. Deswegen... Wie gesagt, wenn das zu krass wird, dann nimmt man den Usernamen und fordert den, bringt das zur Anzeige und fordert den Betreiber auf, die Daten rauszugeben und dann wird meine Rechtsschutz... Makora!
Ja, genau, das machst du dann.
Das mache ich auch. Dann gehe ich raus mit dem Knüppel.
Weißt du das in die Luft?
Makora! Oh, da geht's.
Aber er kann auch relativ ganz gut Deutsch schreiben, ne?
Ja, kommt das ran.
Ja, von dem Räumen. Habe ich auch schon gelesen.
Stimmt, vielleicht sollte ich mal für seine Privatsphäre den Chat.
Dann, ja, das würde ich sowieso machen, das ist rüber zu machen. Also dein Bildschirm, deine Kamera kam sowieso über das. Den
ja, was ich schreibe ist.
Ja, genau.
Ich meine, er muss mir das ja nicht. Selber schuld.
Ja.
Er, sie, es.
Ihr, sie.
Delete the Wort.
Ja. Dänisch.
Auch dann. Auch dann, ja, die Insel ist groß. Ne? Also, das ist jetzt nicht. Ja, aber Doxing ist halt ein Ding. Racing Thunder Lizard.
Hä, wo kann ich denn... Warum kann ich gerade nichts verkaufen? Auktionshaus.
Obwohl das doof ist. Das hat ja keinen Bezug.
Das ist aha irgendwie langsam oder so?
Hast
Also
du Auktionator?
Ja.
Auktionator hat bei mir auch letztens Probleme gehabt. Wenn du einen Fullscan machst, dann dauert das.
Gemacht schon. Aber ich kann verkaufen, Auktion erstellen dauert irgendwie immer noch so
Ja,
3
ja.
Sekunden.
Ja.
Das
Da hat er momentan. Also ich hatte auch Probleme damit. Weiß nicht, ob das serverweit ist, ob es mit Server zu tun hat oder ob die einfach scheiße sind. Weiß ich nicht. Vielleicht ist es auch einfach Blizzard. Morgen soll ein großes Roadmap-Announcement sein, wie WoW weitergeht. Retail und Classic. Und zwar haben die extreme Neuerungen im Classic. Alle Streamer rasten gerade aus und haben in den letzten 3 Tagen, wo dieses Announcement dann kam, alles, oh, Classic Plus! Und so stelle ich mir Classic Plus vor. Und ich, pass auf, Verschwörungstheorie? Die Classic Plus Leute und auch diese Classic.plus, WoW Classic.plus gibt's ja. Ist jetzt zufällig ein paar Tage vor dem 29. vor diesem großen Announcement von Blizzard für WoW online gegangen. Und ich glaube, dass sie announcen, dass zur BlizzCon finalisiert wird, was Classic Plus ist. Und da jetzt alle Streamer, alle großen WoW-Streamer, also jedenfalls von den Amerikanern, jetzt auf einmal, was ist eigentlich Classic Plus? Und wir diskutieren Classic Plus, unter anderem auch OnlyFans 3, TBC Hardcore und Classic Plus und Zukunft. In der letzten Woche oder in den letzten 7 Tagen extrem mit der Wirbeltrommel rühren und da extrem Aktivitäten sind, glaube ich, dass das announced wird. Und ich glaube, das hat was mit dem Titanforge, mit der Titanforge-Version zu tun. Dass sie so ein Merge aus Classic, Season of Discovery, Classic Plus und also quasi als Titanforge verkaufen, dass es zur BlizzCon kommt. Und OnlyFans 3 dann auf der BlizzCon startet. Und ich da wieder nicht dabei bin. Weil... Warum?
Willst du zum BlizzCon aus?
Wie bitte?
Willst du zum BlizzCon?
Das wäre krass. Ich setze aber ein Millimeter meines Körpers auf den nordamerikanischen Kontinent.
Okay. Sind die nur in Amerika?
Ich möchte nicht in die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika. Und da du nicht nach Kanada fliegen kannst, ohne Gefahr zu laufen, in Amerika zu landen, möchte ich nicht. Möchte ich das nicht. Nein.
Euch alleine. Ich fahre mit Schiff.
Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Das ist der Übertracker.
Kannst du mal gucken, weil ich die Karte nicht habe. Oberhalb vom Arati-Hochland kommt man da durch den Tunnel rein zu dem oberen Ding. Ist dann Arati.
Ist denn Arati?
Und drüber, da ist ein Tunnel. Oben rechts ist ein Tunnel. Und ich meine, da drüben kommst du durch den Tunnel zu der oberen Map da drüben. Ober.
Hinterlands.
Warte?
Nee, Hinterland musst du Hillsborough Foothills.
Die heißen.
Die Hinterländer.
Ja, genau, Hinterland. Wie kommt
Musst du Hillsborough Foothills und dann ist da oben rechts ein.
Ah, okay. Gut, danke.
Bitte. Hinterlands ist cool. Da kannst du diese.
Ja, mein Level gebracht gerade drauf.
Ja, und du kannst übelst geil grinden an den Schildkröten. Am Strand immer hoch und runter. Die haben Hyperspawn, sind gelb. Richtig gut.
So, ich bin eine Ballern. Gleich.
Ja, nimm so ein Ballermer. Ich will 2 Levels machen. Hui! Weil ich krieg nämlich Wirbelwind. Und dann brauche ich ein Makro. Berserker Stance, Whirlwind, Arm Stance. So nämlich. Yo. Was ist denn Kodobone Necklace? Nee. Obwohl, 7 Stamina. Nee, das Defense ist ganz gut. So, jetzt kannst du sehen, wie ich ohne den Hunter mit dem Mega-Damage, der macht echt nämlich super doll Damage. Richtig auf die Fresse kassiere einfach. Ja, guck, hier, jetzt ziemlich Schluss. Da. Und 31. Zacka, zacka. 319. Einfach irgendwelche Buttons drücken.
Forces. To protect his allies, Thrall engaged in battle against the enemy bases. After acquiring the Zeppelins, Thrall confronted Grom, who believed that a true warrior would directly face the humans instead of sneaking past them. Concerned at Grom's aggressive tendencies, Thrall ordered him and his clan to gather wood in Ashenvale for their settlement while he ascended the mountain to meet the Oracle. Despite initial reluctance, Grom complied with Thrall's request. Meanwhile, Thrall encountered Cairn once more. However, reaching the summit required dismantling human defences, for which Cairn proposed seeking assistance from the Stone Talon Mountains wyverns. These creatures were captive to the malevolent Harpies, but after a fierce battle, they were liberated and pledged their support to Thrall and the Horde. With their aid, Thrall managed to vanquish the human encampment and proceeded into the caverns of Stone Talon Peak. As Thrall and Cairn explored the caverns, they eventually discovered the Oracle's chamber. However, upon arrival, they discovered that Jaina Proudmoore had already penetrated the cavern. Their encounter with Jaina almost escalated into a confrontation before the Oracle intervened, revealing himself as the prophet previously encountered in Lordaeron by both Thrall and Jaina. Following quick introductions, the prophet conveyed that the Burning Legion invasion had already commenced, resulting in the fall of Lordaeron. The prophet warned that the orcs and the humans needed to unite against the common threat, or face annihilation by the hands of the Legion. He also informed them that Grom had already been corrupted by an agent of the Burning Legion during an operation in the forests of Ashenvale. Despite their reservations, they agreed to combine forces, Thrall especially, driven by the urgency to save Grom. Assisted by the Alliance, the Horde departed from the Stone Talon Mountains, journeying to the Barrens to track down the corrupted Grom Hellscream. To discover more about Thrall's confrontation with Grom, you can tune into our Tales of Ashenvale. A safe portal to the narrative of the forests of Ashenvale can be found in the description below. Not directly linked to the Stone Talon Mountain tales, this story is one that demands closure. Thrall received a vision urging him to bring Jaina to a grove at the foot of Mount Hyjal. There, the prophet revealed himself as Medivh, the last guardian of Tirisfal. He convinced them to unite against the Burning Legion, warning of imminent defeat otherwise. In a tremendous battle, Archimonde was finally vanquished, sealing the defeat of the Burning Legion. The victory at Mount Hyjal signified the conclusion of the Third War. The aftermath of the war left lasting wounds among all races, prompting them to unite for a fresh start, marked by the tentative truce between the Alliance and the Horde. The remaining Alliance troops, led by Jaina Proudmoore, established themselves in southern Kalimdor. Along the eastern shores of Dustwallow Marsh, they constructed the sturdy port city known as Theramore. Thrall led his people and sought a place in the rugged, splendid lands of the Barrens. Here he established the lands of Durotar and built the great capital city of the Horde known as Orgrimmar. In the years that followed, Azeroth witnessed the ascent of one of the world's most notorious villains, the Lich King. However, the Stone Talon Mountains gradually faded into obscurity as the attention of Azeroth turned elsewhere. Throughout this era, only a handful of courageous adventurers persisted in exploring the legacy of the Stone Talon Mountains. Several years after establishing themselves in Kalimdor, the goblins expanded their control over the Stone Talon Mountains. Some goblins came together to create the Venture Company, a notorious goblin-run cartel known for...
Hallo?
Ich nehme einfach den Fernseher, den ich dir geschickt habe, für Arbeit. Kannst du ja auch mit OBS machen und dann Teams, oder? Theoretisch.
Ja, mit einer virtuellen Kamera. Wenn du virtuelle Kamera einrichtest, kannst du die Szene so machen, wie du es willst, und dann wählst du in bestimmten Dingen einfach als Webcam OBS aus.
Lustig.
Dann geht's. Hab ich auch schon gemacht. Also nicht für...
Oder wie zur Corona-Zeit haben noch irgendwie alle Zoom benutzt und dann haben die auch Videokamera, dann waren die doch ein Hamster und sowas. Und doch da das Video, wo der Lawyer, also der Rechtsanwalt irgendwie, du wusstest nicht, wie das umstellt und sagt, ich bin ja keine Katze oder sowas und ihr war eine Katze, glaube ich. Ich bin ein echter Mensch.
Ja. Furry. Irgendwelche Furries als Lawyer.
Ja. Steh mit Rücken an der Wand. Hand an meinen Schwanz.
Okay.
Okay, geil ein bisschen.
Di.
Krass, das ARD das nicht so schafft auf Twitch, ne? Bei ARD twitchen die und haben 300 Zuschauer. Wow. Aber richtig professionell mit Dings und so, ne?
Ja,
Setup.
aber kommt drauf an, die machen auch Podcasts und Talkshows und da sind dann richtig Leute da.
Ja, die holen ja auch immer irgendwelche Fame für Twitcher rein.
Ja, genau.
Ein bisschen greifen können.
Und auch 300 Viewer, ich finde das voll okay, dass das präsent ist.
Ja.
So, ich meine, die verschwenden die Gebühren halt auch für anderen Scheiß. Dann können sie das auch wenigstens dafür verschwinden. Also, ne, sag ich. Meine Meinung.
Ja.
Bezahl gerne
Ich muss gerade sagen, aber bezahlst du nicht immer.
Das ist ein Thema. Ist ja jetzt ein Thema wieder. Upsi. Oh, kommt das auch noch dazu?
Ja, ich hab ich das erzählt, ja, ne? Die wollten mich ficken und sagen, hier, du musst hier 600 Euro zahlen. Ich so, nee, ich bin mit der Mitbewohnerin drauf. Und dann kam zurück, also hab die Nummer durchgegeben, das ist eine andere Adresse. Geht nicht. Und da habe ich nur so geschrieben, Moment, das ist die gleiche Adresse. Kann es sein, dass euer System einfach automatisch mich da gemacht hat?
Ja, natürlich
weil
ist das
Adresszusatz ist, weil da steht nämlich drin, wo das ist, also welche Wohnung das ist. 4. Stock rechts
Ja.
und sowas.
es ist
Und
immer.
das war dazu, und was kam? Es hat einfach 6 Wochen gedauert und haben gesagt, ja okay.
Ja, ist nix. Ja.
Also gut, das dürfen ja eigentlich gar nicht so automatisch nicht.
Ich habe
krass.
überhaupt kein Problem damit, dass ich was dafür bezahlen könnte, wenn das, also, wenn das Angebot, wenn das Geld auch für ein gutes Angebot sein würde, ne?
Ja.
Und wenn so eine Scheiße, wenn das Steuer wäre. Also wenn das quasi vom Staat eingetrieben werden würde.
Ja genau, das.
Aber es ist ein privates Ding.
Genau, dass es komplett abgezogen wird, einfach von das siehst du gar nicht, dass es abgezogen
Ja.
wird, fertig.
Einfach eine 0,00, was weiß ich, Steuer machen.
Genau.
Aber es ist eine private Gesellschaft, die sich selbst bereichert, bevor sie das weitergibt.
Ja, ich habe mit einem Kollegen gehört, der hat beim RBB gearbeitet, oder es gab ja auch einen Dings. Die haben doch, der eine hat sich da so einen Palast da gebaut da.
Ja.
Das Büro.
Und dann wird das weitergereicht und da machen die auch Scheiße mit.
Ja.
Ich möchte nicht Lanz bezahlen, der AfD eine Bühne gibt.
Ja. Ich aber.
Das möchte ich einfach nicht.
Alles der Schwarz.
Und das ist mein Problem. Aber ja, gut. Das ist so wie bei vielen. Ich bezahle auch gerne Steuern. Dafür, dass ich aus meinem Wasserhahn Wasser trinken kann.
Ja.
Und dass ich auf Autobahnen fahren kann, die nicht alle 20 Kilometer 5 Euro kosten.
Ja.
Das verstehen immer viele nicht. Fahrt mal nach Frankreich.
Frankreich.
Frankreich. Aber war hier nicht so ein... Achso, habe ich schon. Ja. Aber es ist so wie mit so vielen Dingen eigentlich eine gute Idee. Die Umsetzung hängt. Weisheiten mit Corrgan. Direkt Politik-Reaction. You're no hated. Passend. Oh. Ich habe im Gesicht gepult. Wie er sich das schnappt. Diese frechen Dänen, ne? Der Frechdachs.
Ist immer noch mit den Dänen unterwegs.
Ja. Nicht so wie der Untode letztes Mal. Der war lustig. Wo ist er denn jetzt? Da unten. Lol. Also 2? Klaut er mir das, denke ich, hier hin. Aha. Dumm Sohn.
Endschmagier. Wie es einfach sein. 4 Stunden mit dem D.
Ja, so ungefähr.
Krass.
Fast.
Habt ihr schon zusammen ein Level gemacht?
Ja, jeder. Ich wollte erst Stranglethorn, aber da war alles voll. Und dann habe ich gesagt, komm, fahr nach Desolage. Und dann war der Dude.
Das ist eigentlich ganz gut, dass du jetzt Levels, weil wir, also dann nicht kannst bis Montag oder bis Dienstag.
Dienstagnachmittag, ne? Dienstagnachmittag bin ich wieder on. Also, Mittwoch, Quatsch, Montagnachmittag. Hab ich wieder, mach ich wieder, stream ich auch wieder. Ja, ja. So ist das, ja, ja.
Ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch.
Ich hab, denen die Luft genommen.
Wie der Däne, der hinter uns stand auf dem Parkplatz da, mein Vater, und wo einer bei uns reingefahren ist und der Däne kam nicht raus. Ich habe alles gesehen, ich kann alles bezeugen.
Haha. Interface failed because of an add-on.
Oh, ich habe auch lange nicht mehr bei Curse Forge geguckt, ob ich irgendwas updaten muss. Ich finde es krass, dass es immer noch Probleme gibt. Ja, okay, die machen immer noch Updates. Vielleicht machen die Änderungen halt am WoW.
Ja, die Änderungen, klar. Also die mussten ja für Classic mussten die ja den Code erstmal wieder herstellen. Also der Code war ja weg. Deswegen gab es ja ganz lange Classic nicht mehr. Haben sie gesagt.
Ja.
Und dann haben sie ganz zufällig den Code wiedergefunden. Man munkelt, weil Blizzard den Private Server Code getorrentet hat, der vor Jahrzehnten geleakt wurde, wo die ganzen Private Server dann auf waren, dass sie sich den zurückgetorrentet haben.
Gehabt. Kannst du dich noch erinnern? Also ich weiß nicht, ob ich...
Nee, das weiß ich nicht mehr. Da war ich schon raus.
Da hatte ich nämlich auch Private Server, da habe ich ein bisschen rumgespielt mit. Konnte ich mir selber halt wenn du ein bisschen programmieren konntest, die Items halt übelst krass machen und sowas.
Interesting.
Du konntest alles spawnen lassen und sowas. Also Game Master halt.
Ja.
War nicht irgendeiner Inga war doch als Game Master. Also Inga kannst du doch, oder wir kannten einen.
Weißrot.
Ja, genau. Aber der ist bestimmt auch nicht mehr da.
Nee, schon lange nicht mehr. Schon lange nicht mehr. Es gab ja dieses Turtle WoW. Das war so ein Private WoW-Ding. Riesengroß. Und das, was wieder in diese WoW Plus Verschwörungstheorie von mir reinragt, wurde vor einem Vierteljahr oder 2-3 Monaten Mathe, wurde es geschlossen von Blizzard, ne? Weil die zu hart Richtung WoW Plus ging. Die haben das nämlich eigen entwickelt. Haben Storyline, haben Lore, haben Quests geschrieben, haben aus anderen Add-ons, Assets und Klassen und so gemacht und haben quasi WoW Plus gemacht. Und das Krasse ist, dass Blizzard in der Position ist, die müssen das nur machen. Die müssen nur das ein bisschen recyceln und dann stellst du da 10, 15 Programmierer oder so ein Team von 10 Leuten, 2 Programmierer, 2 Art direkt, also 2 Leute, die Zeit, weißt du, so ein bisschen so ein Team, ne, so ein minimales Team, der die Version dann einfach nur pflegt, bis an ihr Lebensende. Also sprich, bis End of Life, bis die Spielerzahlen halt so gering sind, aber ich glaube bei WoW, ich glaube meist Classic ist die meistgespielte WoW-Version. Das ist eine Frau, merke ich gerade. Oh. Ja, Exploding Shot. Ich will's nicht.
Das ist eine Frau.
Oh, ein Geku. Warte mal, wo ist Ongeku denn? Bringe Trainingschart. Swap of. Oh Gott.
Das?
Ja, habe ich das noch und dann gibt es ja noch den Kahnkopf. Aber dann bin ich mit Teslas durch. Iralas. Ja, naja, aber findest du, ich finde das Gelände da so nervig. Das ist wie Ashenvale. So
du musst halt nicht so viel laufen, das ist halt mega geil.
Das ist eine kleine Dings, ne?
Ja.
Ja,
und die Quests sind halt alle
und die sind, ja, ist doch alles voll mit Quests hier. Oh, mega lol.
Also das fand ich die geilste
stimmt.
von allen bis jetzt.
Das stimmt, das ist eine gute Geschichte.
Sehr viele Folgequests und so.
Ich glaube, ich fahre noch nach Booty Bay. Ratchet Booty Bay ist, ne? Das Schiff. Und glaubt ihr, gibt er den ganzen Scheiß ab?
Ja, glaube ich.
Whirlwind Makro. Warrior Whirlwind Makro. Genau. Not possible. Ah, okay, schade.
Ich gehe ein bisschen raus, kannst wieder Musik anmachen. Ja,
das ist keine Musik, aber mache ich. Dankeschön. Später.
Ja, bis dann. Ciao.
For exploiting Azeroth's natural resources. Affiliated with the Trade Coalition, this company extends its operations
Weiter mit dem WoW-Hörspiel.
of Azeroth to this day. On Kalimdor, they are active in regions like Mulgore, the Barrens, and notably in our case, the Stone Talon Mountains. The Goblins discovered that the area was rich in lumber and ore. Known for their engineering prowess, the Goblins in Stone Talon developed technologies enabling them to clear large sections of the forest within a brief time span. Their rapid deforestation caused concern and resentment among the Night Elves and the Tauren, who viewed it as a barbaric act. As the Goblins gained influence, the Night Elves, who of course aligned with the Alliance, and the Horde-affiliated Tauren, sought help from adventurers to address the Goblin issue in the mountains. Concurrently, the aggressive Grim Totem tribe, hostile to both factions, persisted in asserting their control over the Stone Talon Mountains, with goblins wreaking havoc in the forest and the Grim Totem tribe striving for dominance. The region became a volatile hub of factional conflict. This is the part of the story where adventurers play a crucial role, as rumours of the goblins' destruction of the Stone Talon Mountain spread across Azeroth in the year 25. Adventurers began arriving in the lands to assist their respective factions. Horde adventurers rallied to support the Sunrock Retreat against the Venture Company, mustering up predominantly Orcish and Tauren forces to repair the Venture Company's damage in the region. The once lush and green Windshear Crag lay desolate. Tree stumps, polluted waters, and creaking machinery stood testament to the goblins' logging expedition. It was led by Gorenzo Wrenchwhistle, a gnome renowned for his mechanical prowess. His invention, the Super Reaper 6000, was able to efficiently dismantle even the mightiest of trees. However, their operation faced internal strife when Ziz Physics, a disgruntled goblin once part of the venture company, sought revenge by collaborating with adventurers to eliminate Gorenzo and disrupt the goblins' endeavours. After examining the stories and the accounts that surround the events at the Windshear Crag during this time frame, it remains uncertain whether it was the Alliance or the Horde who ultimately succeeded in defeating Gorenzo Wrenchwhistle. The only certainty is that Ziz Physics proudly displays Gorenzo's mechanical arm as proof of the kill. The devastation in the Stone Talon Mountains didn't end there. Another section, the Charred Vale in the southwest, was transformed into a landscape of flames and lava by the Venture Company. The once thriving area, home to the Blood Fury Harpies and protected by Treants, fell victim to the goblins' destructive advances. When the Treants retaliated, the goblins' action enraged the Harpies and unleashed numerous elementals upon the region. Adventurers from both the Alliance and the Horde, despite feuding with the goblins, were also dispatched into the Charred Vale to reduce the numbers of the enraged inhabitants, aiming to restore the valley to its former state. Despite clashing with the Harpies and contending with the Alliance in the Charred Vale, the Horde adventurers triumphed in clearing the Vale of the Harpy menace. They united in a fierce battle that led to the demise of the Harpies' queen, Blood Fury Ripper. After the queen's fall, the Harpies retreated with their remaining forces, paving the way for tranquility to return to the land and a brief period of revitalization. Amidst the conflict against the Venture Company's goblins and the Harpies in the Charred Vale, other skirmishes were simultaneously occurring within the mountains. In the southern reaches of the mountain range, a small troll settlement urgently sought aid from the Horde, and tasked adventurers to confront the Keepers and the Dryads within Stone Talon Peak. Other urgent pleas for aid reverberated across the lands, summoning Horde forces to join the fight against the formidable Grim Totem tribe. In the 25th year, the Stone Talon Mountains faced a resurgence of conflict reminiscent of the Third War. The Druids dwelling in the Stone Talon Peak defended their settlement against the Horde. Meanwhile, the Horde itself confronted the Grim Totem tribe within their territory. Both factions engaged in fierce battles against the goblins of the Venture Company and the agitated Harpies of the Charred Vale. After the dust had settled, a fragile semblance of peace was restored. Although occasional skirmishes between the Alliance and the Horde persisted, these conflicts would gradually subside in the following year as both factions ventured through the
keine 10.000.
and into the struggles of Outland. 2 years later, following the banishment of Kil'jaeden to the Nether and the defeat of the Lich King Arthas, the Stone Talon Mountains would once more ascend to notable prominence among the lands of Azeroth. After Deathwing's catastrophic impact on Azeroth, the Stone Talon Mountains underwent notable changes. The Charred Vale, mostly rejuvenated through the efforts of the Druids, displayed a significant spire of lava protruding from its southern edge. A dormant volcano nearby erupted, releasing lava that devastated half of the area, creating an opening to the Veiled Sea. As most Harpies inhabited the western part of the Vale, they were likely eliminated, except for those who fled in time. Sister Riven is the sole known survivor. Following the destruction caused by the Cataclysm, the area became home to Black Dragon Whelps, Fisher-born fire elementals, and Black Drakes, led by Seldaria. Stone Talon Peak faced assaults from the forces of the Old Gods. It was invaded by the Enraki, led by the Harbinger, Athlas. This resulted in the devastation, the loss of wildlife, and even the corruption of the sons and daughters of Cenarius. Meanwhile, Stone Talon also emerged as a significant battleground during the following Alliance-Horde conflict. Now that we've explored the transformative events in the Stone Talon Mountains following the Cataclysm, it's an opportune moment to delve into the changes within the Charred Vale and the events that unfolded during that period. The Charred Vale was selected as a prime venue for one of the main events organised by the Mechanical Engineers Guild of Azeroth, also known as MEGA. MEGA, an association of engineers, arranged competitions and races to showcase their mechanical creations, including things like speedboats. In the Stone Talon Mountains, this MEGA event drew in numerous spectators, including Monty Gaslow, the current trade prince of the Bilgewater Cartel. Prior to Jaster Gallyritz's departure from the Horde, Gazlo served as the official goblin leader of Ratchet. As Gazlo and his crew prepared to depart for the races, they were approached by Aramar Thorn, the young Lakeshire boy featured in a previous tale concerning the lore of Feralus and Dire Maul. You can find a portal to that story in the description below. Aramar requested to accompany Gazlo and his friends on their journey from Tanaris to the Charred Vale, akin to hitching a ride in Azeroth. Gazlo and his crew agreed, escorting Aramar Thorn and his companions aboard the Cloud Kicker from Tanaris to the Charred Vale. Once they arrived, and after bidding farewell, Gazlo left them in the Vale, him and his crew continuing on to the location of the mega event. Aramar and his friends proceeded northward through the smouldering Vale for several hours. During their travel, an attempt to heal a withered tree was made by Tarindralla, a young dryad that sprouted from the seed of Thalis when Aramar Thorn submerged the acorn in water. Unfortunately, her efforts proved futile due to her young age. Maneuvering around dragon nests, they eventually found themselves surrounded by black drakes and whelps. A drake seized Mikasa Flintwill, only to be vanquished by the sentinels from Thaldarar Overlook, prompting the other dragonkin to flee the scene. Amid the turmoil sparked by the cataclysm, the newly appointed war chief, Garrosh Hellscream, exhibited a more aggressive stance in the ongoing conflict between the Horde and the Alliance. Fueled by the Horde's dire need for resources, Hellscream directed his forces on a rampage through Ashenvale, seeking crucial supplies. This aggression spilled over into the neighbouring Stoneteller Mountains, when Horde forces, led by Overlord Cromgar and General Grebo, made a strategic move to establish dominance over the entire region. They perceived that the Thaldarar Grove, a historically peaceful place of learning shared by both Night Elves and the Tauren, as a potential threat to the Horde's interests. They believed that the Grove concealed a weapon capable of harming their faction. High Chieftain Cliffwalker, stationed at Cliffwalker Post in the Stoneteller Mountains, strongly opposed Cromgar and Grebo's suspicions. He sent his son, Orthus, to uncover evidence to disprove these claims. Tragically, General Grebo killed Orthus, and unfortunately for him left evidence that linked him to the murder. Upon discovering his son's fate and the massacre of the Druids at the Grove by the hands of General Grebo, Cliffwalker confronted him. Their confrontation ended in the High Chieftain's favour, resulting in Grebo's death. Infuriated by his second-in-command's demise, Overlord Cromgar retaliated by travelling to Cliffwalker Post and set it ablaze. The fires that burned Cliffwalker Post to the ground also resulted in the death of Cliffwalker's wife, Marsha. In a devastating move, Overlord Cromgar, determined to eliminate what he believed as a threat in front of the High Chieftain's eyes, orchestrated a catastrophic bombing of the Thaldarar Grove, and he did so without the permission of War Chief Hellscream. The explosion obliterated the peaceful sanctuary, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. Upon learning of these horrific events, War Chief Hellscream took swift and severe action. He arrived at Cliffwalker Post by portal and immediately confronted Cromgar. Garrosh questioned if he had ordered Cromgar to kill innocent people and wreck the lands meant for the Horde's benefit. Of course, Garrosh had not ordered these killings, and Cromgar had acted on his own. Afraid of Garrosh's anger, Cromgar cowered while Garrosh scolded him, recalling the lessons about honour he had learned from Varrock Sourfang in Northrend. Garrosh told Cromgar that his actions had brought shame to the Horde and the Orcs. Hellscream grabbed Cromgar by the throat, relieved him of his duties, and ultimately executed him for his heinous actions.
So machen das die Orks.
Dark and haunting moment in the history of Kalimdor, and unfortunately foreshadows the events that followed, such as the later bombing and destruction of Theramore. Following the upheavals caused by the Cataclysm and the ensuing conflict between the Alliance and the Horde, the tales from the Stoneteller Mountains seemed to dwindle once more. With Azeroth's denizens rallying against the Burning Legion during their third invasion, attention shifted away from these mountains for a final time. Among the few stories that emerged after the Legion's crusade had ended are the tales of Huntress Jaelin. Stationed at Stardust Spire in Ashenvale, Jaelin holds a leadership position dedicated to safeguarding Alliance allies and thwarting Horde advances across Kalimdor. Even after the Fourth War on Azeroth, Jaelin continued to lead the Spire and persistently patrols the Ashenvale border with her Sentinel warriors to this day. According to Horde accounts, they decisively dismantled every siege weapon the Horde attempted to bring from the Stoneteller Mountains. As a warning to their adversaries, the remains of the destroyed machines and the bodies of the engineers were left at the Spire's doorstep. In the intricate narrative of Azeroth's history, the Stoneteller Mountains unfolded a saga woven with harmony, conflict, and sacrifices. It all began with Thrall and Jaina seeking wisdom from the Oracle at Stone Talon Peak and their quest to shape the destiny of their people in this mysterious realm of Kalimdor.
Richard.
Throughout time, this once tranquil terrain bore witness to relentless turmoil. Amidst the whispers of peace, clashes of swords echoed across the landscape. The coexistence between Night Elves and Tauren faced trials from the encroaching forces of the Venture Company, and of course the malevolent Grim Totem tribe. The Charred Vale's beauty succumbed to greed and devastation, where the Super Reaper roamed, and the Harpies met a tragic end in the volcanic eruption. The tragedies suffered by High Chieftain Cliffwalker and the innocents lost in the bombing of Thaldorar Grove left scars across the land and in the heart of its inhabitants. As the echoes of battle subsided and the winds of conflicts shifted, the Stone Talon Mountains endured, a testament to the resilience and fortitude of its people. From seeking guidance at Stone Talon Peak to enduring the horrors of war in Thaldorar Grove, this land's legacy embodies both valor and sorrow. As we bid farewell to this chapter, let us remember the sacrifices made and the lessons learned within the storied Stone Talon Mountains. Heading northward to the adjacent region, let's delve into the mysteries of Ashenvale.
So nämlich.
Ashenvale lies south of Darkshore and Felwood, west of Azshara, and north of the Stone Talon Mountains and the Barrens. This forest, abundant with ancient trees and vibrant life, retains a deeper magical essence and a profound connection to nature, despite pockets tainted by darkness. Numerous lakes nestle beneath the forest canopy, offering serene havens for all sorts of wildlife. The Night Elves, custodians of this ancestral land, maintain control over strongholds like Astronar, Maestra's Post, Silverwing Grove, and the Shrine of Asina. In contrast, the Horde have recently settled in the area within the Eastern Woods as Splinter Tree Post and established a smaller presence on the western beach known as Zoramgar Outpost. They've extended their influence through Warsong camps from Kargathia Keep to the Morshan Rampart in the south, also claiming and clearing Silverwind Refuge.
Jetzt fast durch die Nase wieder rauskommt.
Being spiders, wolves, and
hey, Mulgor.
dominate the area. The vast expanse from the Zoram Strand
Sander
to the
Bluffy.
Warsong Lumber Camp is an arduous traverse. Being a highly contested zone, frequent skirmishes and attacks.
Es gab ja wirklich Leute, die 2005 Tauren gespielt haben, weil Mulgor so unglaublich leer war. Dass es die einzige Zone war, wo die questen konnten. Weil der PC die anderen Zonen nicht gepackt hat.
On faction-based settlements are commonplace. Ashenvale also serves as a pivotal travel hub for both the Horde and the Alliance, drawing traffic from adventurers from all over the world. Our story of this age-old woodland unfurls in the aftermath of the demonic Burning Legion's first arrival on Azeroth over 10,000 years ago during the War of the Ancients. Following the cataclysmic events of the war and the sundering of ancient Kalimdor that followed, the surviving Night Elven civilization commenced the construction of their empire in the northern realms of the now altered continent. Legends whisper that the forests of Ashenvale and the environs encapsulated the remnants of this ancient land. Despite internal strife within their society, notably the exile of the highborn sect of the Night Elves, a saga for another time, Ashenvale remained in a state of relative peace until an ancient adversary resurfaced once more. Approximately 700 years after the War of the Ancients, a rift emerged between the Night Elves and the transformed Night Elves, now known as the Satyrs. Originating from a cursed affliction by Xavius, a former highborn, the Satyrs aligned with the Burning Legion. Following the War of the Ancients, the Night Elves had returned to their natural roots, embracing more druidic paths. The Satyrs, led by Ixalan the Feared, launched a brutal assault on Nightrun, causing significant losses for the Night Elves. Facing dire consequences, Chandra's Feathermoon proposed summoning druids from the Emerald Dream, which Malfurion approved. Despite fierce combat near Rainwood Retreat, the Night Elves fell into a trap, and retreated, albeit wounded. Malfurion's attempt to regulate druid forms met resistance, especially from a druid named R'hllor Fangfire, who used the Forbidden Pack form to defeat the Satyrs. This decision essentially led to a widespread crisis among the Night Elves affected by this Worgen curse. This crisis prompted Malfurion
Was
to
ist denn die
establish the
Packform?
Corrgan Circle in an
Sind
attempt
es
to
mal
increase
zwei denn?
control over druidic powers. R'hllor and his fellow Worgans were exiled to the Emerald Dream. The Night Elves continued their pursuit, eventually purging most forests of corruption and suppressing the Satyr threat. Consequently, some druids departed from the Night Elf society, believing in their wild nature, while the Worgen dispersed across different regions. You can discover more about the War of the Satyr and the Druids of the Scythe within the archives of our revered library. In the tale description below, there will be a safe portal to a more detailed narrative of the War of the Satyr. Peace would then return to the forested lands of Ashenvale, allowing the Night Elves to thrive and expand their influence in northern Kalimdor over the subsequent centuries. However, this peaceful period was then disrupted by the arrival of a goblin named Neelock Greedyfingers. Greedyfingers, a goblin fittingly named for his typical traits of being short, greedy of course, and profoundly entrepreneurial, saw an opportunity within the ancient territory of Ashenvale and commenced a logging camp. Initially, the goblins encountered opposition from a native Firbolg tribe, these ancient creatures being primarily concerned with the safeguarding of their sacred land. This conflict between Greedyfingers goblins and the Firbolg tribes took a significant turn when Gromash Hellscream and his horde entered the fray. In a well-known tale, Thrall embarked on a westward journey from Lordaeron to Kalimdor. Thrall's forces set sail across the ocean, but the war song was separated and absent from the initial landing on Kalimdor. The Horde clans would eventually find each other during conflict against the Alliance. Despite orders, Hellscream persisted in battling humans, leading Thrall to redirect the war song north to establish Splinter Tree Post while the main force moved onward. In Ashenvale, Hellscream forged an alliance with the goblin Neelock Greedyfingers. The goblins provided finely crafted shredders and in exchange for dealing with the Firbolg threat. A skirmish between the Horde and the Firbolgs ensued, resulting in the death of a Firbolg chieftain and several tribe members. Grom Hellscream continued into Ashenvale, felling forests and clashing with the Night Elves trying to protect their land. The Orcs' old connection to the Burning Legion was evident, raising suspicion among Cenarius, Lord of the Forest. He confronted the Orcs, believing them to be agents of the Legion, leading to a clash between Night Elves and the
vielleicht mache ich 36 Donnerfall.
Hellscream and his warriors initially overpowered
9000.
consumed water from a fountain created by Manaroth, and by doing so regained their connection to fell magic. This empowered them to fight Cenarius evenly, eventually leading to the demigod's demise. However, moments later, as a result of drinking from this tainted fountain, Manaroth enslaved Hellscream and his forces. Cenarius' death enraged the Night Elves, cementing their hostility towards the Orcs. Hellscream would later be purified from this demonic control, but met his end in a battle against Manaroth. But that's a tale for another time. Moving back to our narrative of Ashenvale, the Horde continued logging in Ashenvale, establishing camps like the Warsong Lumber Camp and the Warsong Labour Camp. These actions sparked ongoing conflict with the Alliance, a tale for a later chapter within this very narrative. In recent times, not only Orcs but also demons from the Burning Legion have established their presence in places like the Firescar Shrine, Fellfire Hill, Demonfall Canyon, and Demonfall.
Aber nicht in den Barrens.
Demonfall Canyon, notably named, witnessed a monumental battle between the Pit Lord Manaroth and the Orcs Gromash Hellscream and Thrall, after Hellscream's liberation from the Burning Legion's influence. Manaroth's demise caused a fiery explosion, claiming Grom's life. The site was named in honor of Grom's sacrifice, becoming a pilgrimage destination adorned with a monument in his memory. Today, the canyon is inhabited by numerous hostile, lesser demons. The Dordanil Barrow Den, nestled in Ashenvale, lies to the south of Splinter Tree Post and southwest of Fellfire Hill. Historically, this was a sanctuary for Night Elven druids, but it became a battleground when the Horde infiltrated these lands. While Orcs showed very little interest in the slumbering elves in this area, the Forsaken, later allied with the Horde, took a different approach. They conducted experiments to disconnect the druid spirits, driving them to madness. Consequently, the Barrow Den is now infested with lurking Forsaken assassins, the wrathful spirits of the disconnected druids, and the notable potent entities, Uthil Mooncall, Mavoris Cloudsbreak, and Tennille Darkwood. Sinister satyrs have also claimed ruins at Xavian, the Nightrun, and Satanar. Cursed Green Dragon King emerged from the Emerald Dream portal at Bow Shadow, and corruption festers in the ruins of Stardust. In addition to harboring satyrs, forsaken and similar beings, Ashenvale is also home to the infamous battleground that is the Warsong Gulch. Nestled between the southern part of Ashenvale Forest and the northern area of the Barrens, Warsong Gulch sits close to where Grom Hellscream and his orcs extensively cleared forests during the Third War. Despite disagreements from Thrall and the Shamans, a group of orcs has remained, continuing deforestation to fuel the Horde's expansion, and they now go by the name Warsong Outriders. With the Night Elves launching a concerted effort to reclaim Ashenvale's forest, to this day they continue to focus on expelling the Outriders from their lands. The Silverwing Sentinels have pledged to relentlessly pursue and remove every last orc from the Warsong Gulch. This battleground holds a significant renown among Azeroth's travellers, with most having contributed to their faction's cause at some point in time. Ashenvale conceals some
Oh, das können wir ja auch machen.
before. The idol of Remulos was entrusted to Brawl Bearmantle by Remulos himself,
Interesting.
designed to aid Brawl in channeling his druidic abilities. This artifact, resembling and linked to a green dragon, establishes a connection for Brawl with the Emerald Dream. During the battle for Mount Hyjal, Brawl was assaulted by the Pit Lord, Asgalor, who attacked him.
Oh, das ist doch super.
Brawl collapsed, he dropped the idol,
Sonderladen 50 Sekunden.
striking the idol with his sword Spite, infusing it with fell energy. Brawl's daughter, Anessa, tried to rescue him from the idol's corrupting influence, but her attempt ended tragically when the idol exploded, claiming her life. Consumed by grief and anger, Brawl held himself responsible for his daughter's death. This overwhelming emotion caused the spirits of the stag, the panther, the seal, and the crow to abandon him. Only the corrupted bear spirit remained, feeding Brawl's wrath with the fell magic it bore. The corrupted idol of Remulos was believed lost, until Brawl discovered in Warsong Gulch that it had fallen into the possession of the Thistlefur Furbolgs, corrupting them. In turn, to address this threat, Brawl and Logosh, aided by the hippogriff Sharp Talon, journeyed to Thistlefur Hold in Ashenvale to purge the idol of its corrupted fell energy.
So, was macht er?
Amidst the
Küsse aus Herz.
battle against the green dragon linked to the idol and the
Nice.
corrupted Furbolgs, they succeeded in cleansing the artifact. This purification allowed Brawl to reconnect with the other spirits of the wild, pacifying his inner fury. With the cleansed idol in hand, Brawl and Logosh presented it to Fandra Stagheld, seeking validation of its purification. After examining the artifact, Staghelm advised Brawl to leave Garnassus under his care, ensuring its continued purity. Before the events of the Cataclysm, a series of attempts on the lives of the Night Elves escalated into a chilling act by a shadowy group of orcs. In a brutal raid, a squadron of Silverwing Sentinels fell victim to a heinous act. The Sentinels were sent and suspended from the trees in Ashenvale. Despite the belief that these assailants were not fully affiliated with the Horde, tensions between the factions still heightened. Seeking to quell the mounting hostilities, Hamul Rune Totem and a contingent
Wo ist der Flugpunkt von der
arranged a peace
Allianz hier?
Druid, Alaratha
Verstehe es immer nicht.
alongside a group of Night Elf Druids to ease the growing discord. Tragically, the gathering was disrupted by a faction of Twilight Hammer Orcs disguised as Horde members, and they ruthlessly slayed all of the Night Elves present. Amidst the chaos, Gorkrak, the apparent leader of this Orc band, was confronted by Hamul, who queried if Garrosh Hellscream had dispatched them to disrupt the summit. Gorkrak, pretending ignorance of Garrosh's identity, signaled another Orc to attack Hamul from behind. The ambush then also resulted in the deaths of the Tauren Druids as well. Gorkrak orchestrated a plan to incriminate Garrosh for the murders. Ordering Hamul to be buried among the fallen Druids, he was left for dead. However, Hamul, the lone survivor, clawed his way out of the grave, to inform Cairn Bloodhoof of the grim betrayal that had unfolded. Across history, as we've seen in this tale, Ashenvale has often stood as a battleground, a testament to conflict born from the pursuit of supremacy. However, the brutality of war would then after the event known as the Shattering of Azeroth. Following the Cataclysm, Thrall designated Garrosh Hellscream, the son of Grom, as the new war chief of the Horde. Numerous tales abound of the harshness inflicted by Garrosh on the denizens of Azeroth during his reign. We've previously delved into some of these grim actions. To discover more about Garrosh's pursuit of dominance, delve into our narrative.
Ist ein bisschen doll.
In the description below to explore the profound impact Garrosh left
Sandwich-Span und South Fliege ich doch nach South
during the Cataclysm, Hellscream resolved to seize the Night Elven Forest for the Horde. He took charge, leading his troops to the neighboring
Läuft dann runter, fliegt dann zum Refugee Point, läuft dann runter, fliegt dann Refugee Point Stormwood. Oder Harte einfach.
Short of the aspirations harbored by War Chief Hellscream. Garrosh
Kriegen dafür.
envisioned constructing a vast city within the heart of the forest, aspiring to match the size and power of Orgrimmar.
2100.
Resources at his disposal, Garrosh aggressively surged through the Kaldorei ranks, leaving a trail of destruction towards the Silverwing,
2500.
bringing down tamed protodrakes and
Oh, das passt immer noch nicht. Aha!
acquired through coercing their young and aided
Oh,
by
da muss ich halt bis dahin
goblins.
laufen und
Garrosh
questen.
aimed to realize his expansionist ambitions. The assault on the outpost led to a decisive victory for the Horde. Garrosh's strategy was twofold. He tactically struck during an alliance leaders meeting, hoping to draw out Tyrande Whisperwind. As planned, the priestess arrived with the alliance reinforcements to support the weakening sentinels, but the Horde unleashed the Magnetar upon the alliance forces. Amidst the chaos, Tyrande was wounded by orc archers. Confident of triumph, Garrosh personally engaged in the battle. However, Worgen reinforcements led by Varian Rin and Gen Greymane intervened. Garrosh and Varian fiercely clashed, matching each other blow for blow, neutralizing any interruption to their duel. Although evenly matched initially, Varian gradually gained an advantage. As Garrosh fatigued, Varian continued his assault, eventually inflicting wounds on Garrosh and disarming Gorehowl. The dying Magnetar forced a halt in their combat, allowing Garrosh to regain composure before reluctantly withdrawing upon the Corcron's insistence. Nonetheless, Garrosh vowed to personally seek retribution against Varian. Following their triumph, General Chandris Feathermoon fortified defences and established outposts along Ashenvale's alliance-controlled borders. Nevertheless, the Night Elves confronted challenges due to a massive volcano eruption in central Ashenvale, causing chaos after the cataclysm. The Horde witnessed this upheaval and saw it as a strategic opportunity to advance their objectives amidst the Night Elves' difficulties. The Horde military sent reinforcements to Morshan Rampart, which had fallen to a renewed effort by the Silverwing Sentinels to oust the Horde from Ashenvale. The Sentinels didn't just besiege Morshan Rampart, they simultaneously attacked Splinter Tree Post and the Warsong Lumber Camp. Eventually, Horde adventurers and the military broke the Rampart siege. Pushing north from there, they seized control of Silverwing Outpost, and using Kodo caravans, lifted the siege of Splinter Tree Post. An orc poisoned the forest heart, dealing a heavy blow to the Sentinels. Horde covert operatives eliminated the commanders leading the siege of Warsong Lumber Camp, effectively stopping the Alliance offensive. After breaking the sieges of Splinter Tree and Warsong Lumber Camp, the eastern part of Ashenvale fell entirely under Horde control, except for Forest Song. The Horde forces then pressed westward, securing Silverwind Refuge through a corrupted water elemental, and also assaulting Rainwood Tower and Rainwood Retreat, causing casualties among the station druids and sentinels. However, they couldn't deliver the final blow at Rainwood because the druid leader kept reviving the Dryad defenders. The Horde even initiated firebombing on Astronar and moved to capture Maestra's Post, one of the few remaining Alliance encampments. If Maestra's Post fell, Darkshore and eventually Teldrassil would have been exposed to more Horde attacks. During the siege of Maestra's Post, Horde engineers at Silverwind Refuge finalized for the use against the Night Elves in Stone Talon Mountains. Numerous Horde battalions moved south to reinforce Cromgar's army, carrying the bomb. However, this temporary success didn't last. The mobilized armies of Darnassus broke the siege of Maestra's Post, driving the Horde out of Astronar. After reclaiming Astronar, the Alliance reinforced would retreat, breaking the siege by facing the shade of the ancient spirit of Shadumbra, resulting in the deaths of many Horde soldiers and the destruction of their demolishers. Alliance heroes also restored Dartol's Rod, gaining control over the Furbolgs near Silverwind Refuge and weakening the Horde army enough for the Sentinels to retake the camp. The Alliance military moved eastward, purifying the tainted forest heart and eliminating the Horde at the Lumber Camp. At this point, only scattered pockets of Horde resistance remained, leading to a definitive turn in the war in favour of the Alliance. Following the conflicts of the Ashenvale Wars, marked by a clear and undeniable victory for the Alliance, the resilience of nature asserted itself. healing the scars of the wars. The ancient forest landscape gradually returned to its former state of tranquility and peace. However familiar, peace on Azeroth is often fleeting. The echoes of conflict reverberated once more in Ashenvale, with the arrival of the Burning Legion's third invasion of Azeroth. Surprisingly, the disturbance did not originate from the Horde forces, but rather from the resurgence of an ancient adversary vanquished millennia ago, the Satyrs. The Satyr forces, led by Rethazar the Fallen, laid siege to Ashenvale. Acting swiftly, the Night Elves, recalling their successful strategy from the past, summoned champion druids from the Dream Grove to confront this resurgence. Unlike the challenges faced during the War of the Satyr in the past, this time the Night Elves swiftly and decisively dealt with the Satyrs. In more recent times, Ashenvale faced another brutal war, the War of the Thorns, one of the most significant Horde and Alliance conflicts to ever take place on Azeroth. While the intricate details of this war won't be explored here, it's essential to note the critical role Ashenvale played. After the Burning Legion conflicts, both factions suffered naval setbacks, leaving them unable to reinforce their territories effectively. Seeing an opportunity, the Horde aimed to secure Kalimdor and exploit divisions within the Alliance. They lured a significant portion of the Night Elven forces to Silithus, intending to hold Darnassus hostage and sow discord within the Alliance. Sylvanas Windrunner, the war chief, also sought to eliminate Malfurion Stormrage to weaken the Kaldorei spirit and dismantle their nation. In a surprise attack led by Sylvanas in Ashenvale, the Night Elf army was occupied near Silithus, delaying their return. The Alliance navy also faced delays, forcing the defense of northern Kalimdor onto Malfurion, Captain Delarin Summermoon, her city guard, and brave Alliance champions. With slim chances of holding off the Horde, the Alliance started evacuating Night Elven and Gilnean civilians to Stormwind. The Horde strategy involved rogue operatives attacking the Night Elf patrols and outposts in Ashenvale. Despite facing fierce resistance, the Horde advanced. While the Night Elves attempted ambushes, they failed to assassinate High Overlord Saurfang in Astronar. Their progress into Darkshore saw Malfurion summon a magical barrier of wisps and reinforcements from the returning Night Elf fleet, compelling the Horde to retreat to the Zoramgar outpost. The Horde sought to seize the World Tree before Stormwind's reinforcements arrived. The conflict escalated across northern Kalimdor, eventually leading to the tragic burning of the majestic World Tree, Teldrassil. One aspect of the Ashenvale story that we haven't yet explored is the existence of the submerged, formerly magnificent Night Elven temple known as Lothar Lazal, or as us adventurers recognize it today, the Blackfathom Deeps. Situated on Ashenvale's northwestern expanse, specifically along the Zoram Strand, Blackfathom Deeps stands as a former partly submerged temple dedicated to the moon goddess, Elune, and was once recognized to the Night Elves as Lothar Lazal. Initially believed to be destroyed during the Sundering and thought to be lost beneath the sea, millennia later it became a site of attraction for members of the Twilight's Hammer cult. Drawn in by unsettling whispers and malevolent dreams, these caverns, now submerged beneath Ashenvale, close to the ancient Night Elven city of Zoram, became their new sanctuary. Having conducted unspeakable sacrifices, the cult earned a new directive to safeguard one of the old gods' most prized entities, a creature requiring nurturing before unleashing its ominous powers upon the world. This entity was none other than the monstrous hydra known as Akumai the Devourer. Our journey into this ancient world begins over 10,000 years ago, a time preceding the devastating events of the Sundering of Azeroth. The shattered and submerged remnants of the Blackfathom Deeps offer but a mere glimpse into the former magnificence of the Night Elven temple that once graced this site. Lothar Lazal, which translates to the seat of the sky in Darnassian, stood as a testament to the reverence for Elune. Positioned proudly upon the western fringes of ancient Kalimdor, this temple was a sprawling marvel, adorned with bridges shimmering with gems and lakes that exuded an ethereal luminescence, all meticulously overseen by the hand of Queen Azshara herself. As skilled artisans toiled to erect this grand structure, Azshara, wielding the powerful scepter, Sharas Dal, commanded the very waters that surrounded it. With a mere whisper of her will, she coerced the rivers and the seas, bending them to her desires. From the restless salt-laden ocean to the pure waters of the mountain stream, she managed to orchestrate the formation of vast lakes that encircled the sturdy foundation of Lothar Lazal. Within these waters thrived an array of creatures, all subject to Azshara's dominion. The rumour has it that whenever the queen graced the temple's bridges, exotic fish would choreograph vibrant displays as a testament to her presence. Among her other exploits, Azshara even held sway over a colossal sea giant confined within one of the lakes, and the tale goes that with a flick of her scepter, she commanded it to perform awe-inspiring feats, captivating the highborn who gathered to witness these incredible spectacles. However, the aftermath of the War of the Ancients left an indelible scar upon the temple's fate. With the upheaval of Azeroth during the Great Sundering, the once proud temple was utterly shattered, consigned to the murky depths of the
There's something that you don't understand, Corrgan. Yeah, what's then?
eternity. The temple then remained hidden within the depths of the Veiled Sea until more recent times. A corruption stemming from an old god seeped upward.
Jetzt hat er wieder eine Fackel in der Hand.
Emerged from the water.
Kill High Scarlet Commander Morgraine. Das ist
And
gut.
this is ultimately what first attracted
Black
the
Menace
Zealot
Dagger
Hammer
Sword.
sect to the Blackfathom Deeps.
2,2.
Descended into this darkness, they encountered a peculiar three-headed creature lurking within the Blackfathom Deeps.
Ja, da müssen wir SM machen. Es nützt nix.
Believed that this Hydra to be a harbinger of the old god's return to Azeroth and his own personal path to eternal life. And because of this belief, Kelris personally oversaw the creature's growth, even offering his own followers to satiate its insatiable hunger. Empowered by the ancient rites of the chaotic old gods, Kelris and his cultists aimed to facilitate the return of their dark patrons and to spread death and terror across all of Azeroth. To prove their allegiance to this old god's servant, the Twilight Hammer cultists, having sacrificed many of their own, turned to the lives of innocents as offerings to appease the ravenous hunger of this formidable Hydra, Akumai. Akumai, the ancient evil known as the Terror from the Deep, held a fraction of the old god's power.
The Terror from the Deep?
Its mindless savagery
XCOM?
and insatiable
Anyone?
appetite for flesh. Their worship then attracted more members of the Twilight Hammer cult, drawn
I don't
to
know.
Akumai's malevolent aura within the deeps. The Twilight Hammer sect weren't the only beings to take residence in the Blackfathom
Ah,
Deeps.
aber das
The
ist
submerged temple also
2550 XP im Level 31.
and Satyr sects,
Das ist also
brought in by the
nicht
potent influence of the ancient ruins. Upon the
auf
arrival
Level
of the
35. Ist das
they
weniger?
subjugated and tormented one of the last peaceful creatures within Elune's temple.
Also questen. Also hin, grinden.
The beast became a tool for the cult's protection within their lair. Or, at least so they thought. The Twisted Naga spellcaster
Soulbound, Soulbound.
Service was granted a secluded
Soulbound.
area in the Blackfathom Deeps by the
Soulbound,
Twilight Hammer,
Soulbound.
conducting rituals and research into
Kaufen, verkaufen, verkaufen.
protecting the cultists from Akumai, while worshipping him without fear. Alongside this, there was a Murloc,
Gelihast.
Gelihast. Answering the old god's
Fast.
call, he slaughtered several
Fast
unsuspecting
sogar.
Twilight's Hammer cultists. Shocked by his dominance, he earned their favor. Fearing potential reprisal, the Twilight's Hammer permitted him to build his own shrine without interference. He too wished to offer sacrifices and seek blessings from the eerie presence within the temple ruins. And in contrast to this, not all creatures within the Blackfathom Deeps found favor with the Twilight's Hammer. While many fell prey to the cult, old Serikis, a colossal thrasher, eluded capture, leading to the hammer leaving it undisturbed, hoping it would not interfere. The disturbance at Zoramstrand attracted the attention of the Argent Dawn. Dawn Watcher Shadeless dispatched forces to investigate the rumoured alliance between the Hammer and the Naga. Scout Thaelred was sent in to observe, but went silent for weeks, prompting the Argent Dawn to send in an adventurer instead. Thaelred, mortally wounded, revealed the truth. The cultists had united with the Naga and were amassing within the depths of the Blackfathom Deeps, offering sacrifices to Akumai. Motivated to suppress the escalating power of the Twilight's Hammer cultists, Blood Knight, Ashra Valandril and a team of Horde champions delved into the Blackfathom Deeps to halt the cult's ascent to power. Initially, the champions encountered Twilight Stormmenders, trying to manipulate the Great Turtle's thoughts and intention. Nevertheless, the heroes disrupted the ritual, causing Gamura to unleash its fury upon its manipulators. Subsequently, the heroes courageously ventured deeper into the heart of the Blackfathom Deeps, and decisively ending the existence of Lady Cerevis, and then the Murloc warrior, Gelihast. But despite all of this, no formal documentation existed regarding the demise of Twilight Lord Kelris. While the tale states he was undoubtedly vanquished in combat, there is no confirmed verification of his demise regarding the formidable creature dwelling within the deeps. Varying reports reaching the Karazhan library depict accounts of the creature's demise, while others, rather disconcertingly, detail brave heroes meeting their end at the jaws of this underwater menace. I suppose the only way to ascertain the truth is by delving back in, and that's precisely what the shamans belonging to the Earthen Ring sought. Following the cataclysmic shattering of Azeroth during Deathwing's return, reports of a resurgence of the Twilight's Hammer cult within the Blackfathom Deeps began circulating throughout Azeroth. Champions were dispatched once again to quell any emerging threats. Progressing ahead, denizens of Azeroth believed that the menace within the Blackfathom Deeps had ceased, and it would remain that way for several years following the cataclysm. However, one day, the caverns within this ancient, treacherous domain began to stir once again. It was revealed that the zealous Twilight Leader Kelris had endured the previous slaying by the Horde heroes, surviving all those years. However, Kelris' survival was about to meet its final conclusion. Within the Blackfathom Deeps, a new and even more formidable commander of the Twilight's Hammer emerged, known as Twilight Lord Bathial. This aquatic commander took control of the Twilight's Hammer through sheer determination following the cataclysm. His initial decree was to cast his predecessor, Twilight Lord Kelris, into the voracious maw of Akumai. Bathial, in resurrecting the Hydra, tapped into the elements in ways that exceeded the boundaries even dared by most shamans. After Lady Saravess's magical protection failed, she personally provided the beast with numerous innocent victims to gain favour with the old gods. As Akumai's might expanded, the demand for additional sacrifices intensified. Executioner Gore was responsible for dragging terrified innocents to meet their grim fate. The Twilight's Hammer directed their formidable enforcer, Subjugator Korul, to purge the caves of any entities not under their influence. The surviving Murlocs were the initial casualties, succumbing to the overwhelming might of Korul, who subsequently asserted dominance over the cave-dwelling Murlocs.
Das nervt, besser gesagt, weil dass ich Charge dann nicht machen kann.
Of his authority. Beneath the accursed Moonshine ruins, primordial beings clashed over their domains. Old Serikis was forced out of the ruins by the Guardian of the Deep. The Guardian safeguarded numerous eggs until they were ready to hatch. Ogre Lord Thruck, in his quest for riches, murdered the Guardian of the Deep, anticipating it would unveil an immense amount of gold. Once more, adventurers were dispatched to quell the escalating threat posed by the Twilight's Hammer within the Blackfathom Deeps, again with the aim to thwart their ascent to power. As is often the case in champion campaigns across the world of Azeroth, this expedition proved successful. Bathiel met his demise, Akumai was vanquished for a second time, and the Twilight's Hammer influence waned. Or so we believed. Murmurs of the Twilight's Hammer began circulating once more after the burning of Teldrassil. Whispers suggested that the remnants of the Twilight's Hammer cult were extracting Azerite from within the Blackfathom Deeps. However, no major campaign arose from this information, only a skirmish over the ancient temple between the Horde and the Alliance. Years later, two Horde champions, Rexar and Zekan, ventured into the remnants, aiming to confirm the demise of the Twilight's Hammer cultists. Zekan noted the continued presence of Naga throughout the ruins and highlighted the absence of a successor to Bathiel as the cult's leader. Within the depths of Blackfathom lies a story woven with threads of darkness and redemption. The resurgence of the Twilight's Hammer cult echoed through the Sunken Temple's chambers. Akumai, a malevolent entity embodying terror and power, stood as the object of their worship within these perilous depths. Our final stop on this journey through Kalimdor is going to finish in one of the most aesthetically pleasing locations one can find on the continent, Winterspring. Winterspring is a snowy valley located in the northern corner of Kalimdor. It lies east of Felwood, northeast of Mount Hyjal, and north of Azshara. This serene corner of Kalimdor holds numerous secrets, drawing adventurers from all over the world to come and explore its mysteries. The goblin trading post of Everlock, ancient Night Elf ruins, and the expansive cave of Mazdaril, the home of the Blue Dragonflight on Kalimdor, all make Winterspring a destination of great interest. The picturesque landscape is inhabited by a variety of creatures, including yetis, frost sabers, and the spirits of the Highborn, all of which reflect the rich history of those who once thrived in this region.
Great to meet you.
Our exploration of Winter Spring brought us to an era predating Azeroth, over 10,000 years ago, when the continents formed a single supercontinent known as Kalimdor, a time when the Night Elves dominated the lands. Nestled in the northwestern expanse of Kalimdor stood the grand Night Elven city of Kel'Thuzil, once the residence of the Highborn. These Night Elves were referred to as the Quel'Dorei, translating to children of noble birth in Darnassia.
Also diese ganzen Elfen und Nachtelfen und so weiter, die sind echt bläst, muss man einfach sagen, ne?
Favored followers of Queen Azshara. Despite this grandeur of the ancient Night Elf Empire, certain segments of the race often faced a significant insatiable thirst for power. In their pursuit
Das funktioniert nicht.
A faction of Highborn journeyed from their city of Kel'Thuzil, situated in what we now recognize as Winterspring, to the neighboring city of Eldorath, in a region that would later be known as Azshara. Within Eldorath, the Kel'Thuzil Highborn stole a crystal from the temple of Zin Malor, a sacred place dedicated to their goddess Elune. The crystal, also known as the Crystal of Zin Malor, was a potent relic with the ability to harness and control formidable arcane energies. Although much remains unknown about the crystal, it is said that its possessor could wield extraordinary arcane power, granted they were deemed truly worthy. Upon the return of the Kel'Thuzil Highborn to their city with the crystal, the temptation of its arcane control proved irresistible. When tampered with, the crystal shattered, bringing a curse upon the Highborn of Kel'Thuzil and plunging the city's inhabitants into a period of anguish. This heedless manipulation of power would of course foreshadow the events that unfolded thereafter. Kel'Thuzil, like many other places, fell victim to the devastation of the Sundering and was submerged beneath the waters. The city of Kel'Thuzil was transformed into a lake during the Sundering and subsequently froze over in the following years. While some remnants of the city's pillars protrude above the waterline, a substantial part remains submerged and encased in ice. The lake that now sits on top of it, Lake Kel'Thuzil, is now the largest body of water in Winterspring and harbours the lingering spirits of the Highborn who met their demise during these historic events. The involvement in the War of the Ages, of course, extends beyond the Night Elves, as the Blue Dragons were among the first to recognise the potential threat posed by the Burning Legion. When the Earth aspect, Neltharion, proposed the creation of a magical artifact known as the Demon Soul, or the Dragon Soul, to combat the demons, the Blue Dragonflight swiftly embraced the idea. Malygos, the aspect of the Blue Dragonflight, and a close friend and supporter of Neltharion, contributed a significant portion of his essence to forge the Dragon Soul, while the intricate details of Neltharion's betrayal and the Dragon Soul's deserve a dedicated account. In summary, Neltharion turned the artifact against the other Dragonflights. He had been driven mad and corrupted by the old gods, a fact unbeknownst to the other aspects. The devastating power of the Dragon Soul was unleashed upon the Blue Dragonflight, instantly claiming the lives of nearly all its members. As the remaining dragons prepared to retaliate, Neltharion withdrew, leaving the once proud Blue Dragonflight shattered. The other Dragonflights retreated, seeking seclusion to recover from the repercussions of the Dragon Soul, but the damage to the draconic race proved irreparable. Although the Legion was defeated by the combined efforts of the Kaldorei and their allies, Azeroth still suffered, sundered by the destructive betrayal of Deathwing. Following the loss of his offspring and his mates, Malygos, overwhelmed by guilt for convincing the other aspects to infuse their powers into the Dragon Soul, secluded
nicht euer
himself
Stream,
in at Koldara,
falls ist auch nicht der Wort.
succumbing to madness.
Es ist einfach nur
Did make one
WW.
rational
Oh!
decision. He placed his surviving
Oh, sehr gut.
in the caverns of Mazdarel.
Da kann ich ja dann direkt loslegen.
There they were tasked with the eternal vigilance over the sacred site of Mount Hyjal, home to the World Tree Nordrassil and the second Well of Eternity. The Blue Dragonflight maintained a presence within these caves in Winterspring for millennia to come. The responsibility of guarding Mazdarel fell upon Harler, a dragon who held the esteemed title of Matron Protectorate of the Blue Dragon Lair. Harler, characterized by her studious nature, took pleasure in literature and texts. She eagerly delved into any fragment of knowledge or trivia that crossed her path. Renowned for her ability to assume different forms and to seamlessly integrate into other societies, Harler favored the guide.
Das ist, wenn der Server alt ist, ne? Da wird der Scan halt schon groß.
A peaceful demeanor, but staunchly defended her territorial domain.
Weil sehr viel Crap drin ist.
Drakes entrusted with the protection of Mazdaril, Spellmore, Manaclaw, Scryer, and Azurus, all bestowed the task of protecting Mazdaril. General Colbaton, a distinguished leader of the Blue Flight, was also observed in the proximity of Mazdaril, adding an extra layer of vigilance to the Lair's defense. Following the devastating events of the Great Sundering, the frozen expanse of Winterspring entered an era of serene stillness that endured for thousands of years. Only in more recent times, approximately 70 years before the opening of the Dark Portal on Azeroth, or a century before the Cataclysm and the resurgence of Deathwing, did the whispers of the Crystal of Zimmerlor's potent powers echo across the world once again. Attracted by these rumours, a group of High Elves, led by Archmage Manias, journeyed from Quel'Thalas to Winterspring in pursuit of the elusive crystal. When they arrived, they discovered the crystal's shattered remnants. Akin to the fate of the Highborn millennia before, they too became spectral echoes wandering among the ruins.
Yeah.
Advancing through time from the ancient tales of the Great Sundering 10,000 years ago, we arrive at the events of the Alliance and Horde conflicts following the opening of the Dark Portal. Approximately 4 years after the Second War, the goblin city of Gadgetzan had already taken root in Tanaris on Kalimdor, attracting the attention of the renowned human explorer and sailor Graydon Thorne.
Better stands two-wheeled warrior.
Expanded their reach, establishing key locations. The goblin town of Ratchet emerged on the eastern shore in the Northern Barrens, and the Venture Company wreaked havoc in the Stone Talon Mountains. Relevant to our narrative, their ventures extended to what seemed to be the very edge of Kalimdor. Upon
Standard
their arrival, the goblins of the
two-wheeled
Stone
arms
erected
warrior.
a trading post in the heart of Winterspring.
Das war mal
Known today as
der
Everlock.
Kebab Warrior.
Situated on the east side of Winterspring, it stands as the sole major goblin outpost in northern Kalimdor and
Providing the essential blood frenzy debuff to your raid, otherwise they could do replace that of Fury. Answers to hand weapon paper, slower damage, it's more easier to play, relatively struggle to use. Slam.
Secondarily, it
Players with poor reaction time or high latency.
and factions. Generally, both factions coexist relatively
Swords remain the weapons of
peacefully. A decade after
choice.
the goblins established their settlements on Kalimdor, the Third
Schade.
War erupted across Azeroth, thrusting the Night
Was more raid weapons for
into the
TBC are slow and fast for similar vanilla. Ogres or can also opt to use X's.
The
Codex.
Undead, the Burning Legion,
Next to the
humans, and
Ace.
Orc, all descending upon
X.
Kalimdor.
Okay, gut.
Tyrande Whisperwind, along with her Night
Machen wir
Elf
das.
Sentinels, engaged in a desperate struggle to safeguard their cherished homeland. Under the weight of the Orcish Horde's influence, the Night Elves suffered a severe blow when the demigod of the groves and the lord of the forest, Cenarius, fell to demonically corrupted orcs led by Grom Hellscream. With Cenarius' demise, the Night Elves' only resource was to awaken the druids. After retrieving the potent relic that is Cenarius' horn from Moonglade,
Oh, dann will ich aber erst meine Talente.
her lover, Malfurion,
Except.
together, they ventured
Und
to
jetzt
the
train all.
Barrow within Winterspring to awaken the druids of the Talon,
So.
a group that specialized in information
Also.
gathering and intelligence. These druids had the ability
Arms.
to transform into storm crows,
Improved Heroic Strike.
to scout and relay orders to distant troops.
4 da
Magical
rein.
spell-like powers could manipulate the very winds to combat
So.
Kalimdor's adversaries. By creating
3
ferocious
hier.
cyclones, the druids of the
Aber weißt du was,
Talon
dann
sow chaos
tausche ich
among enemy
Cleave
armies.
und Heroic
Having
Strike.
completed their tasks in Winterspring,
5
Tyrande
hier.
and Malfurion proceeded to the Barrow Deeps and the southern
Ein
base
da.
of Hyjal to awaken
3
the
da.
druids of the Claw from their slumber. Without delving into the intricate
Zweimal
details of the
Impale.
Third War, a tale well known to many, alongside
Einmal
the
Death
profound
Wish.
alliance between the humans and the orcs at Stone Talon Peak, Malfurion and Tyrande led the Night Elves in the conflict. Together they all emerged victorious against the Burning Legion, with a historic triumph at the Battle of Mount Hyjal. Following the victory at the Battle of Mount
Da ich keine Schwerter habe, erstmal lasse ich das auf 3.
of tranquility. While the world recovered from the repercussions of the Third War, one race exhibited an unyielding spirit, showing
So.
no inclination to pause and reflect. The
So
goblins.
nämlich.
The denizens of Everlock continued their relentless pursuits, amassing untold riches in this snowy expanse. The prosperity of Everlock attracted
cool.
a surge of adventurers into Winterspring in the 25th year following the opening of the Dark Portal.
Gut.
This development was welcomed by the Everlock locals as they
Gut. Das war's für heute. Ich freue mich, vielen Dank. Wir sehen uns Montag wieder. Tschüss. Wenn ihr euch das gefällt, wenn ihr ein Wort gibt und euch das gefällt, was auch immer, dann macht doch mal ein Follow. Wenn nicht, dann nicht. Bye. Tschüss, lieber Nock.